it's probably not a good idea to have the jersey on the whole point of the hazmat suit is that you take it off and burn it after the job. You know why you're doing that? Why? Because you get the best against you. Why? No, you're doing things you have to bring. No, I think I'll probably have to burn the jersey. True. Oh, yeah. Because it's outside the hazmat suit. Correct. Mama, we just talked about this inside the house. Remember, you're in the hazmat. In the restaurant, cheese. No, me. We fit. The fuck? Sure enough, they fit, y'all. Oh, yeah, this suit fits crazy well. Took with a special tab. Focus on what's important. I'm taking out here. Oh, what they did is what they do. Fucked. Is that better? Get out and wrap up this next make it hard on my family. Going so hard on his family, dude. Why not? Silly. Well, this is a better way of doing it. Couples therapy. Pandemic. Yeah. This has been a crazy stream, man. We've done a lot in a small amount of time. Can you try to hide his small teeth behind that thing? That's true. You can't see trying to hide his small teeth behind the thing. What do you guys think of our suits? Pandemic. This is the worst stripper gram I've ever seen. Looks like season 3 Walter White. That looks like it. This is we look like people Jesse on Fire hired. It's so like the mask on earlier when I was fully over my face. It was so hard to concentrate.
Listening to the morning is a great source of opportunity to be able to learn all of you. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsors, listening to ROTHSCHILD, we're dedicating all the Shomer Drushos this year as a support for the Soros Hovos for all of Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Abarim Lertova, Stephen Wendy Drazen, in honor of Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Eileen Rosenzweig, and Stanley Rosenzweig is the phone bracha. These are learning sponsors. Dr. Adam Faith Wolf, the donation of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben Tzvi Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Eiler, memory of their father, Ben Eiler, and their mother, Baruch Mordechai, Ben Moreno, and Nasa, always we dedicate our learning to Swiss teachers half of his ministry, both to Nefesh and bringing home the Shalom and the Karach and the miracle of this ultimate give them success. The whole of mercy. And once they got to let us begin, we have an exciting daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Samach Gimel 63, and we are talking about on Samach Beis and Beis 62b, Today Rabbi Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up from the bottom. So the verse is as follows: Today Rabbi Yana, Yas Iperi Shvius Maniyim, the Parley of Shvius. So a very interesting case over here. The members of the household of Rabbi Yana would do as follows: they would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor, and then repay them with 8-year produce, non-Shemitah produce on the following year. So if you look at Rashi, Rashi says there's something very interesting. Yasi Perishis, how does this matter? So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities of it, but I'm off on myself. You can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So this guy's, once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is, so the people of the house of the right, would borrow Shemitah produce from the Ani and bring the Shemitah year. Rashi goes on, find the Shemitah, Mishkach of the Ofri Ani and the Shemitah, so what ended up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Rabbi Yana's household repay the Aniyim, ultimately again with new produce, 8-year produce. So the Gemara says, I'm going to do Rabbi Yochanan. So they came and they said, so people mentioned this practice to Rabbi Yochanan. There's something about it, obviously the Chabad people, to some degree. So they said something to Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan said, yeah, listen, often perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? Connect done. Never saying that. Interestingly enough, look at Rashi. You also have in Sarah to a couple of Rashis. You also know the Yochanan said the members of the house of Yanis are acting totally fine. Rashi says the people that he shelter no habu hanaf be'en lo ikhriste hani ba'ani la khali beninu lo khayla kedisha shveta. Again, we saw yesterday already. We get into an issue of potential colors with a forbidden item. So sometimes that forbidden identity can pop on the previously familiar item. So for example, the concern over here is this looks like one is transacting business with Shemitah produce, then even the 8th-year produce should ultimately have Shemitah sanctity, Shemitah prohibition. But the Yochanan said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not a there's not immediacy. Or I should say, there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken in the Shemitah year and only being quote-unquote repaid during year 8, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah prohibition devolves upon the 8th-year produce. That's the idea of it. Therefore, again, halacha, and therefore, again, Shemitah sanctity will not develop upon the 8th-year produce. This is very interesting. This is connect on the Esnar and and interestingly enough, a similar case would come up with Esnar Zon. Esnar Zon is halacha. A person goes to a zona and he gives her something for her services. Right? Obviously, she pays her money, but then he gives her an object. That object is called an Esnar Zon, payment for a harlot, and cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. Listen to this. The sign, y'all. You know, so the first line is what's the case? The sign is this. Rashi says, let's say Ruben goes to Rachel's zona. Right? Ruben goes to Rachel, and ultimately, again, he gives her this, and he gives her a payment, right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? Esnana mutter. So harlot's payment ultimately is mutter for sacrificial use. Obviously, it doesn't make sense. I don't say if he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a carbon. Why? Even though he didn't have relations with her. So if he didn't have relations with her, then ultimately, again, the lamb is a gift. If it's a gift, there's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, furthermore, the second case, he had relations with her, but he didn't pay her anything. Ultimately, they didn't pay her anything. If he didn't pay her anything, if he didn't pay her anything, then what's the meaning of the statement to be right? So that's not like the estimate is mutter. Doesn't make any sense. This is what he needs to say. This is if he gave her, let's say he gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, let me tell you this piece outside. Since he wasn't going to say like this, when does something become an estimate, one of hardest payments, when there's transactional immediacy. Okay, there relations, right? Our relations pair. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an estimate. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of estimate zona. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. So there's Elikama. No Salah, if you gave her the sheep, the Achakach Bala. Now what does it mean, the Achakach Bala? Rashi says, Akshav Ella La'achazman. He doesn't have relations with her now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do you go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some level of common sense. You know, David is there and has relations with her 3 hours from tomorrow. Again, as opposed to payment relations. But Achakach that's not a mutter. Bala, the Achakach or for that matter, he has relations with her, and then he afterwards pays her. That's not a mutter. In both of these cases, ultimately, again, the estimate is going to be mutter. However, Nasalah, the Achakach is no fact. So therefore, both sides, literally, what I'm saying is as follows: that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an estimate, there has to be transactional immediacy. What is the transactional immediacy? In other words, payment relations. then the sheep, the payment, has the status ultimately again of a harvest payment. Now again, remember, just keep track of what's going on with you. Remember, the household of Rabbi, they would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and pay it ultimately again as with produce. People came to the Yochanan because they felt, I don't know, maybe it was a little bit strange. Still working, exactly business with Shemitah produce. But the Yochanan said, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. So because of transactional immediacy, we don't view that 8-year produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment ultimately again for the 7th-year produce, the Shemitah produce, and after the 8-year produce remains totally fine. Fine. Now the Gemara questions a little bit this essence is. Not someone the Akatak Bala. So again, let's go with this, right? Let's go ahead and taste it. Right? Not even these are get your sheep. I'm just using the sheep because it's the easiest example. Alright? So you paid your sheep. Right? And then let's say get your sheep on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday you have tradition. So again, based on what we just learned before, that sheep does not have the status of a harvest payment, and therefore is not prohibited for consecrated temple. Right? There's a lax transactional immediacy. You must understand. When he does have a let's say on Wednesday, right? We give the sheep on Tuesday. He has relations with her on Wednesday. So why does we say that when he does have a relationship with her top of some people, Lechol Allah is one of prayer? Obviously, okay, I understand. When he gives you the sheep, it can't be labeled as estimate on But when he does have a relationship with her on Wednesday, then retroactively, the designation of the sheep as a harvest payment should evolve upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore, the sheep should be categorized as an estimate already as of Tuesday. Rabbi Lazar says that very interesting. No, what's the case? She should come up and hit the vasa. This is very interesting. What happened? Zona, right? Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relations didn't happen until Wednesday. So we're saying that when they have relations on Wednesday, retroactively, the sheep should be categorized as a harvesting. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. A pious harvest, a pious zona. I will say, you may say to yourself, what a fake. She's a zona, and she's offering up carbonos. I will say, it's important we've met this many times in the past. So it's important to understand we all live in consistencies, and we all live with inherent contradictions, and in certain respects, I'm the subject, and in certain respects, I'm a Russia. And there are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I do very poorly, and there are things that I don't do at all. Here's the beauty. The things that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't do at all, are Hashem. Don't take away from the things that I do well when I'm righteous. Yiddishkeit is not about you could be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas of my life. But most of us are not there. Sometimes we feel hypocritical, or sometimes we feel like a fake. Because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. Or I'm giving tzedakah, but I'm doing this. Or I'm chesed, but I'm doing this. Right, it is hypocritical. It is still contradictory, but welcome to the nature of the human condition. With all of this hypocrisy, with all of the contradictions, such is the nature of life. And it is important for us to infuse faith in ourselves. That even though the zona is a zona, the sheep also brings kabbalas. You know what? I guarantee you, those kabbalas are reach Mitzvah. It's a pleasing aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner contradiction and struggles from other benchmarks. And when we still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken, sometimes that's the clinical of human accomplishment. In any event, so the zona offered up the kabbalas. But 10 relations occurred on Wednesday, the animals are already gone. She already offered it up. So Gemara says, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this. Okay. If you tell me what's the case, if he said to the zona, gives her the lamb on Tuesday and says, this is yours as a pillar, right? Acquire this as a pillar, right? Then, halacha l'masuk the sharila, right? The halasa b'shaskiya u'matana ba'amuhiyah. So then obviously it's multiple, right? She has title to it. It can't be categorized as an esrog on Tuesday because they didn't have relations yet. So essentially, he gave her a gift, and therefore she has every right to offer it up However, the law on the Lakulik in the Aksha is not very but if he did not give her permission to acquire it from his now, right? If he was not explicit and said, if he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? If he gives it to her, it's Tuesday, yeah, we're going to have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, how could you offer up as a product? After all, Yakdish is based on published Amrachman. The Torah says, if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about the Erech valuation. I will go ahead and consecrate his home. Amrachman, not based on the Shuso, just like your home, you own it. I told the Shuso, so to the only you consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's for us, is something that you own. In other words, if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then I could jump out the car. Let's just start here. You know, you can only enact something that is yours. Which means, in the realm of personal growth, this author only asks of us what we're able to do. Because sometimes we make the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's good to have people who aspire to do that. Our life turns to kind of compare ourselves to others, and then we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But he says you can measure up to someone else. You don't know what this person's purpose or their abilities are. But his bone shall only asks you to be makdish that which you own. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate it, it doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that the Rabbi only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect of you what someone else can do. He doesn't expect of you someone else's accomplishments. What he does expect of you is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more than we're honest about. And then utilize those in pursuit of personalistic holiness. Only be makdish that which belongs to you. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our purview, in our power, within our spiritual toolbox. Incredible. El Damla, so what's the case? El Damla, this is very interesting. So he says to her, right, so Reuben gives this to the soul of the sheep on Tuesday, and he says, okay, keep the sheep with you, we're scheduled for here tomorrow, right, and just keep it with you until tomorrow. Be mitzvah, but if you need the sheep for some reason, let's say something comes up, you need the sheep, I don't know, you need a car, whether you need dinner, whatever it is, then Gemara says, then I give you the right to acquire it. So it's interesting how you hedges is that's fine. So Gemara says, so therefore that's the zone. Now again, what's the idea? Why are we doing this? Besides the fact that it's totally not we're doing this because you can remember this all happened with the Rabbi with this Shemitah transaction. The idea that's kind of happening over here is that something can only be vested in permitted status when there is a level of transactional immediacy. So now we see that by the Shemitah case, and ultimately we see it by the Esnon Zona, by the Harlot Payment case as well. That be more just gets over into this Harlot Payment case. So by the Roshia, come out make discuss on that. It's very interesting. So let's say the same thing. Reuben gives Reuben gives Zona the sheep on Tuesday. The dia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's not she consecrates it. She didn't offer it up as a product. But she's not Bishop. So what's the status now of the animal? Kevon Damar and the rest of the Gavot in Sulasal Handle, Iman Daki Vasidami, she didn't say that essentially making something hektish is the equivalent of offering it up. In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to hektish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and democratizing verbally is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, offering it up is offering it up, but being makdish is gone. Again, it's gone. Being makdish ultimately again, it is still here, it's still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she's makdish? Again, for the lesson, you know the shaila is. In the case that she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the dia occurs, obviously, again, it's gone. it's gone, right? So it can't be called an Eslam Zona because it was no longer in existence at the time that the Bia occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday she's Makdishit, Wednesday the Bia occurs, and ultimately so at the time of the Bia, the object is still here. So now the shaila is, does the object become an Eslam Zona or not? So the picture of Rabbi Eliezer. You can observe so let's say going back, this is Rabbi Eliezer on the top of the daf. Right? Rabbi Eliezer, Shekatma Beheki Vasa. So remember again, the way Rabbi Eliezer understood the case of Eslam Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it. Right? She offered it up already by the time that she occurred. Dafka Hekri Vasa. So Dafka, because she offered it up, it's no longer in existence. About Isha, so no. But from Rabbi Eliezer statement here, that if she's not fishing, if the animal is still in existence at the time that the Bia occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an Eslam Zona. Which the Gemara says, no, the Rabbi Eliezer is fake to be quiet. The truth is, this Shaila is Mamish Shaila Rabbi Eliezer himself. So the Gemara says, no, Mifshak Shidin Rabbi Eliezer, Daki Vasa, Daka Baki Shasa, no, the Isim Shastia. Because Rabbi Eliezer said, if the only time it doesn't become an Eslam, is when the animal was offered up before the Bia. So by the time the Bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps, again, where she was just in Maxish, she consecrated it. The animal is still in existence at the time of the Bia, in which case, halacha l'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an Eslam Zona. All Dilma, if you have a pshitale, v'kishas on the sakta. And then, maybe, obviously, if she offered it up, and it's only going to exist at the time of the Bia, of course, it's not going to be categorized as an Eslam Zona. But in the case where she just consecrated it, we're not sure. To which the Gemara says taken. So we're really not sure. So interestingly enough, it looks like what comes out in this case over here is, first of all, so important lesson number one. We're not finished with Eslam Zona. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an Eslam Zona, how this payment must be transactional and immediacy, which means payment and Bia. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed Bia, or Bia and then payment, ultimately, again, it is not considered to be an Eslam Zona. If she deposited an animal with the payments, now, the Bia doesn't occur until later on, assuming she has rights in that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers it up to a bona fide target. If she's not dished, she consecrates it. And so the animal is still in existence at the time of the Bia. The next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the taking. That's the taking. Okay, let's analyze that. So we're going to say the second result was, let's see, he has a relationship with her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately, again, the payment is mutter. And we say it's mutter, it means he used for consecrated purposes. Or meaning, marries the kasha. I don't understand this. The Gemara says, or meaning, Ba'ala v'achakaf but the Rabbi says if this one has relations with the soul, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, so he will pay all of the girls late. Right, so he pays her late. Right, 3 years later, it's still called the harlot's payment, and it's still the also. I'm not going to stop. I'm not pissed off. Look, Hasha. So listen, that country is just important. The right side of before outside of payment, there is 62 said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate. It's not transactional immediacy. Here the Gemara says that there's relations even if it's for 3 years later, ultimately it is called also. I'm not going to stop. I'm not pissed off. Look, Hasha. It's so funny because the landing because Omar is Ba'ali is Ba'ali to tell us that. How the Omar is Ba'ali to tell us that. So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, one case is another case where it says have relations with me for this sheep, and he identifies the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep. Rashi, they tell us that. So ultimately, again, the Gemara says when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there's transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately, again, there is no transactional immediacy. Alright, so let's analyze a little bit more. See, I'm going to tell us my hobby. I understand. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's very simple. We're going to go into Roth. He says, have relations with Zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years, it has the status of a harvest payment. because it's transactional immediacy. Just because he identified the sheep doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? The Gemara says, the sheep fall. Right? Remember, livestock, animals require the sheep or require taking possession. Which the Gemara says, okay, so apparently it's actually interesting that ultimately we didn't have the sheep was only written by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't need Mashiach so far. So it turns out some of them is not. Or you guys know the possibility is the Olam is only Israel. It's not talking about a Jewish father. So if you go, they call you the Hatzim. Oh, interestingly enough, the sheep standing in her chutzah. In which case, again, ultimately there's two chutzah she requires. Less than a second. If you call the Hatzim, follow the Akakah Masala, I can't know that. I understand. If it's in her chutzah, in our she acquires it, in our relations with her, and then ultimately again, denigrate it. When you denigrate it, it's already in her chutzah, she already acquired it. What are we talking about here? You might say, in other words, she acquired it before Bria. So this is like the paradigmatic case of Esmer, because she's acquiring the sheep even before the Bria, if the sheep is standing in her chutzah. Which the Gemara says, the shopping in the handy approach is very interesting. Now, here's the case. So everything comes to the Halal, and here, this sheep is not supposed to be. What is it supposed to be? This essentially is a example to her. That she says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. Right? If I don't pay you money, you can take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really require the sheep initially. She requires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. So Allah, in my sina left, is in the time that you're going to love. And he says to her, actually, let's say for the next 30 days, good. The Iman, and if not, calculate the Aslan. Take his sheep ultimately again as your heart is fine. Not so that that's what Shosha said, that he's supposed to need some help. Again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling the essence of this podcast. I'm not going to Makamara or Paula. Let's say again, let's say moving employs donkey drivers and workers. They say that he's paying. Now, the way ultimately, again, he's paying them. Now, Rashi points out over here, Rashi, Obiko Kabno Amir Arts. Either these workers are non-Jews or they're Amir Arts, which is unlearned Jews. And also the unlearned Jews. Male sweat is important to them. And he says to them, Luchuka Eshe B'Dinozeh. Sush B'Dinozeh. Right? So what's the halacha? The Eno Choshesh, okay, so that's important. So he goes and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, so that means on a supplemental basis, whatever it is. He's giving them the shit, right? Here's money, go and drink, go and eat. So listen, now the person says, the Eno Choshesh, to do this, Eno Choshesh, he doesn't have to be worried. So if you want to pay 60 kg, Romi Shum Shvius, Romi Shum Mice, Romi Shum Yanis. I will say,
Somebody told me that they like Cholula over
right?
Louisiana.
What's the concern here? The Gemara says that Halacha Maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an Atum or Amir Haaretz, he has to be concerned maybe the Atum is going to go by Yanis, right? Or maybe ultimately again that Haaretz is going to buy Shvita products, or Maisa Shini products in Yerushalayim. He doesn't have to be concerned with this. Why does he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially, he's giving them the money and he's saying, Kevra, do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, Lomi Shuma Meiser, right, if you look at Rashi, the heart, it's actually the last one, the last one of the long ones, not Rashi. The heart, the second one, we don't view Ruvain is not the one giving them credit. He is giving them money. It's covered up here, this is for the food, this is for the drink. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not on Ruvain. It's not on Ruvain, so therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now, contrast out the following. Some they 63 second line one. The Allah said to them, Su be'ifu bani poleah, Su shmu bani poleah. He says to the workers, taxi drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay. I'll pick up the tab off. Now this is the problem. then you have a problem. Then you have a problem. Now, why is that? Look at that. She's in the Bani Korea. Habikihu loteach ha'isur ma'ilo. The husband will start naturally that issue of the kid because he's paying the tab. Now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these prohibited items for his wife. So see the difference? If Ruben just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's on them. There's nothing to do. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because it is if he is purchasing and providing these essentially prohibited items for his wife. Oh, well, that wasn't, what do you see from there? He cut her out to make a certain what you see from there is that Allah for the Maisa, not going to say, we're now going ahead and circling back to the Rabbi case, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Rabbi case. Remember, Rabbi, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed Shmita produce and they paid the poor with €8. Yochanan said, have a problem, no transaction immediately. So what do you see now? What do you see from this last case over there? Amor, he kapara, the Yisr kapara. So what do you see from there? That when Ruben pays the bill, right, pays the bill, so even though, again, he's paying after the consumption already took place, Allah says this transactional immediacy, and he is considered to be paying for these Shemitah produce, Shem produce, and problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, Al-Hanami, she kapara, the Yisr kapara. So to hear about Rabbi Yana, and maybe here, ultimately, again, isn't that ultimately Shemitah produce? Same thing. Which we must have taken our Kisto, the Henveni Hamakito, the Mishtabit. No, it's different. In the Ruben case, right, where he's going ahead and telling the workers, go drink out, pick up the tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruben. The Archelac to pay, plainly doing that. Ultimately, because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to Ruben, ultimately there is transactional immediacy that's happening like that. Literally translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at that. Just a moment. Plainly, that is actually right across the left. And then the shopkeeper knows that he's going to get paid from there. He regularly extends credit. Shekar Hikirbo, Shekamoku Shiyeshno Hadin, or Kanelo Lekhaivini, Hilcha Khalifini. So we'll say, so that's it. There is transaction immediacy. Ruben's not just saying, stand one where you want. And, buy food, buy drinks. He's saying, Pedro, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruben. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening.
I still feel pretty good.
Rashi says over here, therefore it's almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give donkey driver, whatever. Ruben is going to immediately pay for it. But again, that doesn't apply in conservative, right? This wasn't like a credit situation. Therefore, that case is fine because it lacked transactional immediacy. Again, using that to send out his work the same case. Go you can go to and don't pick up the tab. But now he's not sending to a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to him. And it sounds like that's mutter. But that should be okay. If that's the case, that's mutter. Ilahi, at the time if that's the case, then set the price up differently. Instead of making the first case of the price up, the case of where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go eat and drink, make it two different cases. What should be two cases? When is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? When is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his workers, go out and go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only the shopkeeper who extends credit to Ruben, because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if, again, the company already has the money to pick up prohibited items. How about company Shema people, but shopkeeper who does not extend credit, therefore that lacks transactional immediacy, and that case should be fair. In other words, better for right to go ahead
says King David gave smicha to many thousands of people. King David was the source, and he gave smicha. The smicha was a bill to bring some sacrifice, and that was one of the things because the Romans were
Even if
desperate
the
to abolish.
shopkeeper doesn't extend
They
credit,
gave it with the death sentence. Anybody who was giving smicha would be sent put to death because they were desperate to get rid of the Jew. Rabbi Akiva
a person says to his friend,
gave smicha to 5 students. One of them was called
so what happens?
Rabbi Meir. Rabbi Meir, who was the next great sage of the next generation. He was the one who received smicha from Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva, at the end of his time, Rabbi Akiva lived till 120, but at the end of his time, he was arrested for publicly teaching Torah. Famous story that Tapas Ben Yehuda fell against him when he was in prison and said, Rebbe, what are you doing? You know, you're risking your life. He was in prison, and he told him the famous allegory of the fox who went by the riverbank, and he saw the fish swimming backwards and forwards, and he said, what are you doing? He said, well, the fishermen want to catch us. Say the fox to the fish, well, come with me, come to the dry land. You'll be safe there. Said the stupid fox, we thought you were clever, you're not. If we stay in the water, then either way, we'll still make it. We'll get caught, but we go with you on the dry land. I'll end this clear. Said Rabbi Akiva, well, I'll make it or not. That's questionable. But whether we have to teach Torah, that's a must. That is Jewish survival. The Romans tortured Rabbi Akiva in the most horrible fashion, and they combed him with iron combs to steel combs. And he died with Shema Yisrael. And he died with the word Echad. And he told his students, at the time the students said, his students were standing there, and Rabbi Akiva said to his students that all my life I was waiting for the time when I could fulfill the verse, V'ahavta es Hashem Elokecha v'shalom Hashem b'chol v'vodcha v'dol yohad v'chol nafshecha v'dol yisod. He said, that was the time when I'll be able to love Hashem with all my soul, when he gave his life up for Hashem. And that's how he died. But again, Rabbi Akiva lived to be one of the greatest sages ever for the Jewish people.
Says the Gemara, ultimately, again, what do you have to be concerned about?
There was, as we said, Adrian lived in the time after the time. There was Adrian, and then there was Antoninus. Antony, who lived after, was a good king. And in those days, the Chachamim, the sages of the time, gathered in a place called Husha. Husha is in the Galil. I'm not sure if we know exactly where it is today, but Husha is in the Galil because Judea was totally destroyed. There was nothing left to do there, so they went up to the Galil. That is why most of the sages of the Jews at this time are buried in the Galil. We'll go through it. We're going to go where you have Rabbi Akiva. We know where his tomb is today. Rabbi Akiva was buried in I believe it's close to Tiberia, which is all up north in Eretz Yisrael. And that's where they all are. Shimon ben Yochai, we're going to go through them in a minute. It's also all the way up, not about Judea, not about Jerusalem,
there's no extension of the friend. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for it. And now that makes sense. Because
there's two more sages, which we're going to go through, which were cast tremendous light on people at the time. The successor, basically, even of Rabbi Akiva was Rabbi Meir. Now, actually, his real name was not Meir. His real name was either Rabbi or Nehemiah. His real name is unclear. He was nicknamed Meir. Meir means the luminary. He illuminated the people in his time with Jewish law. He came after Bar Kokhba. Basically, the time of Adrian, the time of Bar Kokhba, the time of Rabbi Akiva, this was a Holocaust time. This was big time. This was terrible. He came the aftermath of that.
Go out and drink, and I will
came from converts. I forgot to say before.
Rather, what should it
Rabbi
say?
Akiva was either was called Akiva ben Yosef. When you say Yosef himself was a convert, if anything, however, Rabbi Akiva's grandfather was definitely a convert. He was a descendant. His Yechus was. Do you remember Sisera? Sisera was the one at the time of Deborah when she sang a song. Sisera was the general who came and attacked the Jews and got his head cut out there. That was the lineage of Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva stabbed from Sisera.
Ultimately, again,
Rabbi Meir came from an individual called Nero. Nero in case, Nero himself, according to the Gemara, converted because he gave up on Jerusalem because he heard that he stopped some children outside Jerusalem, and he was into superstition. He was into all this kind of things. So he stopped a child and he asked him to tell him what he learned. And the child basically said the verse came from the prophets that said that basically the Almighty employs people to punish the Jewish people for what they have done and then takes revenge from them. So he said, I'm not going to be subject to that. And he went and converted. And then from him came Meir. Meir was a descendant of converts. And Meir had a very famous wife, a Jewish woman. They had a Puria. Puria is very famous among Jewish women. She was the wife of Rabbi Meir. A very fizzer lady she was. She was at the time when Rabbi Meir wasn't available to give the drasha, she would stand behind the mechitza, says the Gemara, and give it instead of him. She was one of those people. She was very sharp individual. She used to fix for Rabbi's strength. There was some people who lived in the neighborhood of Rabbi who were extremely evil. And Rabbi came up and said, right, I'm davening to Hashem that they should all die. So she said, no. She said, Yitamu chatoim, it says in the verse that sin should cease, but like chaytim, and not sinners. Pray that they should return, they should do tshuva. And he said, look, her advice, says the Gemara. The Talmud tells us she was so studious. In one day she learned 300 laws from various chachamim. She got all of them all together. She learned 300 halachas in one day from the chachamim of the time. Rabbi Meir is known today as Rabbi Meir Baal HaNes. Rabbi Meir, the owner of the miracles, the one who performed miracles. And the story behind that is, Rabbi Meir's father-in-law was a great sage who was called Rabbi Hanina ben Teradyon. He was one of the 10 sages who were killed by Hadrian in that era. And Rabbi Hanina ben Teradyon had a daughter, the sister-in-law of Rabbi Meir. What happened was, an unfortunate story happened. She was a very beautiful girl, and the Romans kidnapped her and put her in a place where she would be put to use, so to speak. Rabbi was desperate to get her out. Rabbi, what he did was, he went to the place, and there was a gardener. And he told the guard, I'll pay you for this guy. So the guard said, I'll be fed to the dogs if there's someone missing. He said, don't worry. He said, if anything happens, you say that the God of Rabbi Meir answer me, and everything will be fine. The guy laughed at him. He said, you want to try me out? Try me out. There was Alsatian dogs, which were rip of human beings. So the man said the dogs to me, and look what will happen. He said the dogs to him, and the man said, the God of Rabbi Meir, they need the God of Rabbi Meir, answer me, and the dogs sat down, all peaceful. He heard what he had to say. He took the money, and he gave out to the sister-in-law of Rabbi Meir. There was soon after that, the Romans made a head count, they saw what was missing. The guard's off with his head, right? He shouted at the God of Rabbi Meir, and something happened. The threat from the other side, they ran, he ran, and it was fine. Rabbi Meir then became known as Rabbi Meir Baal HaNes, Rabbi Meir, the one who performed miracles. In the 1800s, there started to be a tzedakah, there started to be a charity who printed the name of Rabbi Meir Baal HaNes on the charity box, and it was considered to be a merit to give charity which bear the name to a charity which bear the name of Rabbi Meir Baal HaNes, and many saw miracles in that way until today. The charity exists. One of the big ones is Kodol Chabad, founded by the Alter Rebbe, by the Mishneh Zalman of Liadi, to support those who were in Israel, and that carries the name of Rabbi Meir Baal HaNes until this very day on the tzedakah bush, as you'll see, and it will always consider the merit. The idea lasted all that time through. Rabbi and his wife, Puria, also went through difficult times. They lost 2 children. On one particular Shabbos, the 2 children passed away. Rabbi was out in shul, and Rabbi came back, and Puria, being the woman she was, didn't say a word.
because
if they were
there's not
sleeping,
a recipe. There's not
once the
immediate
Shabbos, after
recipe.
Shabbos Eve, she came
There's
and she
no
said,
immediate recipe.
had a deposit. Someone gave someone, entrusted me with something. Should I give it back then? And I said, sure, of course you should give it back. So she said, come to show. She said, Hashem entrusted us with children. To give it back. That's how she sort of even taught Rabbi of how to deal with what they had. In the end, Rabbi actually passed away in Turkey. The whole thing had to go up there. He passed away over there, and many say he's buried there. Although there is a tomb in Eretz Yisrael which is credited to him. Many say it's not that, but it's anyway. The Gemara says he passed away in Turkey.
Right? Obviously, he pays her money.
The last one we will talk about is Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai also lived in Roman times. He was, again, a student of Rabbi Akiva. He was one of the 5 who received the smicha. He was one of the survivors after the 24,000 students passed away. As we know his story, the Romans persecuted him terribly and wanted to kill him. He had to hide in the cave for 13 years until the emperor died and everything was sort of calmed down and he was able to emerge again. Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai, or Rabbi, is very important. He was the first one. We're going to go into the transcription next week. We're going to talk maybe a lesson about how the oral law came and was transcribed and all the names and details of what we need to know about the oral law being transcribed. Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai
to which the
transcribed the first official work of the Kabbalah, of the esoteric elements of the Torah, which had again all been in tradition. The Zohar, which he wrote, had all been in tradition, although there were recorded some earlier works, but not as major as his. As we know the story of Lag BaOmer, Rabbi Shimon Yochai, a man who was of the holiest of holy, passed away on Lag BaOmer. Today, we have to understand Lag BaOmer for what it is. What makes Lag BaOmer? Why Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai? There are 500,000 approximately of Jews who come to the tomb of Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. Many of them don't know why they're coming there. And what is Lag BaOmer? Why is it such a celebration? Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai was the one who gave us, who transcribed the mystical parts of the Torah, which everything is based on, which the Kabbalah afterwards is based on. The Hasidus is taken from everything that is an entire segment of the Torah that is his credit, that is to his credit that we have. He was sort of the father, the Moses of the esoteric parts of the Torah. And
so watch this.
it is to that reason why Lag BaOmer is such a celebration today. It is your time, which is said should be a happy day and not a sad day. But it is for that reason as to why what makes Lag BaOmer the day that it is. Again, he lies in the Galil. That's where everything was going on at the time. Next week, we're going to speak how in the days of Antoninus of Antony, there arose a man called Rabbi Yehuda Hanassi, Judah the Prince. He's not referred to just as Rabbi, just as the Rabbi. Okay? He was the one who transcribed the oral law and thus
in both of these cases,
made everything official, put everything into writing, and set the stage for Jewish survival, the survival of Judaism until today. And we're going to learn many terms of the era that he lived. Again, wasn't an easy era, but just one last thing.
In other words, payment
we're told on the day Rabbi Akiva was killed in such a brutal way, Rabbi Yehuda Hanassi, Judah the Prince, was born.
Remember,
in other words, the Jews, this was Rabbi Akiva, the Jews, the sages were being killed one after the next. And Hashem said, Hashem takes care, Hashem makes the cure before the damage, before the pain. Hashem makes that, as the verse says, the sun Hashem Hashem, the sun will rise and the sun will set. Every time the sun sets, the sun rises again. There's one sun that may set, but another sun that is eventually in the making. A new day will come, and the Jews will further survive. That was the interesting contrast. Next week we'll get into that, the major phase in Judaism, the transcription of the oral law and everything that came with it.
It's the easiest example ultimately of sacrificial purposes, right? So he pays your sheep, right? And then let's say he gives your sheep on Tuesday, and then on Wednesday he has relations with her. So again, based on what we just learned before, that sheep does not have the status of a harlots and therefore is not forbidden for consecrated temple use, right? Because it lacks transactional immediacy. You must understand. If you bought but when it does have a sheep, let's say on Wednesday, right? You give the sheep on Tuesday. He has races on
in the travel through
Why
Jewish
does he
history,
say
we're
that
up
when he does
to
have a relationship with the top of something?
Rabbeinu
Therefore, Allah
HaKodesh.
is
Rabbeinu
saying
HaKodesh literally means
obviously,
our holy Rabbi, our holy master. He's also known as plain Rabbi. You say in the yeshiva world, Rabbi.
Then
Who is Rabbi? Rabbi is a reference to Rabbi Yehuda HaNossi, who is known as Judah the Prince. Judah the
And therefore, the
Prince.
sheep should be categorized as an Esmon zone already as of
If we
Tuesday.
want to list,
Rabbi Lozer says, and
you know,
what's the
20,
case?
30 characters among the Jewish
This is
people.
very interesting. What happened? The Zona, right? The Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now,
If you want to list 20, 30 characters among the Jewish people who made a tremendous difference, made an unbelievable shift in everything Jewish, he will definitely be one of them.
A pious harlot,
Because
Zona. I don't say, you might say
up until the times of Rabbeinu HaKodesh, up until the times of Rabbi Yehuda HaNossi, the oral law, the Torah Shabbat Peh, was transmitted from rabbi to student, from Moshe to Joshua, Joshua to the one who came after him, and so on.
And there are things in my life that I do very well.
But it was round about 100 years or so, a little more, after the destruction of the Second Temple, which we've been talking. We spoke last week that Rabbi Akiva lived in the time of basically the aftermath of the destruction of the temple. He had a student called Rabbi Meir, who we spoke about last week, was the generation after him. And after that generation came the generation which will mark as the generation of Rabbi Yehuda HaNossi. He came more or less, again this is roughly, but we mark the generations by their
I'm
grade.
learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm giving
Rabbi
stuff
Yehuda
out, but I'm
HaNossi
doing
came
this.
along and realized that something had to be done. The oral Torah was at risk, it was in peril of being forgotten. And what he did is he got together everybody,
and even though
all the
Zona
sages of the generation,
she also thinks
and wrote down in a concise form, wrote down the oral Torah. Now, this is something very, very key, very important. And it's so important because what identifies us as Jews today, what we have the Sefer Torah. The Sefer Torah on its own, it is what it is. We understand whatever we understand of it, but that's very little. Very little, especially when it comes to the actual mitzvahs, as we've described many times.
Gives her the lamb on Tuesday. It says, this is yours as
Transcribing
of
of
today.
the oral Torah
As of today.
was
Right?
the
Then,
hallmark. It was a time when
right? The
Jewish people kind of received maybe even a new the Torah. They had now something they were able to learn. And wherever they may be, they may have been in Morocco, they may have been gone to Egypt, they may have been in Babylon, they may have been dispersed anywhere in the world. They were now able to set up communities. They were now able to be Jews,
right? Their
as Jews should be,
on Wednesday.
because now they had the oral Torah written down. Now, we're going to refer now, we're going to actually go through, I want to be able to go through all of it. The one who did the most brilliant job of running through the history of the oral Torah up until now was Maimonides, was the Rabbi. Maimonides, in the beginning, as an introduction to his book, the Mishnah Torah, to his magnum opus, to his great book, where he codifies the entire Torah, the mitzvahs of the entire Torah. He goes through the history of the oral law, so he called this evening we called it on email. We said, who made up all this Jewish law? People get very skeptical. People get, what's this, we just blindly rely on this, what it says here and what it says there. Well, where is this all coming from? The Rambam knew of this, and many other sages knew it, and wrote down such things. But did a mega job, and a pretty short one, with only a few pages, was the Rambam. And he goes through the unbroken chain and much of the history, which we'll learn inside here. We'll constantly refer back to this. The introduction of the Rambam, and we'll see just how all this comes together. The Rambam starts his introduction in the name of Hashem, the Lord of the world. And he starts with a verse, then I will not be ashamed when I gaze at all of your mitzvahs. It's a verse, but the Rabbi uses this verse to all of the mitzvahs because he's about now to write down the details of all the mitzvahs. The mitzvahs given to Moses at Mount Sinai were all given together with their explanations, as implied by the verse, and I will give you the tablets of stone, the Torah, and the mitzvah. It seems to be redundant. I'll give you the tablets of stone, the Torah. Alright, the Torah, that's done. What's the mitzvah? So he explains. The Torah refers to the written law, the mitzvah to its explanation. God commanded us to fulfill the Torah according to the instructions of the mitzvah. The mitzvah is called the oral law. Here the pasuk, the verse, refers to as the mitzvah, not in the conventional sense, but in the sense of meaning the oral law. Moses, our teacher, personally transcribed the entire Torah before he died, the written Torah, that is. He gave a Torah scroll to each tribe and placed another scroll in the ark as a testimonial. As the verse states, take this Torah scroll and place it beside the ark, and it will be there as a testimonial. So the written Torah was given to every tribe and put in the ark. There was no change. The mitzvah, i.e. the explanation of the Torah, he did not transcribe. Instead, he commanded it verbally to the elders, to Joshua, and to the totality of Israel. As the verse states, be careful to observe everything that I prescribe to you. Moshe says, make sure you follow everything I'm telling you. For this reason, it's called the oral Torah. So that's how things started. Even though the oral Torah was not transcribed, Moses, our teacher, taught it in its entirety to his court, to the 70 elders. We know the Torah says there were 70 elders. The Torah says that there was a time when Moses couldn't handle it. Jews were complaining, and Hashem said, can't handle it, we'll give you 7. Hashem said, appoint yourself 70 elders, which was the beginning of the Sanhedrin. Now, who were the main ones out of those 70 elders? Elazar, Pinchas, and Joshua received the tradition from Moses. Elazar being the son of Aaron, Pinchas the son of Elazar, the grandson of Aaron, and Joshua the next leader. In particular, Moses transmitted the oral law to Joshua, who was his primary disciple, and instructed him regarding it. Similarly, throughout the life of Joshua, throughout his life, Joshua taught the oral law. Many elders received the tradition from him. Eli received the tradition from the elders and from Pinchas. The Maimonides is kind of jumping. There was Joshua, Pinchas, who lived to see Eli. Samuel received the tradition from Eli and his court. David received the tradition from Samuel and his court. He's just going down the line. Achiel of Shiloh was one of those who experienced the exodus of Egypt. He was a Levite and heard teachings from Moses as a child. He was, however, of low stature in Moses' age. He was actually very young. He lived very long. Afterwards, he received the tradition from David and his court. Elijah received the tradition from Achiel of Shiloh and his court.
here
Elisha
that if she was not
received the
fishing,
tradition
the animal
from
was still in
Elijah
existence
and
at
his
the time
court.
that the dia occurred,
Yehoiada, the
perhaps the
priest,
animal
received the
wouldn't
tradition
now
from
be called
Elisha
the
and his
Shlamzona.
court. Zechariah received the tradition from Yehoiada and his court. Hosea received the tradition from Zechariah
This
and his
Shaila
court.
is married to
Amos
Shaila
received the
himself.
tradition from Hosea
The
and
Gemara
his
says,
court.
no.
Isaiah received the tradition from Amos and his court. Enoch received the tradition from Isaiah and his court. Yoel, these are all prophets, by the way. All these names are prophets in the Tanakh.
Is when the animal
What
is
is the
offered
court?
up before the dia.
The court
But by the
refers
time
to
the
each
dia
one of them
occurs,
as the
the
Sanhedrin.
animal's no longer here. But
The
perhaps
Sanhedrin
again,
idea
where she was just
was
not
kept
consecrated,
throughout the
the
ages.
animal still in existence at the time of the
So,
dia,
I mean,
in which case
every
halacha
court
l'maisa,
had the same number of people.
halacha l'maisa,
Generally, you had
the animal
70,
is
71
categorized as an
with
Shlamzona.
the elder
If
who
you
was
must
the
shitale,
leader.
Vikishasa
So Yoel received the tradition from Micha and his court. Rachel received the tradition from Yoel and his court. Habakkuk received the tradition from Nachum and his court. Tzfanya received the tradition from Habakkuk and his court. Jeremiah, we've reached now the time of the destruction of the first temple. We've gone through all of the generations. Jeremiah received the tradition from Tzfanya and his court. Baruch ben Neriah received the tradition from Jeremiah and his court. Ezra, this is the rebuilding of the second temple. Ezra and his court received the tradition from Korah and his court. The members of Ezra's court are referred to as the Anshe Knesses Haggadah, the men of the Great Assembly. We went through them. They included Haggai, Zechariah, Malachi, these were the last prophets, Daniel, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. They were saved from the burning furnace that Nebuchadnezzar threw them into. Nehemiah ben Hakalia, he was the contemporary of Ezra. Mordechai, the linguist, that's one of the names that Mordechai has, that the Rabbi refers to him. We know that Mordechai was a linguist, and that's how the whole story happened, because he knew the language that those people were talking. Zerubbabel, who was the leader of the first ascent to Israel after the Jews had been exiled to Babylon, and many other sages, 120 elders. Now, as we know, that's what the Rabbi makes note of them, because as we mentioned, the Anshe Knesses Haggadah really established many things in their day. For example, the davening, the text of the davening, many other institutions that they made that would establish Judaism for what it is today. So he makes a big stage over here out of it. The last surviving member of this group was Shimon the Just, Simon the Just, Shimon HaTzadik. He was included among the 120 elders who received the oral law from all of them. He served as high priest after Ezra. Antigonus of Soho and his court received the tradition from Shimon the Just and his court. Yosef ben Yoezer of Tzereda, Yosef ben Yochanan of Jerusalem, and their court received the tradition from Antigonus and his court. Yoshua ben Perachiah and Mitael Arbel, and their court received the tradition from Yosef ben Yoezer and Yosef ben Perachiah and their court. By the way, this list over here he's going to do now is listed in the first chapter of Ethics of the Fathers of Periodics. If you look at the first chapter, besides being very nice, bunch of aphorisms, each Mishnah, each paragraph in that first chapter is another link in the next generation. Okay, it starts off Shimon HaTzadik, the second Mishnah, Shimon HaTzadik, Antigonus Ishtacha, and so on and so forth until you reach Hillel and Shammai, going through a few hundred years. So it gives you a piece of every generation. That's how the first chapter of the Ethics of the Fathers Periodic. So he's going to go through this list. Yehuda ben Tabbai and Shimon ben Shatta, and their court received the tradition from Yosef ben Perachiah and Mitael Arbel, and their court Shmai and Avtalia, who were righteous converts. The Rambam knows that they were actually converts. And their court received the tradition from Yehuda and Shimon and their court. Hillel and Shammai, and their court received the tradition from Shmai and Avtalia and their court. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai and Rabbi Shimon, the son of Hillel the elder, received the tradition from Hillel and Shammai and their courts. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai was the leader of the people at this time of the Roman times, at the time of the destruction of the Second Temple. Okay, so we're close now to the time we're talking. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai had 5 students who were great sages and received the tradition from him. They were Rabbi Elazar the Great, to his
إذا
school.
قيد خسير
Rabbi
أطلع
Yeshua,
بأحكام
Rabbi
نصر
Yosef the priest, Rabbi Shimon ben Nisano, and Rabbi Elazar ben Baruch. Rabbi Akiva ben Yosef, Rabbi Akiva received from Rabbi Elazar the Great. He's called Rabbi Elazar HaGadol. Yosef, his father, was a righteous convert. And the Rambam again. All of these is very good at doing this. He said, brilliance of the book of Rambam, you should look in just in the yeshiva world. He's the simplicity which he just lays things out. Rambam doesn't get into any discussion. The book on which most Jewish discussion is based on is the Rambam. You go to yeshiva world, you'll find shelves of books on the Rambam, because the Rambam just, everybody is, if you look at something in the Talmud, everybody is grappling, and there's another, this, that, the other. Rambam just puts it out nicely and smoothly, and leaves you to find the source, which he doesn't write. And we had a question, it's a historical question. The son of God, so his grandfather's father, Rambam said he was a prophet. Banging heavens to what he knows from, the Rambam said, Rambam sort of spawns many things out like that. Rabbi Yishmael and Meir, a son of righteous converts, received the tradition from Rabbi Akiva. So we see Rabbi Meir was the next generation. Rabbi Meir and his colleagues also received the tradition from Rabbi Yishmael. The colleagues of Rabbi Meir include Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Shimon, Nehemiah, Rabbi Elazar ben Shammua, Rabbi Yochanan the shoemaker, we'll look at him in a second, Shimon ben Azai, and Rabbi Hanina ben Teradia. Rabbi Yochanan the shoemaker is buried, if you've ever been to Meron. Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai is buried down the street, down the hill. He was a shoemaker. The Rambam makes mention, when the Rambam speaks of the laws of the Torah, learning Torah, the Rambam says that many of the most ultimate greatest of sages were very simple craftsmen. They refused to use their Torah as making a living, although they may be good. Many of them were very poor. Hillel was a wood chopper, and at times they suffered tremendous poverty. And Rabbi Yochanan was a shoemaker, and he's one of the greatest. He's very good for Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai.
He's giving them money.
Similarly,
now, because it's an apple,
Rabbi Akiva's colleagues also received the tradition from Rabbi Elazar the Great. Rabbi Akiva's colleagues include Rabbi Tarfon, the teacher of Rabbi Yosef, Gamliel, Rabbi Shimon ben Elazar, and Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri. Rabbi Gamliel the elder received the tradition from Rabbi Shimon, his father, the son of Hillel the elder. Rabbi Shimon, his son, received the tradition from him. Rabbi Gamliel, his son, received the tradition from him, and Rabbi Shimon, his son, received the tradition from him. You see the name Shimon and Gamliel repeating themselves. They named after each other. But there's a general, there's a rule. This is a rule between the Rambam also rules this way, that if there's a position among Jewish people and the son is worthy enough of taking that position, then he has rights for it first. And that's why you'll see, many these generations, they may have been tremendously great people who were the same generation. How did they decide who's going to be who? Who's going to be the head? Who's going to be the head of the yeshiva? Well, the first one was, if his son was the one son, the one before son was worthy enough, then he had. That's the rule. Last paragraph, Rabbi Yehuda, the son of Rabbi Shimon, referred to as Rabbeinu HaKodesh, our saintly teacher, received the tradition from his father, Rabbi Elazar ben Shammua, and from Rabbi Shimon and his colleagues.
Then we have
Gamliel, Shimon, a few times again. Father and son had the same name, they both living. No, Rabbeinu HaKodesh composed the Mishnah. Days of Moses, our teacher, until Rabbeinu HaKodesh, no one had composed a text for the purpose of teaching the oral law in public. Instead, in each generation, the head of the court, or prophet of that generation, would take notes of the teachings which he received from his masters for himself, and teach them verbally in public. Similarly, according to his own potential, Each individual would write notes for himself of what he heard regarding the explanation of the Torah, its laws, and the new concepts that were discussed in each generation concerning the laws that were not communicated by oral tradition, but rather deducted from one of the 13 principles of biblical. Now that next word I don't know what it is. Exegesis. Alright,
So what do you see? Now, what do you see from this last piece? Amo, kapara, you say kapara. So what do you see from here? That when Ruben pays
accepted by the
the
High
bill,
Court.
right, pays the bill, so even though
Let me
again,
just explain that.
paying
In other words, he said, what does he say? He said, everybody wrote down
and he is
what had
considered
come into
paid
tradition
for
from
Shemitah police,
the oral Torah, its laws, and new concepts that were deduced in each generation, not directly communicated in the Torah, the oral tradition, but deduced using one of the 13 principles of biblical explanation, biblical deduction that we have. Now, what are they? This is also very important. In many Sidurim, right before Hodu, when we start the service, you will find that we say there's a page that's called the Brisa of Rabbi Yishmael. Rabbi Yishmael says, Bishlosh Esrei Midos HaTorah Midrashes. The Torah can be expounded upon using 13 principles. Now, what these are, I'll give you the first one. Kal means light, literally. Not light as in light as in lightweight. Chomer means heavy. Light and heavy. What it means is, if you have a law, which is a heavy law, meaning a law which is stated in a certain case, which is more stringent than another given case.
So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already
Torah
paid, and
says
therefore there is
the person may not
transactional
marry
immediacy that's happening.
a grandchild, a granddaughter.
Now she says over here,
The Torah actually doesn't have relationships with,
like
which,
the shopkeeper is going to give.
the Torah doesn't actually state that one cannot do such a thing with a daughter. So someone's going to come along and say, so the first one of the 13 principles of the Torah, of deducing the Torah, is Kal V'chomer. If a law was said in a lightweight case, in a less stringent case, the law obviously applies in a more stringent case. Now, not all of those are as obvious as I just made. That's a very big one. Okay? That's a very big one. But that now,
But now he's not saying
another one, I'll give you another example. The next law is Zera Shava. Zera Shava means a verse which uses equal terminology in two cases. A word or a few words which the Torah will use in a certain case and uses the same terminology regarding another case, from which we can learn some rules that apply in that case number one will not apply there, also apply in case number two, because the Torah used equal terminology.
When is it prohibited for Reuben to say to his workers,
These are principles
don't even drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with the shopkeeper who extends
that have to be very carefully analyzed, because not every topic in Harry can go and say, oh well, juxtapose this to that, the Pasuk uses this word, that word, we can know what all that will go. That's why he said that in each generation,
therefore that lacks transactional immediacy.
these principles were used. Now, these principles were given to Moses, and the Torah was always learned using these principles. However, these principles had to be brought to the Sanhedrin. The Torah tells us that the Sanhedrin in each generation, they are the end all of opinion, the book stops there. And if they discussed it and agreed that this is a valuable, this is a true deduction or learning out of, then the Torah itself says that that's the law. And in any given generation, you'll see in the Talmud, if you learn a bit of Gemara, you'll see that this is constantly, we're learning things out of a verse. It's a very great principle. Not everything was dictated by oral tradition. Some things we learn out of verses. There are principles of how you learn a verse. What you can or cannot do, even if you do follow the principles, it has to go through the pipeline of Jewish decision, which
And
was
ultimately,
and
again, your guarantee
even is
that
the Sanhedrin.
that transactional
And then
immediacy
when the Sanhedrin will decide that this is invalid, then it's valid. So
You're right.
people wrote down everything that they had heard, and that
Whether
had
the
been
shopkeeper extends
decided
credit or doesn't extend credit doesn't
in previous generations. So this
Even
situation continued until the age of Rabbeinu HaKadosh.
So what's the difference? If I look at Rashi over here, Rashi says,
He connected all the teachings, all the laws, and all the explanations and commentaries that were heard from Moses, our teacher, and which were taught by the courts of each generation concerning the entire Torah. From all this, he composed the text of the Mishnah. He taught it to the sages in public and revealed it to the Jewish people, who all wrote it down. They spread it in all places so that the oral law would not be forgotten by the Jewish people. Why did Rabbeinu HaKadosh make such an innovation instead of perpetuating the status quo? Asks the Rabbi, why did he decide to do this? Because he saw the students becoming few, new difficulties constantly arising. The Roman Empire is spreading itself throughout the world and becoming more powerful, and the Jewish people wandering and becoming dispersed to the far ends of the world. Then he composed a single text that would be available to everyone, so that it would be studied quickly and would not be forgotten. Throughout his entire life, he and his court taught the Mishnah to the masses.
Ultimately, again,
So this is the stage of Rabbeinu HaKadosh. We know him as Rabbeinu HaKadosh or Rabbi. Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi. Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi. His character himself is recorded in many places in the Gemara. He was an all-rounder. He was from the house of David. So that immediately got him tremendous respect. He was tremendously wealthy, a very wealthy man. He was tremendously scholarly and kind. There was everything going for him. The people saw him as the ultimate leader. In fact, towards the end of the life, towards the end of his life, actually it was on his deathbed, the Gemara says, he raised his 10 fingers to the heavens, and he said, never in my life have I had enjoyment, have I had pleasure from the wealth that I had. He was very wealthy, but he never let himself indulge. He said in his day, every day of the year, he had salad on the table. In those days, that means if it was winter, you were bringing vegetables from nowhere, you were bringing lettuce. He said the Gemara tells us which vegetables were all on his table every day of the year. It wasn't an issue for him. That's how wealthy he was in those days. He was just spreading it around. He didn't take it in. He didn't sit there and enjoy it. That's what he would. That's what he testified of himself, that I never enjoyed anything that I actually got. Towards the end of his life, he was inflicted with very great disease, which caused a lot of pain.
And then I'll settle up.
Rabbi was also very friendly with the Roman emperor, who was called Antony. Which Antony exactly it was, because it was two, but he was very friendly with him. Antoninus. This Antoninus guy was maybe a little different, or very different than many of the Roman emperors. He was a scholar, he was a philosopher, he loved Rabbi. And actually, the story was of how their friendship started was that the Romans, at the time when Rabbi was born, was the era of Rabbi Akiva. We said the day Rabbi Akiva was killed was the day that Rabbi was born. At that time, the Romans had forbidden any Jewish activity, including bris milah. There was death penalty for anybody who would make a bris. The mother of Rabbi, who was the wife of the sage at the time, was before. She she made a bris, and the Romans found out, and they summoned them to Rome. They had to travel to Rome, and they knew basically what was awaiting them. On the way, they stopped off in an inn, in a hotel. And there was over there a Roman lady, who seemed to be a very nice lady. And she asked the mother, Rabbi, where are you going? She said, I'm going to Rome. What are you going to Rome for? It's a nice Jewish lady going to Rome. She said, well, this is the deal. This will be in summer. She was very compassionate, this lady, and she said, you know something? I have a baby which is exactly the same age as yours. Let's switch. We'll make a switch. We'll come back. He's not circumcised, obviously. You go to Rome, you see the whole thing is phony, and you'll come back and everything right. And she did. She went, they showed the baby. The emperor was furious with whoever gave him this false accusation. The baby wasn't circumcised. He did away with them. What are you lying to me for? The leader of the Jews is a good Rabbi. Everything is fine.
For dedicating all the Shalom
We
Russians
switched.
this year
That baby
as a supposed for the Soros troubles for all Israel.
So
Our correspondence for the month of Av.
so the
Our
kind
Barmin
of
will told
bond
us to
between
when the Drazing honor of Israel Drazing and Dina Drazing
started
and
when they
Reading
were babies.
Drazing's life and
And
Stone
there's
Roses
many
life for
stories in the
For
Gemara
instance,
who go on and on
Dr.
about the
Eddie
friendship,
Wolf,
the bond
version of the
between
outside
the two
of
of them.
that
He
his
trusted
father
them
Simon
ultimately.
Wolf, Shalom,
And
Ben
there was
C. Hirsch,
and what it
and
was,
Nixon, and
what
that
the
era
benefit
limit
of
of
that
his father,
was
Ben
an era
Abba,
of peace for the
father,
Jewish
Baruch
people.
Mordechai, Ben
Was an
Maria,
era they were able to breathe in
the
the time
dedicated
of
element
Anthony.
is this precious heart to the spoken message and bring them home. The Shalom and the Karov and Miracle and the Source Miracle and give them success. The whole on massive.
Let's see a little
Also,
bit
the
further.
after that us we have an exciting date ahead of us today. Today's date
These
is
are the great
Sunday,
sages. These are the great sages who were part of the court of Rabbi HaKodesh and received the tradition from him.
Rabbi Yana, which
His
is
sons,
2,
Shimon and
4,
Gamliel,
6,
again the
8,
name repeating
10,
himself,
12, 12
Rabbi
lines
Ofeis,
of
Rabbi Hanina ben Chama, Rabbi
the
Chia,
verse is as follows. Today Rabbi Yanai,
Rabbi
Yas
Yanai, Bar
Yishiyas
Kapra,
Nanim, who called him Yishiyas. A very interesting piece over here. The members of the household of Rabbi Yanai will do as follows.
Now,
They
these
will
are all
borrow
names which are
sneak up
household
produce
names in
from
any
the
yeshiva,
poor,
and any,
and
these
then
are all,
repay them
these
with
are all,
eighth-year produce,
repeated
non-sneaker
hundreds and
produce from the
thousands of
following
times.
year. So if you look at that,
Thousands and millions of other sages
Yas
received the tradition
Yishiyas
from Rabbi
Kodesh Nanim,
HaKodesh together
obviously.
with
Again, without getting into all the
Yeshivas.
sneaker technicalities and stuff, but halacha
You see
l'maisa,
all the 11
you can
sages
go
mentioned
ahead
about received the tradition
and
from
lend
Rabbi
or borrow,
HaKodesh and
not
attended
commerce, but
his
lend or
study
borrow
sessions.
sneaker
There are
produce while
differences
it's still
between them.
readily available
In
for
other words,
everyone.
there
So
were
it says,
still
once
there
it's
were
no
still
longer readily
questions.
available
What we
here,
say
you
always,
really
what
can no
if
longer
is
try to
eternal?
keep it for yourself.
Think it is
So the
always,
idea of
well,
it
this
is,
was what
so
says in the
people
Mishnah,
of
but
the
what if the
Asher
case
Rabbi
differs a little
would
bit? What do
borrow
we do
sneaker
then?
produce from the
There were
Amir
differences.
Shmitiya. Rashi goes on,
At
part
that
of the
time,
Shminis,
Rabbi Yochanan
was
was of lesser stature. Afterwards, he became a disciple of Rabbi Yanai,
so
received instruction from him. Similarly, Rav received the tradition from Rabbi Yanai, and Shmuel received the tradition from Rabbi Hanina ben Chama.
Ultimately,
I'm going to say
again,
this in a minute, we'll soon get there.
new
But
products, eighth-year produce.
the Mishnaic period, the period of
So
the
they came
Mishnah,
and they said, so people
is what we
mention
call
the
the period of the
something about it,
Tanoim.
obviously, that bothered
Tana,
people. Some
Tana means to learn,
I'm a
or
little,
to learn
and
from,
I said,
to
yeah,
speak.
listen up, it's perfectly
There are two
fine.
terms that are very important.
Why?
Tana and
Interesting
Amora.
enough,
Tana means the learner, the study, the one who teaches. Those refer to all the sages, basically from the era of the Second Temple to a little bit after Rabbeinu HaKadosh, or around his time, a few hundred years. What unites them is that they are all the ones quoted in the Mishnah.
With a forbidding item.
Rabbi Akiva, all these people, Rabbi Meir, Bar Kapara,
So, for example,
you had all the rabbis. They are identified, by the way, for the most part, as Rabbi. You talk about Rabbi somebody,
because there's not
okay?
a
You're
recipe.
talking about a Tana. You're talking about somebody who had joined in the Mishnah, Rabbi Elazar, Rabbi Hanina, Rabbi Yehuda.
Because there's no immediate
All these people are referred to as
does
Rabbi.
not look like you're doing commerce with
The next term which we need to learn is
and then
Tana,
the notion
then
of
there's
prohibition
Amora.
involves
Amora is somebody who came after Rabbeinu HaKodesh, and they're the ones quoted in the Talmud.
and therefore, again, should the same thing will not
Amora comes from the word Omar, to say, to speak. They spoke over what the Tanaim, what the Tana, what they wrote, or what they said. They spoke it over. They discussed it.
and he gives her something for her
The important
services.
Amorai are Abaya,
Or you give her
Rav,
an object,
Rav
that
Yosef,
object is called an
all the
esrog,
Ravs,
so that people
Rav
call it,
Chista,
and
Rav
cannot
Huna.
be used for any type of
Rabbi,
sacrificial
generally, is a
makes
Tana.
sense.
Rav, something is an Amora.
What's the case? The
Right.
case.
What's the difference between them? It's Rabbi is
Let's say
Hebrew,
we don't
Rav
goes to
is
Rav,
Aramaic.
right?
The Mishnah is written in Hebrew. The Gemara, the Talmud is written in Aramaic for the most part. So there is a difference. It's just
Right, but he doesn't
it's
have
just
a
the
relationship
term.
with her.
The
Or
Mishnah was written in Israel.
or he has a relationship
Talmud
with her, doesn't
Bavli,
pay her.
Babylonian Talmud
What's
was
the
written
halacha?
in Babylon.
her heart
the
would
Talmud
change
Yerushalmi,
ultimately
you will find many rabbis, because the Jerusalem Talmud lived in a place where you called Rabbi. Okay? But since we follow mostly the Talmud Bavli, we can use this divider of Rabbi and Rav. Rabbi is the one who are Talmud, the ones who compose the Mishnah. Ravs are the ones who compose the Gemara.
Restrictions on it, to which the Gemara says,
I'm sorry,
but the soon, furthermore, the second case,
today you would say, well, it's interesting. Today, when you call a rabbi, you would say, oh, Rav Goldberg, which is Rabbi Goldberg. Okay? Oh, Rav. Many people, but in most cases, you will call someone Rav, the rabbi. It's interesting, the word Rebbe was often reserved for Hasidic Rebbes. Rebbe was Rebbe Yisrael Baal Shem Tov. So it might have been that was sort of the Rav, maybe a rabbi of a regular, or the rabbi of the community, or the Rosh Hashiva. Something was more of a holy nature. It could be, I'm not saying that this is for the fact, but something more of a holy nature. A Rebbe was referred to with the Rebbe name.
That means practically is that it can be used ultimately again, let's say, for some type of sacrificial or
now, there's two names over here which are very important.
So
Rav and Shmuel. The end of the line is Rav. Beginning of the middle of the next line is Shmuel.
What does it mean?
Rav and Shmuel were really important, and because they were the ones who
rather again,
were sort
sometime
of the
later,
bridge
of course,
between the Mishnah
go ahead
and the Gemara.
translate. Maybe I think there's
The
some
rule was, or is, that someone who composed the Gemara, the Talmud, cannot argue with somebody who is a Tana. An Amora can never argue with a Tana. The Tanoim wrote down the Mishnah. What they said was true. That was the tradition. You can't argue with the tradition. You can't argue with what they wrote down. You can discuss it. You can figure out what they meant. You can't argue with it. They were the ones who joined in writing the oral tradition. Rav was the bridge. The Talmud says that Rav, on some occasions, does argue with the Tana, because he could have been also to be considered a Tana. He was of that nature that the Mishnah sort of was still in the making till the cut-off line. Anyhow, Rav composed the Sifra and Sifrei to explain the sources for the Mishnah. Rabbi composed the Tosefta to explain the subjects discussed in the Mishnah. Rabbi Hoshaya and Bar Kafri composed the Brises to explain the matters discussed in the Mishnah. Books were authored to explain the Mishnah. Rabbi Yochanan composed the Jerusalem Talmud in Eretz Yisrael approximately 300 years after the destruction of the Temple. Okay? The Jerusalem Talmud was composed, I believe, about 100 years before the Babylonian Talmud. So what do we see here? Right after the Mishnah, the next generation already, Rav and Shmuel, they were already writing books to explain the sources and to expound upon the Mishnah. The Mishnah is very, very concise. If you open the Mishnah, the wording is like a verse. It's like uses such concise wording that you can dig out. It's really brilliant. And many books are written for the layman and just to discuss where they're getting it from, which verse. There's almost none of that in the Mishnah to tell you where, from what, and all that. It was just a record of the actual books written, Sifra, Sifrei, Tosefta, all these books are available today, which explain us what the Mishnah is talking about. The first Talmud, which was written, which was a collection of major collection of all the discussion, was written in Jerusalem by Rabbi Yochanan. This is not Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai. There were no Rabbi Yochanans. Rabbi Yochanan Zakkai started the destruction. This is 300 years later. This Rabbi Yochanan is interesting. There are many stories about all these people. Rabbi Yochanan was the one who wrote the Jerusalem Talmud. He had a brother-in-law who was called
on Tuesday.
Reb Shimon ben Lakish is known as Reish Lakish, who had hundreds of times. Reb Yochanan and Reish Lakish. Reb Yochanan and Reish Lakish had a discussion. Reb Yochanan, the Talmud, again, everybody major the Talmud devotes a lot to their life story as well. Reb Yochanan suffered tremendously. He was the composer of Jerusalem Talmud. Reb Yochanan had 10 sons and he lost every one of them in his lifetime. And it says that Reb Yochanan carried on him a tooth from his youngest son. And when he would go to a Shiva house, he would show them and say, you know, I've beaten it, sort of thing. That was Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan was a tremendously handsome man. And it says, interestingly, that in his spare time, the time he was tired from learning, the Gemara says, he would sit by the mikveh in the evening, although this is not something which is done ever. He would sit by the mikveh. Now we know the significance of when a woman walks out of the mikveh, what the conceiving that she has. There's a great significance of what she watches and what she looks at that time. And this is the source for in the Gemara that he would sit by the mikveh, and in order that the women should meet him, sort of thing, should see him on that night.
And even though the zone is a zone,
this is what a sage of Israel does when he's tired.
I guarantee you.
In other words, he doesn't go and sleep on the couch. He's thinking, what can I do that doesn't involve so much effort to build to the Jewish people? This was it. The most interesting one was Reish Lakish. Reish Lakish was the brother-in-law of Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, and they were in loggerheads all the time, always arguing over the Gemara. This is how everything was created. Reish Lakish, his history was that he was an outlaw. He was a highwayman. Reish Lakish was a mighty fellow, very, very burly, very strong. What happened was, the Talmud says, that Rabbi Yochanan was very handsome.
Then,
Rabbi Yochanan was standing on the other end of the river. Reish Lakish was on the opposite side. Reish Lakish thought that this handsome he was a sheep. So what he did was he started playing gymnastics to impress the sheep.
So essentially,
He did all somersaults and everything, and he jumped over the river. He was so tough. He gets to the other end and he sees that the she is a he. Anyway, well, it wasted effort. So Rabbi Yochanan, he realized that this young chap has a lot of potential, very strong, but he had it in him. And he said to me, he says, if you I have a sister, and if you behave and if you get to the right places, I'll arrange a sitter. Reish Lakish saw Rabbi Yochanan, he was taken by him, and he agreed. It says Reish Lakish tried to jump over the river, the width again, and he couldn't manage. Immediately, as soon as he made that decision to learn to become, to behave, his physical might that had been left was broken. He delved into the Torah with the same strength that he had and became Reish Lakish, the counterpart of Rabbi Yochanan, and became his brother. And so Rabbi Yochanan, after Reish Lakish passed away, was never the same. He said he didn't have anybody to talk to. He said, everybody else, he said, are yes people. They're all nodding their heads, yeah, or whatever you say. Reish Lakish was this tougher with relax with him. That was the history of Reish Lakish, how he turned around his stamina to Torah. Anyway.
And that's the resurrection. It was good to have all my a lot of times we compare ourselves to others, and we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But he says you can measure up.
This is a question of all generations of the night. This is a share. This is a share, a separate share.
That which you own. You only have to concentrate, or you only can concentrate.
That's something else. That's a whole separate. We'll do just if we just comment. Anyway.
So often in life we forget that it's rough.
The second last fact on the page. Among the great sages who received the tradition from Rabbi Shmuel, that this is Rabbi Shmuel, were the Rosh Yeshivas in Babylon, in Babylon. We're going backwards and forwards from Israel to Babylon. This is Babylon now. Who received the tradition from Rabbi Shmuel was Rav Huna, Yisrael Ravs, Rav Yehuda, Rav Nachman, Rav Kahana. Among the great sages who received the tradition from Rabbi Yochanan was Rabbi Rabami, Rabasi, Rabimi, and Rabovin.
to accomplish
Now, the reason why they're
spiritual
called Rav
things that are
is because they moved to Babel. They moved to Babylon. They took from Rabbi Yochanan. And what happened was, we must realize that after the destruction of the temple,
this is very interesting. So it
if
says there,
you
right,
would
so
want to have it on a graph, the population in Israel was going on an immediate down year by year, especially after the death of Rabbeinu HaKodesh. In the days of Rabbeinu HaKodesh, the Roman Empire was very kind to them, and Israel that was under the Roman Empire was doing very well.
then
After Rabbeinu HaKodesh passed,
then I give you the
there
right
was
to
sort of no
acquire
reason to be there. No Beis HaMikdash, no Rabbeinu
Fine.
HaKodesh, no sage. So what are we still doing?
Why we do this?
And Jews slowly but surely started moving to Babel.
This all happened
Babylon.
with Raviana, with this Shmita trade.
3 out of 4 Jewish people, after Rabbeinu HaKodesh passed away, slowly but surely made their way to Babel. So many went to Spain. This was the beginning of the migration. To Spain, the historians say at that time they must have gone also to Germany and to France. And at least they visited there. That was the beginning when everything started germinating of the Jewish presence in these countries, because there was nothing to be in Israel. Jerusalem was destroyed. It was in ruins. There was to live there. Even the Galil, what was in the Galil? So that's how they had. Whereas in Babylon, at the time, there was a very huge and strong Jewish community. There were yeshivas. We'll get to Babylon. There was entire cities which were Jewish. They had their own sort of monarchy. It was the Reish Galusa, the famous idea of Reish Galusa, who was given autonomy by the Babylonian Empire to run all the Jewish events. He had extreme power. So this was the place to be. This was the Brooklyn. This was the this was the yeshivas. The great people were there. These were yeshivas that were founded by Ezekiel. 700 years earlier, Surah, which was a yeshiva, was the yeshiva of Rav, was founded by Ezekiel. These were his history places, and this is why the people migrate there.
By the time the deal occurs,
Last paragraph, among the sages who received the edition from Rabbi Yehuda were Rabbi and Rav Yosef. Among the sages who received the edition from Rabbi and Rav Yosef were Abaya and Rava. You won't find 2-3 pages in the Talmud without mentioning these people. Abaya, Rava, Rav Yosef, these are household names. Both of them also received the tradition from Rav Nachman. Among the sages who received the tradition from Rava were Rav Ashi and Ravina. Received the tradition from Rav Ashi, his father, and from Ravina. This is the end of the line. By Rav Ashi and Ravina.
Right, she went ahead and she already offered it. Right, she offered it up already by the time the deal occurred. That's when it gave us. That's directly
from the
introduction
of the Rambam. There were 40 generations from Rav Ashi back to Moses, our teacher, blessed memory they were. Now, what we do for wine. Rav Ashi, Rava, Ravuna, Rav Yochanan, Rabbeinu HaKodesh. You see now there were 6 generations between the Talmud and Rav Ashi and Rabbeinu HaKodesh wrote the Mishnah.
So the verse is 9.
Rav Shimon, Rabbi Gabriel, Rav Shimon, Rabbi Gabriel, Rav Shimon, Hillel and Shammai, Shmai and Naftali, Yehuda and Shimon, Yeshua and Nitai, Yosef and Yosef and Yehuda, Antigonus, Shimon the Just,
But
Ezra,
perhaps again,
Baruch, Jeremiah, Tzfanyel,
Habakkuk, the animals
Habakkuk,
still existed under the deal, in which case Halacha L'Maisa,
Isaiah,
the animal is categorized as an
Zechariah,
of the law, it gave us a
Elisha,
Shishalei,
Elijah,
Rikishas, and
Ahia,
Isaac.
David, Samuel, Eli, Pinchas, Joshua, and Moses.
Of course, it's not going to be categorized as a
This is the source for everything.
consecrated it, we're not sure. Which the Gemara says take it. So we're really not sure. So interesting here, but it's like, what comes out in this case over here is first
Okay,
of
the
all,
way I mentioned this last time, I mentioned it again, it's important.
We're not finished.
Oh, you say,
We're
okay.
doing this thing. It's important for
That's an interesting phenomenon.
You
want to go in front of Moses and call him Moses.
If that order is not followed either,
Moshe Rabbeinu.
or Bia and then payment
Alicia,
ultimately again is not considered to be
Alicia,
a
right?
testimony. So
I was actually thinking about it today. Maybe there are those that give reason, others that don't. You know, when did the Rav or Rabbi start? Okay, where do you find the first one?
If she's not
Rabbi, you're right.
so
Yeah. I don't have an actual reason. I don't know an actual reason. Although, if I may assume, it might be because
let's say he has
there's
relationship
no need.
and then
If you have
afterwards
if
he
you
pays her.
in a generation where things are obvious,
Again,
then there's no need for titles. You understand? If somebody with his mere stature, if you said, Zachariah, Zachariah, Isaiah. There's no Isaiah number 2.
But the Rice says if
When
has
maybe could be when the generations diminish.
late.
You need titles, right? Today everybody throws around titles, right? This guy is this, this guy is that, you know. Actually, interestingly enough, now that I think of it, I believe there is reference in the Gemara that something referred to Rabbi Moshe, our teacher Moshe. So that was, whether it was Rabbi Yehoshua, I'm not sure. I don't remember there's such a thing, but yeah, that's very interesting. The source of all these people's knowledge is God, the Lord of Israel. This is how Maimonides puts it all together. All the sages were mentioned. All the sages who were mentioned were the leaders of the generations. Among them were the heads of the academies, the Rosh Yeshiva, heads of the exile, the Reish Kulusa, and members of the Great Sanhedrin. Together with them in each generation, there were thousands of myriads who heard these teachings. We're just naming one, says the Rabbi. That's important to understand. Ravina and Ravashi were the final generations of the sages of the Talmud. Ravashi composed the Babylonian Talmud in Shinar, just another name for Babylon. The biblical name actually for Babylon, Shinar. Approximately 100 years after Rabbi Yochanan composed the Jerusalem Talmud. The intent of both of the Talmuds is to elucidate the words of the Mishnah, to explain its deeper points, and to relate the new matters that were developed by each court from the era of Rabbeinu HaKodesh until the composition of the Talmud. New things came up. From the entire body of knowledge stemming from the two Talmuds, the Tosefta, the Sifra, and the Sifrei, which were the books written right after the Mishnah, can be derived, the forbidden and the permitted, the impure, the pure, the liable, those who are free from liability, the invalid, and the valid, as was received in tradition, one person from another, in a chain extending back to Moses at Mount Sinai. The sources mentioned above, this is important, relate those matters which were decreed by the sages and prophets in each generation in order to build a fence around the Torah. Now what that means is, there were rules which were created by the sages to make sure, you have a cliff and you want to build a fence around the cliff. A famous example is the example of Muktzah. On Shabbos, we're not supposed to handle certain things.
This is like the parent.
You're not supposed to handle a pet. Now, the Torah doesn't say it's not part of the oral tradition that you're not supposed to handle a pet. Why don't we handle a pet on Shabbos? Because it may come to right. Handling a pet, you'll come to right. That was something that the sages decreed, and the Torah gave authority for the sages to decree. Hanukkah, Purim, these are not fences, but these are new things. But still, the Torah gives authority for the sages, but it must be all the sages, to decree. We were explicitly taught about this practice by Moses, as implied from Leviticus, and you shall observe my precepts, which can be interpreted to mean make safeguards for my precepts. That means Asu Mishmeres Namishmart in Hebrew, what's making guards for my precepts. Similarly, it includes the customs and ordinances which were ordained and practiced in each generation according to the judgment of the governing court of that generation. For example, Hanukkah. There were new things, novel things that obviously are not from the Torah. It is forbidden to deviate from these decisions, as implied by the verse. Do not deviate from the instructions that they will give you, left or right. This is very important. In other words, the Torah itself gives authority to the sages if there is a consensus of the sages of the time. Nobody now can create the Hanukkah Purim because there is not a consensus of all the sages of the time. We don't have the authority power now to do that.
So he
But
goes in
the
and
Torah
says,
says, don't move from any, don't deviate from any of the instructions they'll give you. If they will convene and they will decide that something is supposed to be law, then that's the law. The Torah itself, in other words, it predicts the obvious. In any country, in any lawmaking, in any place that abides by laws, there will always be new situations. Yes, in the time of the Torah, there was no Hanukkah yet, there was no Purim yet. But Purim did happen and Hanukkah happened. So what do?
Right.
So you do so if the sages will come together and realize that this is something that needs to be done. So the Torah says they have the permission to make a Hanukkah. They have permission to make Purim. They have permission to make laws which apply in certain cases. And this, by the way, this is we all hear every 5 minutes then the other discussion about the second day Yom Tov.
He doesn't have
Right? This is a big one. Well, the business was second day Yom Tov. The business is very simple. The Gemara says, well, why do the second day Yom Tov?
Because he's doing that essentially, it's not on him.
The Sanhedrin
Whatever
will
they
decide
do.
when the new moon will
Rashi
be
says
great.
over here, okay, Rashi goes through all of
The
this.
message did not necessarily get to all the places,
Look
right?
at Rashi's Romishum
In time,
Right?
if the Pesach is on the 15th of the month, so wherever you can get to 15 days, 14 days, you can get to. Wherever you got, you got. Rosh Hashanah, for example, you can't get anywhere. If today is the first day of the month and the day is Rosh Hashanah, right? You're not going nowhere. It's Rosh Hashanah. So everybody who was out of range get 2 days because it was either Rosh Chodesh was either on day number 30, 29, 30 was Rosh Chodesh, or day number 31. But it had to be either one of those two. It was never 32, the Torah says. Either 30, 31, and then you make you make Rosh Chodesh. So everyone who was out of range kept 2 days. Out of doubt. Maybe Rosh Chodesh was day number 30. Maybe Rosh Chodesh was day number 31. Rosh Hashanah, the whole Israel kept 2 days. Because we were in doubt because nobody didn't know what was going on in Jerusalem. Right? That was on the Talmud says that when the calendar was fixed, in other words, there was no Sanhedrin anymore, and we weren't fixing the days of the month according to the witnesses coming or saw the new moon.
If Reuben
We're
just
doing
says, here,
now, because the Jews were dispersed, no Sanhedrin, in order to decide that now is Rosh Chodesh. So we make a calendar. We figure out when the moon will be seen. We announce it in Shul every Shabbos Mevorachim, when the moon will be seen in Jerusalem. And on that day, or around that day, wherever it's a whole very complex thing of how the calendar works. But in principle, around then is Rosh Chodesh, and we make Rosh Chodesh. Okay? So seemingly now, everybody knows when Rosh Chodesh is. Everybody knows when the 15th day of the month is. So I keep 2 days Yom Tov. Right? So the Gemara asks the question, and the Gemara says,
to the Rabbinic case of remember,
in the day, there was a time, says the Gemara, when Babylon was able to find out when Rosh Chodesh was. And nevertheless, they still be careful to keep the tradition of your fathers. The tradition of your parents was to keep 2 days Yom Tov. You have to carry on keeping 2 days Yom Tov. Now, why was this the case? Why was this the case? The sages of the time felt that this is something that had to be done. The reason being, if you had, there had to be more than once. Let's say you had a case where there was a certain place where they did it, and another place they didn't do it. It wouldn't be clear. It wouldn't be clear cut. In other words, people, I came from Israel, so I kept 1 day Yom Tov. So when I go to, when I go to America, I'll also keep 1 day Yom Tov. Over there you don't know. Over there you don't know, when Yom Tov is. Pesach was always 1 day. We had to make 2 Seder's. We made 1 Seder, right? The masses think that way. Masses don't.
Translated, literally, the
Delineate,
shopkeeper
mid-range,
acquires his
upper range,
money immediately. Look at that.
They know what they did as a kid. So they said, you put, if you're outside of Israel, that's what they made the Muslims. If you're inside Israel, when mostly that's when the message will inevitably come.
So that's it.
So that's
transaction. If you're
outside of Israel, although the reasoning has gone away,
buy food, buy drink, you say,
in 2 days Yom Tov,
go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab.
that way.
This is a shopkeeper who normally
Somebody will come along and say,
so therefore,
well,
again, it's as if the debt is already
2,000 years
paid,
down
and
the line,
therefore
today there's email, today there's other things you don't know. So today's the time to abolish
it
it.
says over here,
So there's a law in the Torah that says
exchange.
that
Right, the shopkeeper is going to give.
if you want to
donkey drivers
abolish something,
and
the one who needs to abolish it must be greater in wisdom and in number than those who have issued it. Which means that in simple language,
Therefore, that case
if you start to tamper,
transactional
then you're going down a very dangerous path. If you have the stature, if we would have the position that they had then, of saying, you know something, this time, they had to do that then, so as not to forget to keep up the custom of their fathers. But now, if the reason doesn't apply, can we abolish it? So the answer is,
Instead of making the first case of advice, the case of where
the
Ruben says,
decree
here's
was made
$100,
by
go out
those who are
and
greater in number and
make
greater
it
in
two
stature.
different
You
things.
cannot abolish it.
What
The reasoning went away.
when is this so
The Torah
ultimately
knows the
again it's
character.
prohibited? The Chenbani
And the proof is in
in
the
the
Buddha.
Shtabid way.
Those
When
who
is it
felt
prohibited for
that they
Ruben to
could,
say to his
you
wife,
know,
Chavla, go
abrogate
eat and
this
drink,
law,
and
although
I'll pick
they're
up
not
the
as
tab.
great, and
That's
the
only with the
consensus of sages of the time is not as strong.
because there's
Nevertheless,
transactional
okay,
immediacy,
typical people,
and it's
they
as
don't.
if again the
It
Chenbani
doesn't
already
stop
has
with
the
that.
money to be prohibited items.
Doesn't stop there. It goes to things which are, there's no reason to abolish.
Therefore, that
And they
lacks
can still abolish them.
transactional
The Torah makes laws. This law can actually understand. In other words, the language in the Gemara is Yorda l'Seif Da'ata Shalodam. The Torah penetrated down to the consciousness of people. The Torah is given by Hashem. And Hashem knows the way people work. And that's why there is the system of once it's in, it's not simple at all to abolish. That is on face value. Talking on the spiritual level, this explains why in the diaspora we must have 2 days of Yom Tov. Because it says the holiness of Yom Tov takes more time, so to speak. It takes 2 days to penetrate that which in Israel takes 1 day.
Ultimately, again, my
But if we're talking on the plane of
as a guarantor,
the Torah says, in other words, talking on the plane of spirituality, there is meaning in the 2 days of Yom Tov. It's not something you that we just do because we have no choice. But that is on the spiritual plane, which we're not talking about now. Although it's very important. We're talking simply on the plane of law. Talking about the court of law. There are rules that the Torah puts down that says that if the sages rule something, that's it. There's no moving from it. Although
whether the shopkeeper
if the
extends credit or doesn't extend credit
rule
doesn't
was put down with a condition that if the reasoning goes away,
even below Miyachi
then you're able to abolish it. Now, some rules are put down because of a reason. This and this was the reason. When this reason will go away, then the result of the rule that results from it will also be able to go. Then good. There are some rules, however, that even though the reasoning went away, we still must keep. Because from a law perspective, once things are in,
go out,
once things are in, things are in. Let's give the example. Is it imaginable today that somebody who claims to follow Judaism should not wear a yarmulke, even a shul? Unconceivable. Is a yarmulke a law in the Torah?
I'm sorry. Gemara says,
There's no law that says he must wear a yarmulke. He must wear a head cover. It starts in the Talmud, the source for it in the Talmud. The Zohar speaks of it throughout the generations. It became a minhag, it became a custom, and a minhag which has the strength of the Torah itself. Nobody today in the wildest dreams will go and say, you know something, forget the yarmulke. Why not? Because it's so ingrained inside of the Jewish psyche that to tamper with that, everybody realizes we'll be tampering with the essence of Yiddishkeit. No yarmulke, so no yarmulke, so no tefillin. Well, people don't do it. Tefillin, it says in the Torah. Yarmulke doesn't say that. Well, you throw up. Someone says, I'll throw up my yarmulke, right? So you throw Shabbos and tefillin, and everything goes in a package deal. People don't think that way. And that's why the Torah says, Minik Yisrael Torah, a custom by Jews is Torah. You can't tamper with it. And the same thing with this. People go with the second day. If I had to say two Seder's in my life, I get Rosh Hashanah for 2 days, right? And Mitzvah somebody comes along and says, you know something, right? We don't need that today, we have email, right? So I have to keep the second day Seder. Maybe one day I want to get the first day Seder. I don't know, it's playable. And the Torah knows that. If Yiddishkeit can become playable, says Hashem, then you're not sure with anything. And in any country, it works that way simply by default. There are some things which are just stuck in the law books, which can very arguably be totally outrageous. But they're there. And if a policeman will catch you tampering with that law, he'll find you. He'll agree with the policeman that it doesn't make sense. But that's the law. You can't play around with it. Once you play around with law, and it's hefker, as they say it, and there's no reins. The horse is free. And the Torah knows that. The difference is, as we said before, in the law of a country, it may not make sense, but that's the law. In the law of the Torah, and it's when the rabbis made something, when they made this decree and said the second day Yom Tov be kept irrelevant, they knew what they were talking about on the spiritual plane. They understood that in the Chutz La'aretz, in the diaspora, from a spiritual point of view, that needs to happen. Nothing is Allah, nothing is just because. There's meaning to everything, that's the difference. But from a law perspective, that's the difference. So this is very important to understand the gravity of the rabbinical from the Torah. The Bible also includes marvelous judgments and laws. Sorry, marvelous judgments and laws which were not received from Moses, but rather were derived by the courts of the latter generations based on the principles of biblical exegesis. Okay. The elders of those generations made these decisions and concluded that this was the law. Rashi included in the Talmud this entire body of knowledge stemming from the era of Moses, our teacher, until his own era. The sages of the Mishnah also composed other texts to explain the words of the Torah. The Moshiach, the disciple of Rabbi composed an explanation of the book of Genesis. Rabbi Yishmael composed an explanation beginning these are the names, beginning of the book of Exodus until the conclusion of the Torah. This is also called the Mechilta. Rabbi Akiva also composed a Mechilta, another book called Mechilta. Other sages of the following generations composed other collections of interpretations of verses, Midrashim. Medrash. All of these works were composed before the Babylonian Talmud. Thus, Ravina, Ramashi, and their colleagues represented the final era of the great sages of Israel who transmitted the oral law. They passed decrees, ordained practices, and put into effect customs. These decrees, ordinances, and customs spread out among the entire Jewish people in all the places where they lived. After the court of Rashi composed the Talmud and completed it in the time of his son, Rashi, the Jewish people became further dispersed throughout all the land, reaching distant extremes and far removed islands. The stripes sprung up throughout the world, and paths of travel became endangered by Jews. Torah study decreased, and the Jews ceased entering their yeshivas in the thousands of myriads, as was customary previously. Instead, individuals, the remnant whom God called aphorism, would gather in each city and country, occupy themselves in Torah study, and devote themselves to understanding the texts of the sages and learning the path of judgment from them. Every court that was established after the conclusion of the Talmud regardless of the country in which it was established, issued decrees, enacted ordinances, and established customs for the people of that country, or those of several countries. These practices, however, were not accepted throughout the Jewish people because of the distance between their different settlements and the disruption of communication between them. And the most famous one was the ban against polygamy. Right? Those in the Ashkenazi world,
again, without getting into all
the
the
Sephardic world.
technicalities,
So again, what we see over
you
here
can go
is
ahead
after the
and
Talmud, after
lend
the
or
Gemara,
borrow, not
there was
commerce,
no
but lend or
consensus
borrow
of the
sheet
Jewish sages.
while it's still
And that
readily
is
available.
why
So
the
these
Gemara
guys,
is the
once
end
it's no longer
word.
readily available
There's
in
nothing.
field,
We
you can
cannot
no
decree
longer keep
anything.
it
Nobody can
yourself.
stand up and say, I'm
So the
making
idea
something with the entire Klal Yisrael.
people
Who's
that
going
also
to grab it down the street and
the
agree with you?
borrow sheet of produce from the Ani and
The
various
Talmud, that's why the Talmud is so much learned, because everything needs to be drawn from the Talmud. That's what he says now. Since each of these courts were considered to be individuals, and the High Court of 71 judges had been defunct for many years before the composition of the Talmud, people in one country could not be compelled to follow the practices of another country, nor is one court required to sanction decrees which another court has declared in its locale. Similarly, if one of the Gaonim, and this was the period after the Talmud, was the Gaonim. We're going to learn about all this, but he's going further. One of the Gaonim interpreted the path of judgment in a certain way, while the courts which arose afterward interpreted the proper approach to be meant to the matter in a different way. The opinion of which first need not be adhered to absolutely. Rather, whichever position appears to be correct, whether the first or the second, is accepted. So this is how things sort of got together, and the Rambam goes on as well, is that basically the Talmud by the Gaonim was taught. And since the Talmud was written in Babylon, which was Aramaic, not everybody understood Aramaic anyway. So the Gaonim, the genius of the Talmud, had to teach the people that Talmud. Each one of these Gaonim had yeshivas and so on and so forth. Basically, the Rambam finishes off that people are not capable of sifting through the Talmud, or properly. It's very difficult to draw the laws out of the Talmud. And therefore, you'll see the bottom line, we'll go through all this on business, but this is later in history. Therefore, he says, I burden my loins, I rose the son of Ryan of Spain, Sephardi. I realized that the people
and interestingly
I
enough,
contemplated all these texts and sought to compose a work which would include the conclusions of the Bible, all the texts regarding forbidden and permitted, the impure and the pure, and the remainder of the terribles, all in clear and concise terms, so that the entire article could be organized in each person's mouth without questions or objections. That was the genius of the Rambam. Okay?
Makes sense.
He did it in a way of if you open up a Talmud today, everything's in English, but still around the Gemara, and you don't need to what the law will accept. It's all piled in there, and for the layman today, it's almost impossible. He can't rely on himself, except in obvious cases to everything stems, however, from the Talmud. Why? Because that was the last time everything, there was a consensus. After that, we were dispersed, and there wasn't this kind of unity that we made. So this is the story of the oral law. This is the story of the Torah Shabbat. And that's why we realize over here that, who made up all the Jewish laws? This is no one made them up. There was a political machine that stems from Moshe Rabbeinu right until the end. So anything that we think of today, the Shulchan Aruch, we can trace every one of those laws back. Nobody was interested in just saying, well, I think this, that, and the other. Every one of those laws are firmly based in the Talmud, or at some point before the Talmud, a consensus came, and these things were decided with all the details. And therefore, each one of them has the weight, shall we say, carries the weight of Torah itself. That's the thing of the in the middle of this page, it goes on the Goinim and so on. open to
Our
another
relation
today.
is chaos. In other
Saying
words,
this
when
is
there's
the Rabbi goes
immediacy,
after he
that's when
explains
it's
why he
less.
wrote his book.
If there is a lack
So
of
that's
transactional
a different
immediacy,
discussion, which we'll get there,
then the
what the Rabbi
payment
achieved.
does
But
not
now, at least,
take
when
on
we
the
get to the
status
Gemara,
of esna.
we know
So
what the
what
Gemara
that means
is.
practically
That's why you
is
know
that it
people
can
learning
be
Gemara,
used
learning
ultimately
in
again, let's say,
Yeshiva,
for
they
some
learn
type of
Gemara.
sacrificial or temple use.
Because
So watch
ultimately,
this.
everything has to
Most
be from the
outcome,
Gemara.
no
Something just like
solo,
when goes to
if you
Jewish
give it a
law,
sheep,
it reads
the
off the
achakak
right.
bala.
So he'll know
Now what does it mean, the
that
achakak
thing.
bala?
He'll know.
Rashi
Do
says,
this, do that.
Achot
So
elo
many part works.
la'achazman.
But you
Because we have
must
breaking
know.
it now. Rather again, sometime later,
You must know how all this came about, which is all pulled together in the Gemara. And once you learn enough Gemara, you have the tools with which how to understand Jewish law. What's the actual
Again, as opposed to
interpretation of the
payment
Gemara?
relations.
The Gemara in Aramaic means to learn.
Or for that matter, she has
It's actually interesting, apparently, just as I just said this today, it's in the book back over here, the word shas, which is Shisha Sedorim. Shisha Sedorim, 6 contracts, but parts. The Mishnah is divided in 6 parts. And the Talmud is based all on the Mishnah. The Talmud is, you have a Mishnah, you look at the Talmud, you have a Mishnah, and then you have pages of Talmud which discuss the Mishnah. So maybe the name Talmud is the real name for it. All the people, everybody called it Talmud. The name Shas became a code name because Talmud was forbidden by the church and they burned the Talmud, and therefore Shas became the word. Yeah, so that became a different name. They didn't know what Shas was or something like that. So that was the idea. So how about the Rabbi
because of transactional immediacy, we don't view that 8-year produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment, ultimately again for the 7th-year produce, and then for the 8-year produce remains totally fine. Now the Gemara questions a little bit this Eslan case. So again, let's go through this, right? Let's
called Hillel, not to be mixed up with the original Hillel. This is 13th generation. He was a 13th generation from his ancestor, the famous Hillel.
Right, and then let's say
he's known as Hillel Hasheni, the second Hillel. It's great that we've spoken about Hillel, but as great as Hillel was, he is referred to as Hillel Hasheni, the second Hillel, not for no reason. He did something which was of priceless value for the Jewish people, and that was he set the Jewish calendar.
So why would we say that when he does have relations with her,
let's get a bit of background. Up until this point, more or less, from the time of Moshe Rabbeinu until this time, the was set, and the years were set by the Sanhedrin, by the High Court that were in Jerusalem. How was it done? The Torah says that the authority to make the month lies within the hands of the beis din of the High Court.
Very interesting. What happened?
And they did it by getting witnesses, the witnesses who saw the new moon.
Now, relations didn't happen
The
until
new moon
late.
that came about after it being concealed. Those witnesses who had seen the new moon came to Jerusalem, testified to the fact that they had seen the new moon, and the new month was proclaimed. And only when the beis din proclaimed it did it actually become a new month. They had a limit. It was either on day number, there was 29 days in a month, it was either day number 30 to be Rosh Chodesh, to be the first day of the new month, or day number 31 to be Rosh Chodesh. If the no witnesses came by day 31, they proclaimed the Rosh Chodesh anyway. But that's where we get the 2 days from. It was either one of those 2 days there. Therefore, the Jews who were able to hear of the new month being proclaimed had 1 day Yom Tov, and the Jews that weren't able had 2 days Yom Tov. That's how it all came about. We spoke about this last week. So, this is what was going on from the time of Moshe until this time. And it wasn't this time when Hillel Hasheni, this Hillel, saw that the Sanhedrin was not going to be able to convene for too much longer. It had already been, so to speak, exiled. It was not convening in Jerusalem. Jerusalem was destroyed. It was convening after Jerusalem was a place called Busha. From Busha, it was in the Galil in Israel. Then from there, it went to somewhere else. It was going to fall apart inevitably. So he had to think so something very drastic had to be done.
And
What's
even
going
though
to be
the
now
zona is a zona,
with the Jewish cow? What's going to be? How are we going to keep any Yom Tov, any time? So what he did was, there are rules which, if you want to see even a synopsis of those rules, by Maimonides, Maimonides was a genius and a man, and he put down, he had an mind for astronomy like no one else. He studied all the books of the Greek books, all these things, and he laid down in clear language that even the layman can understand. You got to put your head to it. It's very difficult, but if you go stage by stage, slowly and slowly, you can understand the dynamics of the Jewish calendar. And the main idea is to be able to tell exactly where and when the new moon will be at that beginning of that month. We actually announce, many in Chabad shows, that on the Shabbos, before before Rosh Chodesh, we bless the new month. And before that, the custom is to announce the time when in Jerusalem. We go to Jerusalem. When in Jerusalem, to the minute, not just to the minute, but to the second. It's called Chamokim. Chamokim are astronomy gives, how do we say, degrees, but not just degrees. Degrees are very general. And within the degree, you have another bunch of degrees. Within those things, you have another bunch of things. So how many she told me that Maimonides and see, I've been hearing it for years. I believe if there's no quote me on this, I believe if there's 180 degrees, there are 180 degrees, 360 degrees, 360 degrees, and I think there's 1,080 Chamokim in each one. So
we'll go ahead and consecrate this home.
the degrees not degrees of sky.
Just like your home, you own it.
The degrees we're talking is the circle.
Whether it's consecrated is something that you own.
360 degrees is just I believe I get no book. It's a big circle.
You can only imagine something that is yours.
So this is all. There's rules in astronomy where you can work this out to the split second. Anyhow, so it's doable. It's very doable. Sometimes you have cards instead of. So what he did was, he put together the entire Sanhedrin and posted the problem. They agreed that this was eventually, at least not for now, but eventually it was going to present an issue. So what they did was, every month the base did a report would sanctify the new month. It was in Rosh Chodesh today is a holiday, sort of. It's Rosh Chodesh. We know Rosh Chodesh is a special day, especially for women. What they did was they convened at that time. They worked out, they laid down the rules for the Jewish calendar, which were always known, but they never actually followed it. They knew, they based it one of the ways that they would test out the witnesses. They knew what they were talking about because they knew exactly when the new moon would be seen. Okay?
And then utilize drones from the Pacific.
And they knew how it would look and what it would be. The new moon would be pointing this way a little further. They knew everything. It's all known today.
To accomplish
they knew exactly. They only needed the witnesses because that's what the Torah said. The Torah says the witnesses, when you have witnesses that actually saw it, then you can do it. What they did was, is that they said they had to by where they knew where the moon is going to be seen and sanctified every single Rosh Chodesh. From that time until the coming of Mashiach.
Tomorrow, right? And just keep it
Which meant
until tomorrow.
that they laid out rules for the Jewish calendar, and any Jew, anywhere, was able to fulfill the Yom Tov, Rosh Chodesh, to observe the holidays anywhere they may be.
Fine.
Which is a major, you can even compare it to writing down the oral Torah. Torah didn't need to be written down for however many, over 1,000 years until the days of Moses, until the days of Rabbi, What do you need to write it down for? What the Jews were together. It was transmission from student to teacher to student. Everything was going well. Now came a time when that wouldn't be. So too was the Jewish calendar. And you have the stories of Jews lining up in a desert island, Jews in concentration camps, exactly when this was. But when Rosh Hashanah comes to the day, no questions. Well, they didn't have one of these calendars come out sent out to burning bells, you know what I'm saying? They don't, because the rules are quite clear, and if you put your head to it, my knowledge says, the simple part of what I just wrote, even a child can acquire this knowledge in about 3 days. Rabbi was talking about one of his kids, or one of our kids, but he said, very, very simple. And when they argue, if you it's math, but you got to put it together, and it's two. Oh, yeah.
So therefore,
You codify it, yeah. The place where you'll see it all laid out and put together. Scientifically, I gotta tell you, there's been articles written recently that things that scientists and astronomers have only found now
offering it up is offering
were
it up.
already known by the sages of the Talmud, by Moses. They said things which didn't seem to be correct scientifically. This is just recently, a few months ago, somebody showed me an article in Israel. It's a mind-blowing article. I have to swallow one of these astronomy books to understand it, but it's
Obviously, again, it's gone.
the exactness to
Right?
be, what they knew then. Could only have been something godly, could only be something, from the Almighty, but outside they got the rules of how to do this. It's a fascinating
and
subject.
ultimately, so at the time of the Bia, the object is still here. So now the shaila is, does the object become an explanation or not?
Moving back a little, the Mishnah was written around 218, and this is when the Jews started, the Torah started to happen. It was all that era. However, from the year 235 till the year 350 was the time in Israel when there was still yeshivas. It was a gradual descent. But that was the time when the Talmud Yerushalmi, the Jerusalem Talmud, was put together. There are two Talmuds, there are two versions of the Talmud. Versions of two Talmuds. One is called the Talmud Bavli, the Babylonian Talmud, together in Babylon, and on the Talmud Yerushalmi, the Jerusalem Talmud. And that was written by Rabbi Yochanan Rabbi, who we went through last week.
So the Gemara says 9.
They managed to put together the Talmud, although things around the decline, but the Talmud Yerushalmi was nevertheless put together.
Is when the animal was offered up before the Bia. Because by the time the Bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps, again, the Yeshua is just
there were times when things got tough, especially there was the Gemara actually makes note of a fellow called Artash, he took over, he took over the reign in Babylon. He was quite a fanatical individual, and he had all sorts of things that went along with his religion. For example, he forbade lighting candles at night, which meant that Hanukkah candles couldn't be lit, and the Gemara has a whole discussion of where the Hanukkah lights should be put in a public place. The door by the front door, says the Gemara, at the time of the Parsi, at the time of the Persian, sort of, this guy was Neo-Persian, who didn't allow lights, so you can put it on the table, says the Gemara. This was the discussion that the Gemara comes up because of this sort of 15-year period, but it was a very, very difficult period. Even though he did have some very evil decrees, the community in Babylon didn't disturb its ongoing growth. And it was in this era, starting from about 200, give or take, where for the next 7 generations, the Talmud Bavli, the Babylonian Talmud, was put together. Now, that was a major work. What it was is you had, what is the Talmud? What is the Gemara? We're referring mainly to the Talmud Bavli. The Talmud Yerushalmi, the Jerusalem Talmud, went along similar lines, but today, since the community in Babylon was there, on the increase, most of the Greeks were over there, and especially later on, when the migration from Israel came to Babylonians, they had it all. They had the Greeks from Israel, and they had their own Greek, which constitutes the fact that we follow today and learn primarily today the Talmud Bavli, the Babylonian Talmud. What was it? Rabbi Yehuda HaMossi drew to the print put together the Mishnah, as we said in about the year 218. He put it together in a very, very concise manner. It really was. It was a project which was the beginning of the writing of the Oral Law. They won, say, some historians even say it's because of his lack of excitement to do it. It was something which they had to revert to. If this is what it looks like, what we'll write down, that's just the key things, and all the discussion will remain on. So we'll have a basis. That's how some people want to understand it, which is very understandable. He wrote things very, very concise, just that things should be written down in its essence, in its seminal way, so not to be forgotten.
When he doesn't go ahead and
what the yeshivas were doing, and what the greats of the generation were doing, were discussing the Mishnah.
Alright, so let's
Yeah, the Mishnah. Let's take the very first Mishnah of the Talmud. Okay?
So
First Mishnah of the Talmud is
Wednesday. We're going to go over to Rabbi. He says,
when do there's a mitzvah to read the Shema in the evening. In the evening, B'shach
now,
b'chol,
again, he
we say
doesn't
this
hear
in the Shema.
for 3 years.
B'shach b'chol, when you lay down and when you rise. What does it mean when you lay down, when you rise? Says the oral Torah, you should read the Shema in the evening and in the morning. Okay? So, the question is now, when is the evening? Says the Mishnah, when is it the evening? When because says the Mishnah has a couple of opinions. There's one says this is actual nightfall, one says a little before nightfall. So the Gemara, the Talmud comes and looks at it and says, well, what made this opinion say what he says? Where did they get it from? And more importantly, who do we roll like? Okay? There are many, many principles by which we follow in order to figure this out. Besides that, Judaism has a very lot of information which are around these laws. The beginning of the first tractate starts talking about, rising in the starts talking about the night being split into 3 parts. What's the night being split into 3 parts? The whole story comes to the Talmud goes into King David. King David got up. What time did he get up? It's a whole shebang, right? Where's all that information on the Mishnah? The Mishnah says the law. The Talmud is a record of the discussions which came about from the Mishnah. You can imagine you have an instruction, a very short instruction for a very major thing. And there's obviously a lot of discussion around it.
I'm going to pay you for the
There were 7 generations that
if I don't pay you money,
the Talmud makes record of,
so therefore she doesn't
and
give you
we'll mention a few of them. Now, all these names are, these names you get any kid who started learning Gemara and started learning the Talmud will be all too familiar with all these names.
And if not,
Many of them worked in ways and contemporaries. We mentioned last week Rabbi who worked in a tremendous way together. There was in the generations, in all these generations, there was a pair of people called Rav and Shmuel.
Let's say
Rabbi, and we only had that before with Rabbi Yehuda Nossi Judah, the prince, also called Rabbi. He was in Israel, so Rabbi in Hebrew. Rav, who's Rav? His name was Rabbi Abba, but he was such a great man that people simply called him Rav. Shmuel was his counterpart. Shmuel also was very well versed in secular knowledges as well as Torah. He said he lived in a place called Mahatdor, and he said the pathways of the heaven of the constellations are as clear to me as the pathways of Mahatdor. He was a genius man who also had a great contact with the Babylonian philosophers and astronomers, people who highly respected him. Just to give you an idea, in the Talmud, Rav Shmuel and Shmuel are quoted hundreds of times, mostly arguing with each other. And this was the clash. You had some, it was always, as we mentioned, like a generation longish, they always wanted somebody to think differently, to deal differently. And much of it followed logic.
Now,
Some of it followed tradition,
an
an argument to tradition, an unclarity which the Gemara always has to unravel, has to make clear this unclarity. Did he get it right? Did he get it wrong? If there's a few people who said one thing, then he's refuted. Yeah, this is how it goes. The law always follows Rav when it comes to
because he's doing that, essentially, it's not
forbidden matters or permitted matters. Is something kosher or not? And Rav Shmuel will have an argument. The law follows Rav. That was his line of expertise. The law always followed Shmuel when it came to business laws. When it came to monetary issues. The reason was because Shmuel lived in Ardor, which was a major city of commerce. And these cases were coming to him constantly, and therefore his field of expertise was money matters. And that's halacha Rabbi Isuri. The law follows Rab when it comes to Isur, to forbidden or permitted items, and the law follows Shmuel in money-related issues. Shmuel, as we said, lived in a place called Ardor. Rab lived in a place called Surah. Both had very great yeshivas in them.
He says to the workers, like taxi drivers,
Yeshiva in Ardor eventually got destroyed, and the new yeshiva opened in a place called Pumbedisa, all cities in Babylon. The next pair we'll speak of again is people who go hundreds of times in the Talmud. Rabbi and Rabbi Yosef. Rabbi, again, Rabbi is the great one. He was just referred to like that. And Rabbi Yosef, the Talmud says, Rabbi was somebody who was referred to as the uprooter of mountains. He was so sharp, if there was a mountain, there was something there which seemed to be just so given and so obvious. He was the one who dug under it and uprooted it, and it's not so obvious. He was as sharp as that. Rabbi Yosef was referred to as Sinai. This is the nickname. Sinai means Sinai. He was so well versed in quantity of everything that just wants to know. It was as if people compared to him that he stood on Sinai and heard it all. He just knew everything. And in fact, there is an argument in the Talmud. The question was, you can only have one Rosh Hashiva. One boss, more or less. They did work in pairs. Who would be the Rosh Hashiva? And the question arose is, who's better? The sharp one? Or the one who knows everything? And the question, if I remember correctly, was sent to Israel at a certain point, till a certain point. The authority in Israel was recognized by the Babylonian sages because it was Israel, and ultimately everything goes to there. When migration started, that kind of faded away because there was nothing left then. So they sent to Israel, they said, Sinai, it is the one, Rabbi Yosef, the one who knows everything, because ultimately everybody, the phrase was, everybody needs the one who sells wheat. Everybody needs flour. That means you gotta know at the end of the day, a question how sharp you are, alright, but you gotta know it. You gotta know the information for starters, and therefore he was to be the one more important. Maybe the most famous pair was the pair of people called Abaya and Rava. Abaya, just to give you an idea, lived till 60 years old, and yet is quoted in the Gemara about 1,400 times. Rava, who lived till about 70, is quoted in the Gemara about 2,000 times. And now there are not much more, I believe, pages in the Talmud than 2,000 runs around there. You cannot turn a few pages in the Talmud without getting Abaya and Rava once or twice. Abaya, in fact, was an orphan, brought up by Rabbi. The predecessor, Rabbi and Rava. Abaya was an orphan brought up by Rabbi, and in fact, Abaya wasn't really his real name. Abaya is an acronym. There's a verse that says, Asher b'cho Yerucham Yosef. It is in you that, the verse says, it is in you, Hashem, that the orphan is given benevolence. Hashem is benevolent to the orphans. Asher b'cho Yerucham Yosef is Abaya. At the beginning of the words, that's how he was referred to. And that was equal to be Abaya. halacha, interestingly enough, although Rabbi is quoted this amount of time, 1,400 times in the Gemara, the halacha usually follows Rabbi. It's interesting. Usually many times how the halacha was decided was by the later ones. In other words, the next generation were able to look objectively to what the previous generation had said and ruled it. So that was what it did, and most of the time it came to be as Rova.
Then it sounds like what?
But Abaya was the Rosh Hashiva in his day. Okay? So just because you were the head of the yeshiva, this time it didn't mean that the law always followed you. That was a question of if the next generation was able to was going to give the verdict, and who were they going to give it like? So this kind of pattern followed. These were huge yeshivas. These were just a few boys getting together. These were places of Torah, which we mentioned the other time that twice a year the sages instituted that halacha was to be something called the Yarchei Kala. The Yarchei Kala was a Yerach is a Yerach is a month. 2 months really. About 10,000 Jews would converge on these yeshivas and devote the month to learning. All business was stopped. Whatever they were doing, they took a holiday, and that was it. They came to learn. And this was all in these yeshivas where, it wasn't just boys again. It was all the people who wanted to devote their lives to learning. They sat there at the feet of these great men. The ones who transcribed officially, all this was written in note form, and so the ones who transcribed the Talmud to the end was a pair of people also who were known as Ravina and Ravashi. Ravina and Ravashi, again contemporaries, had started transcribing all this discussion and all this information. And we are told that the actual transcribing took about 6 months for each tractate. About 39 months taken tractates of Talmud and each one took about 6 months. Again, sifting through what would go in, what would not go in, who would they follow, there was a major amount of discussion. And the beautiful thing about it is that it's many times recorded in the Talmud as a discussion. That's how it was recorded in the generations before. They said this, it often got rough. The sages always loved each other deeply, and argument was always for the sake of effort. It wasn't a personal thing, but it was often a question: did you have the right to argue with the Rosh Hashiva? Who were you? There was some people said there was a case when somebody was expelled for not trying to have respect for something no better. It was very, very lively and very animated. The one which we call the Chasima Talmud, the seal, was laid on the Talmud by the son of Ravashi, who was called Mar Ravashi. And Mar, Mar actually has 2 meanings for Israel. Mar means bitter. But if you want to say Mr. Schwartz, it's Mar Schwartz. Okay? Mar means sir, that way, Mr. or sir. Mar Ravashi, again, he was called sir. Not the word actual name was, but it was called Mar Ravashi. Again, that's the first syllable of Mora. For the sake of Mora, yes, the better part. So they two have that connection. So, Mar Ravashi sealed the Talmud about the year 500. From then on, we call it the seal of the Talmud, the sealing of the Talmud, because from then on, nobody had or has the ability to refute or argue with anything which is laid down in the Talmud. Why? It was at that time that once again they had the consensus of all the Jewish sages. Everybody got together and everybody in an honest way was able to sift through and to argue through the law of what should go in, and they went through it and chewed it over and over the years and years of generations, and it all got into the Talmud. After that, Jewish people, the community started to crop up different ways. They put the seal on the Talmud. And that was it. This is the information.
Now that makes sense, because now that it's paid for,
From then on, until this day,
it's literally like
the basis of Jewish knowledge, where everything is pulled together, is in the Talmud. Mainly for law, there is the Medrash, which is for homiletics, for the other different, there is the Zohar, for a couple, different, but for law. And for much of also the deep elements of the Torah and stories, the basis is the Gemara. The Gemara does do a lot of ruling, the Mishnah does ruling, and the Gemara doesn't do a lot of ruling. But always new things, vistas are opened. New vistas are always open. We've got to understand that for the next 1500 years until today, there have been thousands of Jewish books written. The question was asked, as we go through Jewish history for the next 1500 years until today, we're going to see how everything was built up to the top. The build-up was, the Talmud has a lot of information, not always does the Talmud come to a conclusion. More importantly, there are different questions that the Talmud doesn't directly address. And this is endless. It goes on endlessly, especially when it comes to the modern day era, or the last 100 years, when technology starts. But everything must be based on the Talmud. The question is, according to the principles of the laws that the Talmud prescribes, Mishnah prescribes, how do we deal with this case? That is the basis for every Jewish law book that comes up from that day for the seal of the Talmud. No new information was invited. You had no information. Where did you get it from? You heard it from somebody. Why wasn't it transcribed? So there was a reason why it wasn't transcribed, because probably the law didn't follow you, and so on. So everything, and this is the beauty of Jewish law, that there's not only, but it all must be firmly based on the Mishnah and on the Talmud. There's no making up your own thing. And this is until today, the question is, where are you getting it from? You say something, where do you get it from? What's your source? Are you right by learning that source this way? And this is in fact what happened about 100 years after the Talmud. It was an era little known about it. We've got to remember that in the Dark Ages, which started around this point, a lot of history was lost. It was also seen how the world, after the collapse of Rome, entered into a dark age where things were very backward and very primitive. All the grandeur of Rome was all but lost, and that included Jews who suffered tremendously, and a lot of history was lost. That's probably the pocket in Jewish history where we know least of. For the next few hundred years after the Talmud, about 500 in Spain and so on, things weren't better. But the next 100 years after the Talmud was a time called the rabbis who discussed, and they were basically discussing the Talmud, clarifying the Talmud to the people. Much of their clarifications are actually included in the Talmud in brackets, in parentheses. The Talmud today, you'll see a lot of parentheses. Not all of them are from the Rabbi and Samaroi, but some of them are just plainly explaining what's going on here. Heaps of commentaries were written on the Talmud to explain what it's talking about. We'll get to that later. That started about 500 years afterwards. So this is the idea. And Talmud today, the Gemara today, is learned as the basis for Jewish knowledge that we've just come away through this tremendous celebration of the Daf Yomi. The people have taken on to learn a page of Talmud every day, who finish it in 7 years. They're learning Talmud for a reason, not because there's no bit of law books you want to do. But the information, where is it? Where's the source? Where does it all start? It starts in the Talmud. And if you want to go through a trade, you look at 100 different volumes of
you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not promise, but lend or borrow sheet of clothes while it's still readily available for us. Which actually, once it's no longer readily available, you really can no longer pay the previous for yourself. So the idea of it is, so people of the household of mine will borrow sheet of clothes from the new and very machines. That's what I'm part of the machines. Which starts off the often a new machines after I grew up. The idea is, so what ended up happening again is on year number 8,
the Torah to be a kosher sefer Torah. Every word, every letter has to be identical. and Hashem doesn't need our reasoning, but it was not to put it off because every Torah is exactly the same, they can change. When you write down the oral, the sanctity is more in the content rather than in the words. The Mishnah is very exact. Rabbi Yehuda Hanossi wrote the Mishnah after thinking 15 times of every word, and that's why the Talmud goes to town for pages. Why was it worded this way? Okay, and as much as you have a lawyer sitting there pondering on this word or that word, it makes a big difference. So this was the why was the Mishnah worded this way, not the other way? The Talmud, although quite exact, was written in an exact way, but the idea was more the content. Because of that, since the Talmud had to be copied over by manuscript, no printing presses until a few hundred years ago, so there were different versions of the Talmud. But was it worded this way or this way? I'm not sure. You'll get a lot of Rabba and Rova, ones with an aleph, ones with an A in the end. That makes a big difference sometimes, because Rabba was from an older generation. Rabba was from a later generation. And sometimes you can have an argument which doesn't make sense, because how can Rabba be arguing with somebody who he died before? So a lot of, and obviously we have to come to the conclusion that it's not Rabba, it's Rabba, so we're going to fix the time, right? Manuscripts will have to be copied over, and therefore a lot of mistakes did creep in.
That's the idea. Therefore, again, I wrote for myself, and therefore, again,
because of censorship. You had the Pope who didn't like many parts of the Talmud, especially when it addressed JC in the Christian countries. That was all, rubbed out. They didn't like certain words in the Talmud. For example, in most, even today's editions of the Talmud, you won't find the word goy. Just not like there's mockery, there's this word, there's that word, because they can see it all the prints of the Talmud. They have some of the proofs that had to go through. You see a mark over every word that didn't work. And if not for the Talmud printed or transcribed in the Oriental countries, it would have been lost forever. And vice versa. Okay? So today with the printing, when it started, the printing press will go through when the Talmud started to be printed, and this was a big deal. Like you said before, you mentioned where it was mentioned 1400 times. And Abaya know exactly how we count the 1400 items now. But today, it's like that's not going to change for one. That will go to that exact number again. It's going to be something which was arguably was either said by Abaya or somebody else. But most of the time it's the same. Most of the time it's the same. There are books today printed of the various what we call girses. And girsa, literally in the Aramaic, means to learn. But a girsa means the version. That's the version of the Talmud. There's 2 volumes today printed of. They gathered together all the versions of the Talmud and pulled them together. Today's the best print of the Talmud today, which is considered to be the older edition, from which probably 80% of the yeshivas boys learn from today, has on the side of it. And they did a tremendous job of sifting through all of this, and with a team of scholars decided which one would be the better version of it. So that's just as generations got on, they got better that way.
Relations, right? Our relations pair. In other words, when there's
that's how the Talmud is alive today.
If there is a lack of transactional,
thank God we can even say tens of thousands of young people who don't know who Shakespeare is, who don't know Abaya or Rabba is, and they are. The Gemara mentions all the time. We say the Gemara says, Rashi says. Said as a human being who may have died 200,000 years ago, says is that they are here, they pulsate, they are present, and the Abaya and Rabba are alive today in the Jewish people because of the contributions to what they made to the Talmud. The Reish Galusa, the one who headed the community leader, was quite a figure. It was a very important position. He had to be, as we said, from the house of David, and he was given unparalleled honor. And one of the honors was, in the Kaddish, we say, which means in your lives, in your days, and in the days of the entire house of Israel, Hashem should save us and self-negotiate us all. In the days of the Reish Galusa, it was V'chaye chol, u'b'yom echol, and nowadays, V'chaye u'v'chaye, and in the lifetime of so-and-so, the Reish Galusa, and in the lifetime of the Jewish people, and so on the Kaddish. That's how that he was included in every Kaddish. And the only one later generation was actually got that was Maimonides in his day. He was included in certain communities. He was such a savior, such a great man. They included him in every Kaddish. In your lives and the lives of Moshe ben Maimon. Another honor he was given, unparalleled, was at least at one point when he received an aliyah, the Torah would be brought to his place. Okay, he didn't have to go up to the Torah was brought to him. So this was, and it was seen as a sort of continuum to the kings from the house of David. And the Jews wanted to preserve this and remember this. So besides his stature politically, but they had in this, the preserving of the house of David. The good thing was, luckily, that most of them were good people and always followed the rule of the heads of the yeshiva. They collaborated. There was the political figure, the Reish Galusa, who dealt with the government, who dealt with political affairs by the people, but he followed Torah law, which was an amazing thing. An interesting story, which is actually quite well documented. This goes the following story. It was in the day of that 15 sort of year period where things were going. There was a king in Babylon who was very evil, and one of the things that evil decrees he wanted to do was he wanted to eradicate the house of David. No more of this, no more Reish Galusa. The Jews knew this was not to be tolerated, and he went about and he started getting rid of every family member of the house of David that was under his control. Now everybody by that time were almost from the house of David were in Babylon because Jehoiakim, the king, hundreds and hundreds of years before, was brought to Babylon, and his entire family was there. He got to the very last person who was a woman who happened to be pregnant at the time. If he had killed her, that would be the end of the house of David. The story was again very well documented. This king one night had a dream, and in the dream he was walking in a beautiful orchard, and in his dream he figured, this is not my orchard. He wanted to destroy the orchard, and he got an axe, and in his dream cutting down every tree in the orchard. And he managed to cut down every single one of them, besides a small sapling which was in the ground, which was still growing. He lifted his axe to chop this small sapling when an old man came and seized him. And he says, "What are you doing? This is not your orchard. I tilled so hard to nurture this orchard. How dare you go and chop it all down?" And in his dream, he seized the axe from him and gave the king a blow on his head.
I'm learning
The king awoke all tremendously shaken. And much like this reminiscent the story of Pharaoh, what's this dream mean? And so on. He had one of the old Jewish sages who he had kept prisoner for something or other, and he was sure, this old sage, that this was King David, who had appeared to him.
And even though the zone is a zone,
he accepted the explanation. He summoned that woman to be under his protection. The woman gave birth, and the house of David was saved. That boy who she gave birth to was called Bustanai, a bison or busta in Aramaic is an orchard.
so the
So
zone offered up the covenant.
he became later this Bustanai, the Reish Galusa, and from him carried on the house of David, from which people today even can trace the lineage to the house of David.
What's the case? If he said to the Zonah, gives her the lamb on Tuesday and says, "This is yours as of today," right? Acquire this as of today, right? Then Allah so she did the Sharila, right? The Halasa Bishaspira Umatara Ma'amu. So then obviously it's more
finished last week.
She has title to it. It can't be categorized as a Hasran on Tuesday.
The story with the end of the Holy Era.
And therefore she has every right to offer it up. However, if you need to know how much you need in the action, it's very interesting. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as of now, right? If he was not explicit and said, if he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? He gives it to her, he gives it to her on Tuesday, and we have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't want to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, then he must be a says, a person will consecrate his home. This is talking about the foundation. Right, will go ahead and consecrate his home. I'm not based on the just like his home,
and explained it to the masses, and then started a system in Babylon for many hundreds of years, which was the system of the Gaonim. Again, we went through what life was like in Babylon. You had the Reish Galusa, you had the one who was the head of the exile who ran political affairs, and then you had the Goin. The Goin was the one who was basically the spiritual head of the people. Again, for many hundreds, a few hundred years, we're talking over here, that the period of the Gaonim carried on. And today we're going to speak of a number of Gaonim. We don't know that much about the Gaonim period, bar for a few of them, for which are very famous ones, which we're going to talk about. Life in Babylon, we sort of know what happened, but then we're going to today go into how the Jewish center sort of shifted from Babylon and started going into North Africa and eventually into Spain.
He doesn't expect of me what he doesn't expect
a noted Goin.
What he does expect
was
of me
a number of few of them. One of the Goinim was called the Amram Goin.
Be honest about what I
First name time, yes, Amram is the father of Moshe.
And then utilize those.
His name was Amram Goin. And he is famous for having written the first Siddur.
To accomplish spiritual
things. When was the first Siddur written? It was written, shall we say, a couple hundred years into the Common Era. Not exactly the date from the other.
He says to her, right, so Reuben gives to the zone.
You have around probably the years 600 or 700.
Was scheduled to be here tomorrow, right?
And
just keep it with you until tomorrow. You missed the place, but if you need the sheep,
no more 600, 700. The Talmud, the 500 of the Common Era was the Simas of Talmud.
Then he says, then I give you the right to acquire it.
Which basically constitutes the basic Siddur that we have today. And there were a number of people who wrote Siddurim. There was a man, there's a Siddur, or what's called the Machzer, which kind of today many people will have Machzer is the word usually used for a Siddur for either the High Holy Days or festival. However, the word Machzer was used also for a regular Siddur. A student of Rashi wrote a Siddur. Maimonides, as part of his, congregation in the entire era, writes down the headings of the entire Siddur for the entire year. So, but the first one who wrote down a Siddur was Amram Goin. Till then, the Chazan was really, brothers need to qualify for being able to read or being able to sing or whatever it was. The Chazan was somebody who would know the prayers. Everybody sort of knew the Avidah and the Shema and a few other key things. Remember, the men of the Great Assembly, the Anshei Hagadolah, Mordechai, in Generation Ezra, they were the ones who composed the Shemona Esrei, the Avidah, and some other parts of the key elements of the davening. However, all the building that we have to it today, which came throughout the generations, was not really written officially. Amram Goin was the first one who organized it. Again, he was the authority of the Jewish world, and therefore he was able to take that responsibility on his shoulders. The most famous of all the Gaonim, the one who really, we can say at the time was, again, mentioned if we would number 20, 30 people who were the cornerstones of Jewish life and Jewish learning and Jewish continuity, he would definitely be one of them.
the object is
His
still
name
here.
was Reb
So
Sadia
now the
Goin.
shaila is, does the object become
Reb Sadia Goin, my Maimonides writes of him, if it not for Sadia, the Torah would have been forgotten from the Jewish people.
Right?
Reb Sadia Goin lived in a time which the yeshivas in Babylon were more on the decline.
Right? She went ahead
Things were times were difficult. Financially things were difficult in general. There was a lot of internal politics and fightings from the country and also internal. Reb Sadia Goin, he was born in the year 182 in Egypt, and he was an all-rounder. There was nothing that he didn't profess. We have 24 books that survived. There were more that he wrote. We have 24 books that he composed on vast array of areas in Jewish thought, in Jewish literature, in Jewish poetry, in responsa, books on grammar, books on philosophy and on different sort of subjects that were coming up at the time. A genius of a man. He came at also a very key time
the animal is recategorized as an
as far as the internal problem, shall we call it, that was going on then within the Jewish people. There was the system as we know of the Reish Galusa. The Reish Galusa didn't usually, or many times didn't go from father to son. There were, you had to fight for the position. There were qualifications. You had to be now sedated, so many times it did stay in the family. But there was a particular Reish Galusa who had two nephews. The older nephew was a man called Onon ben David. And this Onon, although he was, again, the family of the Reish Galusa, he was the older one of the two nephews, whether it would be that the Reish Galusa didn't have any sons, and therefore the position was going to be up between one of these two nephews. For whatever reason, the rabbinate of the time deemed it fitting that the younger one of these two nephews should be the one to take the position of Reish Galusa. Something that Onon ben David took very offensively. He went to the Caliph, he went to the king, the Muslim king of the time. The Caliph initially didn't hold him for anything worthwhile. He told him this, the good thing about the Reish Galusa system for the Caliph, or for the king of the time, is that the Jews were out the way. The Reish Galusa taxed. The Reish Galusa was, had all the authority. Money came into the coffers of the king. What do you want better? So he told him to go fly back. He said, that's it.
Some people pay all of the bills late.
When that didn't help,
late, right? 3 years later, it's still
because of his rage against the rabbinate, it started putting in him to start off the breakaway, to start off the movement, which would be anti the rabbinate. And he started off a movement called the Korobim, called in English as the Karaites. The Korobim come from the word Karo, Mikra means scripture, and similar to the Tzaddukim, to the Sadducees, something very similar woke up once again much later on in Babylon. He said, these rabbis, they come to say they have the Talmud, they've got this and they've got that. Who said, don't believe them, we have the Chumash, we have the scripture, Tanakh, we're going by the Tanakh. Now, if you want to, it sounds sort of appealing. It was very appealing, or it was acceptable to those communities who were not under the direct influence of the Gaonim or of the yeshivas in Babylon, of the Jewish communities outside Babylon. Now,
let's analyze this, right? So
these Korodim also seemed to be an appealing movement, and because the idea was very full on. You're going to be more, they were more religious than the religious. Since they, obviously they couldn't ignore the oral law totally, what to fill in. It doesn't say anything about the filling. But here, Onon ben David with his Korodim movement, he decided that there was things which, yes, we have in tradition, but you are able to play around with that, or those things which seem to be saying in the Torah clearly, you must follow them absolutely. So, for example, the famous one was, it says in the Torah, you're not allowed to burn a fire on Shabbos, and that's why the Karaim would have cold food on Shabbos, which was about the other stage where the Cholent idea came in, where the Karaim of the time. So Cholent is, what should we say? Cholent is 1500, it's 1400, 1300 years old. The idea was that he was a you see, if the Karaim would not be a dangerous sect, the rabbis wouldn't see fit to address them, or definitely not to make an institution to rebut them, but they were. They had some great following in their day, and they instituted all sorts of peculiar things. For example, we have in the Torah, the Torah says a person is not supposed to go away from his place on the Shabbos. Now, the oral Torah tells us what that means. There's something called Tchum Shabbos, the boundary, the place of how far you're allowed to go on Shabbos. Today, the limit for that is 2,000 cubits outside the last house, the last structure of the city, of the town. That's the Tchum Shabbos. Torah says, even if you're walking, Torah doesn't want a person to go on hikes, till the end of the day. Torah wants you to rest on Shabbos. They translated it, I mean, a person not allowed to go away from his place on the seventh day. So you still got to stay home all Shabbos. These are the kind of things that they sort of went with now. That worked from a political side of view. When Ben David eventually got a good following, he got to the caliph, he got to the king, and he got permission that since he was a breakaway from mainstream Judaism, that he could become the Reish Galusa over his people. He told us it's a different community, this is a different set of laws, they've got to have a Reish Galusa, to which the caliph agreed.
So he goes and he says to them,
and he started having an influence on the ignorant masses, those who weren't under the direct influence of the yeshivas, as we said.
Okay,
The one who stepped in to battle them was Reb Sadi Gaon. This is one of the major things that he did. He wrote books. He wrote a book which he clearly delineated what the origins and the truth of the oral Torah, that the Gaonim and the Talmud were not standing up for things that they got made up or wanted to bring in, but these were all solidly based from Moses from Sinai. He was a very big threat to the Karaim, and until at one point he was physically assaulted by some of members from them and had to flee to Egypt. Reb Sadi Gaon moved to Egypt and then moved away to Israel. He went to Tiberias, where he also met, there was a great yeshiva over there in Tiberias still. I remember that the things were still going on in Israel, Megadol especially. There's a great yeshiva over there. Another sort of thing, another thing that happened was is that in one of the only times in history since the Jewish calendar was instituted, there was an argument as to exactly how things would be working, and there was the opinion in Tiberias was from the yeshiva over there that everything was a day off, and Reb Sadi Gaon spent a huge amount of time and effort to reconcile this. This was going to be a threat to, to the Jewish world.
So therefore, again, no worry.
There was a lot of internal strife, politics even as to taking sides of who was right, until Reb Sadi Gaon, he was, when he took on something, he went until the end, as we saw with the Quran. He didn't stop for anything, and he didn't settle until this was reconciled. In his lifetime, also, Reb Sadi Gaon got into a bit of a riffraff with the Reish Galusa. The Reish Galusa wanted him to sign a certain document to which he didn't agree, and there erupted a heat between himself and the Reish Galusa, which took years to reconcile. This was Reb Sadi Goin. But in the end of the day, with dignity, he went through everything and prevailed on all his battles. It's interesting. The Karaim
If he says, go eat, go drink,
are constant. They actually still exist.
There's
There's about 300 families in different little towns in Israel today
Oh,
who consider themselves Karaim. At the zenith, at the high point, they numbered about 500,000
we're now going
people who
we're
kind of
circling back
had
to
this group.
going back
Most
now
of them
again to
at that time converted to Islam. It was once they were out the door. That's what happened to most of them. It was only a stage for assimilation and integration with the rest of the people. They didn't have a backbone on the road. But the core existed, and constantly existed, but was only considered to be something to address in the time of Sadi Goin, as well as a few hundred years going down the line. Every so often, there was the issue of the Karaim, which had to be addressed by a number of sages.
So to hear about it,
Today, what exactly happens with it, I don't Well, I'm not sure exactly. I mean, you can maybe Google them. Interesting bunch, I guess. But they still, at least, they're maybe remnants of them still. They're not strong. They're not
we're talking about where they are
remnants of them
purchasing
to exist.
from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit
Hopefully, yeah. Well,
even
meaning,
the Archivrat today,
yes, the Torah itself,
ultimately because the shopkeeper
guides
normally
that, I guess,
extends
they get
credit to
that.
them,
Yeah.
ultimately there is transactional immediacy. That's how literally translated,
That was
literally the
Reb Sadi Goin.
shopkeeper acquires his money
A tremendous character. He wrote something called Emunos V'Deis, Beliefs and Opinions
and even some
about
of
the
them.
Karaim, which we have today, all these books that he wrote.
regularly extends credit.
Next Goin was another famous one called Reb Shri Goin.
Reb Shri Goin, what
happened was, in his day, the Babylonian Empire started to shake. That's when it started to sort of going down. As well as also, there was internal politics with the yeshiva in Pumbedisa and the yeshiva in Bovel in Babylon, and so much so that because of internal strife, it was on the verge of the threshold of closing. As we know, things can escalate that way. Reb Shri Goin came at the last minute and saved the situation of the yeshiva in Pumbedisa. He re-established the old idea of the Yar Kala, of the 2 months a year when everybody would converge to the yeshiva, all working men would take off and converge to the yeshiva to come and learn. He also made a great network of fundraising, which was desperately needed to keep the yeshivas in Babylon open. Again, with attracting Talmidim, with attracting students, we have many letters that survive from Reb Shri Goin, fundraising letters. He sent to all the Jewish communities around. This was the yeshiva. This was the place where this was the appeal. We'll see soon how that ceased to be an appeal. But as of then, this was the place. If there was no yeshiva in Pumbedisa and other places in Bovel, that was it. There was going to be no Judaism, and that was his pitch. Funds and people soon started coming in. You see the roads in Babylon, all, the roads were plagued. There was internal, there was strife in Babylon. The country was settled, different gangs and different, there were a lot of times the roads were dangerous. And people were nervous to come to the yeshiva. If there wasn't a magnetic force drawing you, then, why bother? But Shri Goin was, he really made a renaissance in the yeshiva in Pumbedisa, the main one in Babylon, and started drawing many Talmidim, many students who started streaming to them.
Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit,
again, he had to address the Karaim. And there is a famous letter, one of the sources that we have for the history of the Jewish people in general in various times. There are different pockets which we only know due to a number of sources. One of them being a certain letter that Reb Shlomo Goyen wrote to the community of what was known then as Kiruan, which is today Tunis. Anshe Kiruan, not Kiruvan. This was the old name for Tunis. And the Karaim had made inroads in the community in Tunis. And they wrote a letter to the Goyen. They knew there was one address. This is who you will ask the Jewish questions to again. Where were the great? Where were the sages? There was limited knowledge in any one of these small or even larger Jewish communities. Everything was in Babylon. So he wrote a letter to Babylon, to the Goyen. Can you tell us if these Karaim are kosher? Is this true? Is this true what they're telling us? And he wrote rather than an essay to them, explaining to them, stage by stage, of how the oral Torah works and how the tradition works, and that the Quran were in fact not telling of the truth. At the end of the day, actually, him and his son were accused of the government about something. They spent many time in prison with torture and false accusations. He got out after a huge ransom. Different in the Muslim countries, and in general, this is just the way it worked. With a great ransom, he got out and lived for, I think, 9 years afterwards. And the only time in history did history see a Goy taking over his father as a Goy. The next Goy was a man called Rabbi Goy, the son of Reb Shlomo Goyen. In fact, it was even in his name. Reb Shlomo Goyen lived to a very ripe old age, and it was even in the days of Reb Shlomo Goyen that Rabbi Goyen started to function already in filling his father's shoes. It's even recorded of the quote-unquote coronation of Rabbi Goyen after his father's passing. It was actually this is recorded in history of it was the Sedra of Pinchas, where we have Moshe Rabbeinu giving over the leadership to Joshua. And in fact, when they were reading this portion in the Torah, and they got to the bit where Moshe leaned his hands on Joshua and said, and so the whole show screamed out, and Rabbi Shlomo leaned his hands on his son Rabbi and said, "You're going to be the next one." And it was spontaneous. This is something recorded in the great Shulman novel. And indeed, he did. He became the Goy in the year 1096. So we're not going very, again, not much is known about, every stage of the game in these days. This is the Dark Ages, but remember, where things we don't have so much record of. But Rabbi Goyen became the Goyen in 1096, and things only became greater. The center of Torah only became greater in his days. A third of the entire literature that we have from the Goyen comes from Rabbi Goyen. Literally thousands of letters have survived from Rabbi Goyen. He knew many languages and was able to answer his questions in any language pretty much that was written to him. And this is how we have his letters from the entire world. It was credit to his father. His father had revived the center in Moab as the center of Torah, and now everybody knew there was an address. And they wrote to that address. Now everybody, we have the Seminite existed one time, and then, as we said, at the time of the Second Temple, where Ezra and people like that were desperate to make a center of Torah and succeeded. Well, this is what happened at this time as well. Thousands of students poured into the gates of the yeshiva in Bovel and learned at the feet of Rabbi Goyen. Now, this went on throughout the lifetime of Rabbi, but we can say, interestingly enough, fact of history is that after the passing of Rabbi Goyen, there really wasn't anybody to take over such a position. After his passing, what happened is that many of his students went back to other communities and started off yeshivas of their own.
You have to be concerned.
There's a
They have access
there was a blessing and an issue with this. The issue was that no more was there a center. There wasn't a center where everything would go to. This is the eternal question of maybe every institution. Do you centralize, or do you make branches? Or do you branch off? What happened is there was a center. The problem with the center is that we've got to remember, to send a letter, if you wanted to send a letter from Morocco or from Tunisia, if you wanted to send a letter, a question to the Goin, it took a year to get there.
Thanking all of our sponsors for this year. To thank our annual Talmud sponsor, for dedicating all this
So with this,
this
now,
year.
what happened with that? What's the problem with that? The problem is that if you don't delineate, get all the sages around these communities, and the ignorance starts creeping in, and you're asking for problems. So in a way, there was a blessing in the center of, although it was a tremendous center of learning for so many hundreds of years, after the time of the destruction of the first temple, we're talking here 1,000 years, the Bavel was the center of Torah learning. After the High Goin, it started to go down.
Success.
And his students started to open different yeshivas in various places, and we're going to soon follow the map of how they went and how they ended up.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12.
Now, in order to follow this map, we have to rewind. Let's still say that we have to go back. We have to.
A very interesting case over here. The members of the household of Rabbi, they would do as follows. They would borrow
throughout the weeks that we've been talking about Jewish history,
8-year produce,
since the time
on the following year.
that the Jews entered the land of Israel, when the land of Israel is the land of Israel, after the destruction of the first temple, the
you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow produce while it's still readily available.
There was a center of Torah in Babylon, and to a certain many degrees and in many times greater than the center in Israel.
So the idea over here is,
by the way, there was always a Jewish community in Babylon up until recent times, 1950 something or other, when they kicked them out because Israel became a state and they told them, all right, you go. All the Babylonian, all the Iraqi Jews were expelled. Up until that time, there was always a Jewish presence in Babylon.
Ultimately, again, with this new produce, 8-year produce.
So,
Gemara says, I'm ready to let you off. So they came and they said, so people mentioned this practice of Rabbi Yochanan.
At various stages in history, Jews traveled, and for various reasons landed in different places.
It's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? It's not done. Never say that. Interestingly enough, look at that. You also know these stars. You also know Rabbi Yochanan said, the members of the House of the
Jewish
are acting
population in Italy pretty much started at the time of the Second Temple, when Roman rule was Israel was under Roman rule. The reason why they got there was they were learned by the culture. There was some good business to do in Rome. Rome was the place to be. And so the Jewish people started to becoming the Jewish migration to Rome. Not because also things, as we know, as we spoke of, were not always so rosy in Israel. It wasn't so exciting even to be Jewish in Israel at that time. They were persecuted by the various kings and governments that prevailed at the time.
Because the
and again, many of these communities, the documentation that we have of them is very late. But we do have proof that they were there very early. We'll see soon when it came to Spain. There were Jews in Spain from the time of King Solomon. It's recorded in the Tanakh, 2 words. We don't have any. There was a certain fellow who belonged to the people of King Solomon who went to Sephora, who went to Spain. Okay, so there was some Jews in Spain. What happened with them for all those hundreds and maybe over 1,000 years? We're not sure exactly. There's very little evidence of what went on.
Makes sense. Listen to this.
But now when the terrorist centers, when the Jewish centers started to split around, we suddenly start seeing that there was action, there were things doing in these communities. So Rome in Italy is a perfect example.
Or he has relations with her.
There was,
What's
as the time went on, after the days of Rabbi going, there started to be yeshivas which were established in Rome.
Let's say we gave her a land,
In a place called
and given our relations with her,
in a place
and of
called
course
Rome,
it's been for
and then played in Rome, maybe in Italy, in a place called Rome, a place called
so given our relations with her, and ultimately again, the land is a gift.
in Italy. That's somewhat not the current name of the old
To
name.
which the Gemara
But
says,
there were
the soup,
Jewish
when
communities
one
in that area.
But
So that
I
didn't get to this place. So I got the wrong.
ultimately they vary.
Was magnificent. I've ever seen. I went round to Florence to Pisa and saw these shawls, and Rome is the most magnificent shawl I've even to. The phenomenal. You talk about from the floor to the top of the dome is 18 meters. 18 meters of big.
And then
It's an unbelievable end of the sun. And the Caprice, that's right. The thing was that it's a walk away from the Argentinas from the Colosseum.
when there's transactional
You walk it all around.
these are relations. Right? Our relations pay. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when
this is what happened. So there was a great sage that suddenly crops up in Rome. In Italy. He was called Rabbi is the very first Hebrew dictionary that we have,
if you give it a sheep,
quoted many times by Rashi.
now what does it mean?
That was the dictionary printed today. We
Rashi
have it.
says,
Dictionary worth the Talmud, the Chumash, and this and that. Where did he go from Italy? He was doing it in Italy. He had learned in Babylon and ended up in Italy. That's sort of a typical example of what started to happen at this stage.
Or tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment relations.
By the 11th century, this center had totally gone away from Babylon, and there were various yeshivas that popped up. There was in Tunisia, these were the names today, old names that there was in Morocco, in Algeria, there was great Jewish communities and places of learning. They were, which weaned them off having to be dependent on Babylon and brought Torah knowledge and greater observance to these communities, led by the figures that they had. A very interesting fact of history is the following one, which contributed actually phenomenally to this idea. Rabbi Goy took over his father's role, not only in leadership, but also in having to fundraise. For the yeshiva, the Rosh Yeshiva was a fundraising business, and he had four, nothing changes, that's right, he had four of his greatest students, men of tremendous stature, to go out traveling to various communities, fundraising for the yeshivas in London. They actually sailed out of Italy, a place called Bari in Italy, only to be captured by a ship of pirates. Now, this is a famous story. It's called the story of the four captives, the Agba Shahoy. Very famous. These pirates knew what they were doing. They knew exactly who was on the ship. They had people scouting out for them. These are going to be four big shot Jews. And if you take them to any Jewish community, they are definitely going to give good ransom for them. And so they did.
So what
ended up, each one had the story on his own. What ended up in short was, there was a man called Rabbi Mario, again of Gaonic stature. These were the people who learned by the Gaonim, who ended up in Alexandria, in Egypt, and made a yeshiva there. Alexandria was always a big Jewish community. The times of Jeremiah,
of the sheep as a
very
harvest
assimilated.
should evolve
Very,
upon the sheep retroactively.
there was a lot going on in the region.
Therefore, the sheep
Was
is
very,
categorized
at least
as
at
an essence
biblical
on the
times.
already
The times of the
past
destruction of the temple was a very cool country to be in. Was great architecture and culture and everything. But
what happened?
they assimilated. Now, Reb Shmaya, his coming, Reb Shmaya came to Alexandria, put up yeshiva, and suddenly things changed. Rabbeinu Hoshea ended up in Keiluan, in Shemeshua his students. There was another one called Rabbeinu Nosson Bar Yitzchak, and he ended up in Narbonne, in France. There were Jews in France, standing by now, and he created a yeshiva over there. And another one, the fourth one, called the Rabbi Ben Chanek, who actually was exiled with his wife and child, who was also called Chanek, was exiled to Cordoba. The communities ransomed them, each one with his own thing, and at the end of the day, all of them headed yeshivas in these respective places. And that was, this was 4 areas in the world that suddenly came over Jewish back.
That I do well and that I'm righteous. Yiddishkeit is not an
Now,
you can be righteous in some areas
the thing
and
was,
morally bankrupt in other areas.
you don't have to go to Babylon.
Right?
You don't have to send your rabbinic questions to Babylon. You're not dependent on them for spiritual guidance. We don't have to send money there either.
Sometimes they feel like a fake because here, I'm
And
learning
that's what
Torah, but I'm
contributed
doing
to,
this.
more or
I'm
less,
doing
the
stuff,
yeshivas
but
in
I'm
Babylon.
doing
At the end of the day,
but I'm doing this. Right? It is hypocritical. It is still a
the
contradiction.
community was still very strong. There were maybe smaller yeshivas, place again, you gathered around the Rav, you gathered around whoever it was, and you learned.
That even though
The place to be, however, was at that time was North Africa.
you know what? I guarantee you,
North Africa
those kabbalas
started to develop very rapidly under 2 groups of somewhat Arabs, you can even call them, Muslim, very strong Muslim people. One group was called the Berbers. The Berbers were a very muscular tribe. They were warriors and men were great war peoples. They were farmers. They lived out on the mountains. They were tremendous horse riders, very wild and everything. So they sort of developed North Africa in that way.
Right, acquired this as of today.
Then there were the Moors. The Moorish people were very cultured. They were the cutting edge of society at that time. They had poetry, philosophy, medicine. They had everything going for them. In that era,
However,
North Africa, especially in the Moorish places, was the place to be if you needed, business was going there if you were young and you were Jewish. That was certainly a place to be because the Moorish were very, not only tolerant of the Jews, but were to a great degree extremely inviting and respectful. They respected philosophy, they respected custom and culture. And for them, the Jews were contributed to this tremendously, as we can understand, which set the stage for when this Moor, these Moors eventually conquered Spain. The Jews followed and settled in Spain, and we're going to begin tonight is what we a 300-year period, which is known as the Golden Age of Spain, where Jewish life and learning flourished to a degree which may be only paralleled today, where we have, obviously they weren't absolutely free, there was still anti-Semitism, there was still a lot of, in-house politics with even the Muslim rule. Muslims weren't all, they were very corrupt, and, it was, but still, with all of that, they enjoyed a tremendous amount of respect and freedom, which allowed them to flourish in an unparalleled fashion.
He says you can measure up to something you don't know what this person's football's like.
The Jewish community in Spain, as we said, there's records of them even in the times of King Solomon.
You only have to consecrate.
However, Spain was
that which
went through different stages.
It doesn't belong.
It was the governing forces in Spain were good, tolerant to the Jews. Were going back, whatever the time of the temple, before even the Common Era, they were tolerant, they were nice, and to one degree or another, again, the bad king, the good king is meant to is in office. A great shift happened, which was when the emperor or the king of Spain, whatever they called him, took on Catholicism, division and converted. That happened, so that brought with it all the sorrows that Christianity would have brought with it in those days. It's just they adopted the way the trend that was going through Christianity of anti-Semitism. Moorish, what this is all the way before. What happened is that the Moorish invaded Spain, and the Muslims took it over from the Christians. Go further, after 300 years it switched, and when the Christians got the conquered Spain from the Muslims, and hence, whatever years later, you have the Spanish Inquisition, because Spain for 300 years was under Muslim. And not just Muslim, but these Moorish people who had, as we said, great respect for the Jews. Now, when they did this, when this happened, you had a shift in Jewish literature, what we call them. We've gone through a number of, we call the eras, from a academic perspective, from a Torah perspective, we have names for them. Those who were involved in writing the Mishnah, all those who quoted in the Mishnah, were called Tanoim. Those who were involved in transcribing the Gemara, the Talmud, the seventh generation, are the Amoraim, those who sing, those who explain. Those, a few hundred years afterwards, the system was the Geonim. That was something which today you would see like if you parallel with the Sephardic word Chacham. You would go to the Gaon, you would go to the Chacham.
So therefore, do we say ultimately again, that
carried on until basically the eye going when things sort of started to fizzle out. And the era that we start to talk now, from the time of when Spanish Jewry started to build itself up, was called the Rishon. Rishon means the early ones. And that carries on for about
in the case where she
400-500 years, and then you have the Acharonim,
it's gone, right? So it can't be
carries on
Zona because
with
it's
the later
no longer in
ones.
existence.
The dividing
In
line
this case over
was
here,
pretty much around
Wednesday, the Bia occurs, and
codification of
ultimately
the
the kind of
Jewish law.
Bia,
When
the
the code of
object is
Jewish law
still
was
here.
written, that was sort of a
Now,
breaking
the
point.
point
This
is
is
that
okay,
because
the
the
code of Jewish law is written, then the early ones are done. Everything that needed to get here is here. And afterwards, you have comments on the code of Jewish law, that's fine. But you'll be treated as an Acharon. In the yeshiva world, it's not this one yeshiva world. In the halachic world, it's very necessary to know. Who you're quoting? Are you quoting
She
a
offered it up
Rishon?
already
Are you quoting
by
from
the
the
time
early
the
generation? Or you're quoting an Acharon? Are you quoting from a later generation? Makes a difference. The Rishonim are treated on a higher spiritual level, which they were. They were just more lofty people. And, for example, in the yeshiva world, you'll have, if you're quoting a Rishon, then you even
the truth is,
you
this
can
after this
tell something by the
Shaila is
wording
not
they
necessarily
use.
the Lazar himself.
Because the wording they used, since they were imbued with a spirit of Hashem, which was not parallel to later generations, their wording was holy. Their wording is exact. So if you said this way, not that way, that means something. Later generations, it's the
But
idea.
perhaps again, where she was just
It's the idea. You could today,
still in existence,
you know,
time to be out.
could
In this
argue,
case, halacha l'maisa,
relatively speaking, with an
halacha
Acharon.
l'maisa, the
Very
animal is
difficult to go
recategorized
argue
as
with a
a
Rishon.
Oh, dear love, if you love
That's taking much more than one step. Not always is that possible.
maybe obviously she offered it up and it's no longer in existence at the time of the Bihal. Of course, it's not going to be categorized as a Zona. But in case we should just
As we said, the
concentrate it,
Moorish were
I'm
very
not sure.
built to nothing and very
So we're reading
pragmatic.
that
They
first.
wanted all of this to go on. They
What comes
wanted
out in this
doctors,
case
they
over
wanted
here is, first
philosophers,
of
they
all,
wanted writers,
important
they
lesson
wanted people of profession. So there's no reason to go up against the Jew. You use his talent.
categorized as an excellent writer, how this came, it must be transactional.
Everywhere where they conquered, that's how when they swept through North
If
Africa
that order is
until
not
they got
followed,
to Spain.
either payment and delayed via, or
When
via
they
and
did
then
get to Spain, the
payment,
Jews followed,
ultimately
and some
again, it is not considered to be a
magnificent Jewish community
If he
started to blossom
deposited an
in Spain.
payments,
You had
now,
Cordoba,
and the deal
Barcelona,
doesn't occur until later
Sevilla,
on,
you had
assuming she
Madrid.
has
These
rights
were
on that
all
animal, therefore
magnificent
she
Jewish
goes ahead and she
communities
offers it up
in Spain. And Rosad, that was just the
she's
center
not
of the
this
world for knowledge.
consequently.
Just
So the
regular
animal
knowledge. They
is
had
still
these.
increasing
The Moorish had a library
next
of
day. What's the status
400,000
of that animal?
manuscripts. The
That's
greatest library in the world was in Spain.
Let's analyze more. But
That was the goings on the street.
and then
Maybe
afterwards he
people on
takes
the street,
her
philosophy,
so ultimately
and
again
culture
he came
was
into
honored.
and you say it's
And
mutter
when the Jews contributed to this, they were put up on a pedestal.
Mary's the kasha. I don't understand this. Gemara says, or minni. But
And there are a number of Jews which will go through, which were part of this golden era, which will go for 300 years from about the year 1000,
even 3
common
years
era to
late.
about the year
3 years late,
1300,
some people
in
pay
the common
all
era,
of the
who lived in
late.
Spain.
Pricing
We'll
finish
finish
the
them
late,
all tonight,
3 years
but
later,
we're going to
it's
work
still
up
called
to
the
what
harvest.
I would
And
say
it's still
is
the
a
also,
crescendo,
and I'm not going
which
to
works up to the era of Maimonides.
just important. The rest of the
Next week or maybe the week after, we'll talk about Maimonides, but bear in mind the backdrop of where Maimonides is coming from. What kind of era did he live in?
Ultimately, it is still us.
As we know many times, when things are going well, the Jew responds with assimilation. Unfortunately, we know that this is a fact of history. When you're accepted, so you like to melt in.
So let's say this is
However,
very interesting.
this era, the Spanish Jewry,
So we're talking one case of another case
happened
where it says,
much less
have relations with me
due
for this
to
sheep. And he
very
identifies the
towering,
sheep versus
proud
have relations
Jewish
with me for
leadership
this sheep.
that they possessed then. And not just Torah leadership, political leadership we will speak too of today.
Ultimately, again, versus when he
Political
identifies the sheep,
leaders
it's
who
as
are
if there's
proud,
transactional
religious
needs.
Jews.
When he doesn't
The first
go
one
ahead
was a
and
man called Chasdai
identify
ibn
the sheep, then
Shaprut.
ultimately again there
Now
is
these ring
no
all very Sephardic,
transactional
and indeed we're talking about
Let's
Sepharad.
analyze it a little bit more.
Sepharad
I'm in
in
love with
Spain.
fellows that my hobby, I understand.
Chasdai
So
was
let's analyze this, right? So
an
now
advisor
Wednesday,
and a
moving
doctor
up,
and
he
a
says,
statesman
have
of the
relations
Caliph
with the
in
zone.
Cordoba.
He says, have relations with me
Again,
for
he knew
this
a multitude of languages.
Now,
He could
again,
speak
he
to you
doesn't
in
hear for
Hebrew,
3
in Arabic,
years.
and in Latin.
3 years.
He was
So
fluent
it's all
in Latin.
has
That when the old
has the status
manuscript
of
was
public
brought, and the
statement.
Caliph
So
wanted
this
to know what I was talking about.
Just
One
because
particular monk
identified
read
the
and started
sheep
reading it off
doesn't make it
in
first. In
Latin,
order for it to
and
be first, one has to
simultaneously
Gemara
Chasdai
says,
was translating it into
Someone
Arabic.
tells them
This
that
was,
in the custom
you
sheep
know,
right?
he was
Remember, livestock
super religious and a very good-hearted man.
which the
And he was an example for the entire community.
It's actually interesting.
He had many projects that he sort of started off. There was a great respect in Spain at the time, the era of the time, for grammar. Language was something important. And Chasdai imported from somewhere in North Africa two great Jewish, as well as Presbyterians, people of grammar.
I understand. If it's in our process, in our speech requires it.
One called Gunash ben Labrat, and the other one called Menachem ben Saruk. Both of them were quoted quite often in Rashi. These are landmark Jewish people who knew what they were doing in grammar, and he brought them in in order to be on par with what had to be on par with in those days.
Very interesting. Here's the case.
He was also instrumental. He was right at the beginning of when the Moors conquered Spain and when the Jewish people came into Spain on mass. And there was a proper yeshiva in Spain. And he was really made it his life's project that there should become a yeshiva in Spain. And he didn't only succeed that we mentioned before. There was one of these four shipwreck, not shipwreck, not 4 hours on a shipwreck, but one of these four captured sages ended up in front of them. Now, what happened was an interesting story. Was this sage was called Rabbi he and his wife and his child came and he concealed sort of, maybe not his identity, but his race. Jewish fella came out of the community in Cordoba, took pity on them and ransomed them, and he became the shamash of the show. Keeping a very, very low profile. There was a sort of yeshiva, there was a yeshiva in Cordoba, and by Rabbeinu Nosson, one day, Rabbeinu Nosson was teaching the tractate of Yuma, the tractate that deals with Yom Kippur, just himself, and goes on to many other subjects and gets very complicated, and there was a certain part which Rabbeinu Moshe, the shamash, was eavesdropping to, and he saw that Rabbeinu Nosson was ignorant in a certain part of the Torah. He could contain himself no longer and blurted out, well, I think the meaning is such and such, and everybody was very taken aback, including Rabbeinu Nosson. Rabbeinu Nosson was a helpful and truthful man. He immediately resigned from his position, stepped down as Rosh Hashiva, and was instrumental in making this Rabbi Shimon Rosh Hashiva of Cordoba. When he became the Rosh Hashiva, he was again a student of Rabbi Goy, a direct link to the magnificent Torah center of Babylon. And when that happened, and he knew how to run a yeshiva, he was sent out by his teacher to fundraise for the yeshiva. He was the one built up this yeshiva in Cordoba again to be a tremendous Torah center. All with the direct influence of Chasdai Ibn Shaprut, who was up there in the, they say the Holy Fenster. He was up there in the annals of the Spanish Empire, and was able to, from a political and from a monetary perspective, to get this established. As we said, this Rabbi Shem had a son called Chanoich, who came Rabbeinu Chanoich took over his father. This Rabbeinu Chanoich had a student who was called Rabbi Shmuel, not a very big assuming guy. What happened was, is that at one point Cordoba was invaded by the Berbers. The Berbers were the wild tribe, the fanatical Muslims, who had to kill Muslim and Jew alike. Everybody, they were the men, they were the Muslims. These were Moors were very far from the Muslims in their eyes. And everybody had to run, had to escape Cordoba if they were able to. Between the refugees was this Rav Shmuel. He was reserved, but a very, very wise man, a genius of a man, who again many languages and an all-rounder. Torah, philosophy, he was a great poet, including one of his great qualities was he was very good in calligraphy. Now, he went to Malaga in Spain, and in Malaga, there was the vizier, and it was the second to the king, he used to go on many trips throughout the empire, and he always needed letters to be sent to wherever he was going to find, how are things going in Malaga, how are things back home. The problem was he had a very backward and an ignorant court, really had the good Arabic company, whatever, just one escapable, and they were looking for somebody to do the writing for them. Rabbi Shmuel had opened up a spice store down the road from the palace of the vizier of the viceroy, and somehow they got wind that this Jew sitting in the little spice store learning was very good at languages and at writing. So they kind of found him and asked him if he was able to write the letters in Arabic to the vizier, which he did. The vizier was very impressed. He knew this more than any one of his men who was writing and writing in these letters. And he eventually, when he came back, he invited Rabbi Shmuel to come back with him into his court and serve as his advisor and statesman, in fact. Rabbi Shmuel became known soon
before
as
we go
Rabbi
drink
Shmuel
off the
HaNogid,
tab, we're
Rabbi
talking
Shmuel
about where they
Prince.
are purchasing food
He
from
was the right-hand
shopkeepers
man
who
of the
normally
vizier, and
extends
on his
relative
deathbed,
to
the vizier
it gives
confessed
them the ugly
that
rap to say,
basically the country was being run by
ultimately
Rabbi
because
Shmuel.
shopkeeper normally
The
extends
king
credit to
heard
them,
of this, and
ultimately there
when
is
the vizier died,
transactional
appointed Rabbi
literally
Shmuel HaNogid
translated,
as the
literally
vizier,
the
as the
shopkeeper
second to the king.
acquires his
He
money
became known as
immediately.
Rabbi
Look at
Shmuel
that.
HaNogid, and we get the Rabbi Shmuel the Prince. He was an unbelievable tzedakah. He gave great amounts to charity as the ability. He supported Israel. The famous thing was that the oil lamps in Shul in Jerusalem were donated from him. We had the oil going in Jerusalem. What he did was, besides pouring out money to tzedakah, he also hired a team of scribes to copy the Talmud. This is before printing. Talmud was written in one manuscript here, one manuscript there, and you're sitting there writing the entire Talmud. This is the job of a lifetime, maybe. The scribe was able to write one copy, two copies, so, if he was quick, he was able to write more. Because of that, the Talmud was scarce. You had even in the days after printing, we'll see that to have a set of Shas, to have a set of Talmud was a rarity. A town with a shul and a rabbi and everything would not necessarily have an entire Shas. Even after printing. Till printing became more popular and books became cheaper. But then, there was a great need for manuscripts. And he employed a team of scribes. And this, because of him, the Shas, the Gemara, became more widespread and more learned throughout the Jewish world.
Instead of making the first case of myself, the case of where Ruben says, here's $100,
he
go out and
he had connections as well
make it two different things.
with Babylon, with the community in
Babylon.
Babylon.
When is this
He was a very straight person, a very honest person. And in a country where corruption prevailed, that's just the way it was. You had to smear your way through everything. You couldn't go to the post office and buy a stamp without giving donation to the postman. Or you just plain and simple wouldn't get your stamp. Mafia in a country like that where that's just was the name of the game. To have an honest person like that was both a role model and something to earn many enemies for, which he did. But he had the protection of the king who saw in him, the man that he was, and Shmuel HaNogid, and didn't allow anybody to touch him. He did write a book. This book is printed in the back of the Gemara, and it's called Mokoi HaTalmud, the entry into the Talmud. And what it is it's actually printed in the shape of a Talmud. Sorry, that's something else. It's printed in the back of the first tractate of Brachos, and it gives you the history of the Talmud, not the history and also rules of how to learn the Talmud. Besides all he was doing, he wrote this short but very nice book learned till today by young boys who are going to start learning Talmud. I personally learned these parts of the Mokoi HaTalmud before we start learning Gemara, just to understand. He tells you what the Mishnah is and what a Baraisa is, but what included in the Mishnah. He tells you who can argue with who, which generation lived when, and he gives you sort of the thumb rules of how to learn Gemara. This was Rabbi Shmuel HaNogid. So, with having such people, you've got to talk about a span of about 100 years from Chasta Ibn Shabrut and Rabbi Shmuel HaNogid, who were the leading figures of the time. Proud Jewish people who held such high positions to be performed. And the spirituality as well as Jewish community life flourished. There were a number of great Jewish men that lived in that time. We're not going to go all of them. We'll finish it off next week. Who were all tremendous Jewish figures. There was a man called Shlomo Ibn Gabirol, or Ibn Gabirol. Who it is now, what was he? You won't see his name in many places, but you'll see his pronouns. We Jews have a lot of liturgy, have a lot of poetry. that we say,
should be much.
especially
So you
on
feel
big
that
days.
most the
Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. I mean, the Ashkenazim get away with a lot of it. You go to a Sephardi shul, they'll be there from 6 o'clock in the morning until maybe 12, 1 in the afternoon straight, saying what mostly is liturgy, beautiful poetry. That era, poetry was very much respected and held high, and some of the greatest Jewish poets of all time lived in Spain in this era and composed beauty and poetry which we have till today and are part and parcel of davening on various days. Shlomo Ibn Gavriel was one of them. You want to look out in many places, you will see that many poets, chiefly him is one of the greatest, many poets signed their name in their poetry. The beginning of every stanza was spell out Shlomo Ibn Gavriel. You'll see it. This is not now, but you'll see it in the Chodoti.
The cases are already moving
some money to go to the shop.
So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for it. Now that makes sense, because now that it's paid for it, ultimately, again, it's a big thing. It's literally like he's supplying prohibited items.
If you look at the Chodoti, the beginning of every stanza spells out Shlomo.
Again, all of this is all on this same level.
So that's why many just sign their names in the poetry. For example, the Maoist
I'm sorry.
we say not we don't know exactly who it was, but we do know it was written by a man called Mordechai. Because the beginning of every stanza in Maoist Surah, if you look at the Siddur, spells the word Mordechai. So we've got to remember as well, it's a very important thing to know, when we say of this liturgy, we turn pages and maybe look at the clock and sure, you've got to remember, we're not saying the same size liturgy, we're saying Jewish history. Every one of these poems had a composer.
I'll settle off ultimately again with the shopkeeper, because again, we're saying now the case on years of doing prepaid. Right, see, he left money with the shopkeeper. Then it's a question of saying, okay, I left you $100. How much did you consume? To which the said, you're right. He said, you're right. Tani, ultimately, again, halach l'maisa says, you're right. Change the prices. Read the prices. Should read the following way. That halach l'maisa, Ruben says to his. So the case, remember, essentially there are two cases in price. Case number one is where Ruben gives his workers $100. He says, go out and eat, go out and drink on me. In that case, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not on you. Case two, the way the Gemara is understanding it now, is that halacha l'maisa, Reuben prepaid the chiyuv. He went ahead and he gave $100 to the shopkeeper. He said, my worker is going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now the Gemara says that's the problematic. So we have to be concerned. If we have access now to prohibited food items, then it's as if Reuben is going ahead and supplying with prohibited items. And the way that price should read is Reuben says to his workers, go out and drink, and then I will settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper afterwards. That's how the Gemara is going to say. We'll stop over here for today. Shkoyach everyone. Wishing everyone a wonderful day. We'll say good morning. It is a great satisfaction to be able to learn with all of you. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Share to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tosim Shpach of ROTHSCHILD, for dedicating all the Shuman Drushos this year as a sechus for Besoros Tovos for all of Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Habalim Latova, Stephen Wendy Drazen, in honor of Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Irene Roses White, and Stanley Roses White, Zifon Bracha. Our learning sponsors, Dr. Edmund Faith Wolf, in commemoration of the yahrzeit of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom Ben Tzvi Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Adler, memory of their father, Ben Adler, Chaver Baruch Mordechai Ben Moreno, Nasa, Zifon Bracha. Of course, as always, we dedicate our learning in the Swiss Rock Country's house to the Prophet Nefesh and bring home the Shalom and the Karam and the merit of the social network to give them success you call it massive. Those are the guys who are speaking here. Exciting about the head of us today. Today's guest is Son of
You like Selena Gomez? Yeah, I like two of her
Son
songs
of
a
Base
lot.
Base 62B.
Really?
Today, Rabbi, which is 2, 4, 6,
Would you do
8,
her?
10, 12.
The question is not is she hot, it's would you do her? Those are two separate questions. I completely agree with 10 of them. Scale of 0 to 10, that bitch. It's an important thing to be doing, like, folks. That doesn't necessarily, I mean,
and then repay them with
dog, this bitch in this fucking,
on the following year. So if you look at Rashi, Rashi says, okay, something very interesting. Yasi Perishi is called in
Judaism thing.
Again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities,
This girl is bad. This bitch
you can
is
go
a
ahead
smack show.
and
No
lend
doubt.
or borrow,
Really?
not commerce, but lend or borrow
Dog,
Shemitah
I never
produce
look at this shit.
while it's still readily available for
Is it the same
So
bitch?
this guy's- once it's
Is Elijah
readily
Cup the same
available
bitch?
field, you can no longer kind of
With
keep
Abby,
this for yourself. So the
Abby,
ideal
you and
is so the people of the house of Rabbi Yanai
no,
would borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyim.
really? Not the same bitch. Yo, boring.
So what ended up happening
Yeah, well,
again
nobody
is on
that
year
shit
number
sucks.
8,
Damn, this girl is
people of
bad.
Rabbi also would repay the Aniyim ultimately again
Really? Yeah,
with
where the fuck can I
new
live?
produce, 8-year produce. So the Gemara says, so they came and they said, so people
Can she get it?
mentioned this practice Rabbi Yochanan. There's something
This
about it,
bitch passes
obviously,
the
that bothered
two-step
people
process.
to some degree. So they
She
said
can
to
get
Rabbi
it.
Yochanan,
Which is, would
Rabbi
you do
Yochanan
her?
said, yeah,
Yeah,
listen,
is she hot?
it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine.
Look at this.
Interestingly enough,
For real.
Rashi, Ya'osina, to a couple of Rashis. Ya'osina, then there, Rabbi Yochanan said, the
Would
members
you
of the
do
house of
her?
Rabbi Yanai are acting totally fine. Rashi says, the chivun dahi shaita lo havu hanach be'en lo ichlufe han ba'ani lav chalik beninu lo chayil kedusha shvius alayis. Remember again, we saw in yesterday's
Can't
document,
recognize
when you
it.
get into an issue of potential commerce with a forbidden item, so sometimes that forbidden identity can evolve upon the previously permitted item. So, for example, the concern over here is this looks like one is transacting business with Shemitah produce, that even the 8th-year produce should ultimately have Shemitah sanctity, Shemitah prohibition. Now, the Yochanan said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not a reciprocity, there's not immediacy, or I should say, there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken during the Shemitah year and only being quote-unquote repaid during year 8, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore, this does not look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore, no Shemitah prohibition devolves upon the 8th-year produce. That's the idea here. Therefore, again, halacha myself, and therefore, again, Shemitah sanctity will not devolve upon the 8th-year produce. It's very interesting. Next time, the S-non look. And interestingly enough, a similar case would come up with S-non zero. S-non zero is a halacha. A person goes to a hotel, and he gives her something for her services. Right? How does he give her money? Here he gives her an object. That object is called like an S-non, so that's payment for a harlot, and cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. Listen to this. The sign, y'all. The corresponding piece to S-non. What's the piece? The sign of this. Rice says, Nosal Mavel Abala. Let's say Ruben goes to Rachel. Rachel's his own. Right? Ruben goes to Rachel, and ultimately, again, he gives her payment, right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? Esmana mutter. For harlot's payment, ultimately is mutter to sacrifice. Obviously, it doesn't make sense. Nosal Mavel Abala. If he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a husband to cheat. Even though he didn't have relations with her. So he didn't have relations with her, then ultimately again, the lamb is a gift. It's a gift, there's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, furthermore, the second case, but he had relations with her, but he didn't pay her anything. Ultimately, they didn't pay her anything. If he didn't pay her anything, even though my estimate if he didn't pay her anything, then what's the meaning of the statement in the Brisa that says that Allah the estimate doesn't make any sense? Which the Gemara says, Allah, this is what it means to say. Listen to this. if he gave her, let's say he gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, this what when you explain she's outside, simply what we say like this. When does something become an esnot or a harvest payment? When there's transactional immediacy. Okay, there are relations, right? Our relations pay. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an esnot. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of esnot zone. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. So look, I'll come up. If you give it a sheep, the achakach ba'ala. Now what does it mean, the achakach ba'ala? Rashi says, Achshav elo la'achazman. He doesn't have relations with her now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do we go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some more common sense. You know, pays her today and has relations with her in 3 hours, or tomorrow. Again, as opposed to payment relations. But achakach is not oh, excuse me, oh, ba'ala, the achakach nasala. Or for that matter, he has relations with her, and then he actually pays her as nana mutter. In both of these cases, ultimately, again, the esnot is going to be mutter. However, nasala, the achakach is not fine. Therefore, I will say, so what we're saying is this time, that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an esnot zona, that has to be transactional immediacy. What is the transactional immediacy? In other words, payment relations. Then the lamb, the sheep, the payment has the status ultimately again of a harvest payment. Now again, remember, keep track of what's going on here. Remember, the household of Rabbi, they would borrow shemitah produce from the poor, and we pay it ultimately again with produce. People came to the Ochanan because they thought, I don't know, maybe it looks like a little bit strange practice or transaction business with shemitah produce. So the Ochanan said, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. So because of transactional immediacy, we don't view that your produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow a payment ultimately again for the 7th year produce, the shemitah produce, and after the 8th year produce remains totally fine. Fine. Now the Gemara questions a little bit this esnot case. So again, let's go through this, right?
So you rank people based on hotness that they are?
We'll get to her sheep. I'm just using the sheep because it's the easiest
Really?
example of all.
Oh, I'm done. Who doesn't? Name someone. I'll wait.
Right? And then let's
The
say
blind? I bet the blind rate people on how hot their voice is. It's
so again,
natural.
based on what we just learned before, that sheep does not have the status of a harlot's payment, and therefore is not forbidden for consecrated temple.
Who's the hottest
right? Because it lacks
person ever?
transactional
I am.
immediacy.
Next
I
question.
understand.
Who's the second hottest person ever? Perhaps Andre the Giant. Next question.
He has relations with her on Wednesday.
Really?
So why does
No,
he say
maybe
that he does have
very
relations
white.
with her?
Really? What's I mean, are you talking about dudes or
obviously?
no chicks?
I understand.
Oh,
When he gives it the sheep, can't be labeled as estimate zone because he didn't have relations with her. There's no immediacy. But when he does have relations with her on
hottest bitch of all
Wednesday,
time.
then retroactively,
Look, Audrey Hepburn's pretty hot.
the designation of the
She's
sheep
the
as
hottest
a
bitch of all
harlot's
time.
payment should devolve upon the sheep retroactively.
And there might have been some bitch who was super hot, like 1,000 years ago, but we only have a painting of her. I just wasn't very good. So
what's the case?
bitch ain't hot.
This is very interesting. What happened?
Who do you think is the hottest bitch today, living? I think the most symmetric bitch is
Now, relations didn't happen until Wednesday.
Anne Hathaway. Really? Yeah, I think the second most symmetric bitch is Alison Brie.
She offered it up as a carbon.
But that's symmetry.
Tuesday.
That's not
She offered
hot.
up as a carbon on Tuesday. A pious harlot.
All right.
I will say, you might say to yourself.
What about Sydney Sweeney? That bitch ain't a 5 on my scale. She actually just looks like she's asleep all the time. Really? Yeah. She's not that. She's not a 5. She is not that. Most overrated looking bitch of all time. Is she? Of this decade. Alright. Name someone who is overrated. Sydney Sweeney. How about somebody else? Sabrina Carpenter. Those bitches aren't that. Really? Yeah. Name someone who's underrated. Outside. Okay? Name another person underrated.
Obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have some level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas of life for most of us. are not.
Name it.
Sometimes we feel
What about
very
Zendaya?
sometimes we feel
Overrated as fuck.
scared, you know. I'm
Really?
learning
She
Torah,
can get
I'm
it,
doing
but
this. I'm
overrated.
getting stuck up, but I'm doing
Really?
this. Or I'm
God,
chesed, but I'm
totally
doing this.
overrated.
Right, it is hypocritical.
Totally
It's more
unimpressive. I've never seen
contradictory,
anything
but
that bitch
welcome
has
to
been.
the
What
nature
is
of
she?
human condition.
She's
We
from
all
a Disney
have
show or
some
something?
inner
No
contradictions.
one knows who that bitch
Such
is.
is the
No one.
nature of life, but it is important for us not to lose
Do you
faith in
not like her?
ourselves.
I mean, she
That
can
even
get it.
though the zona is a zona, but she also brings kavanas. You know what? I guarantee you, those kavanas
Catherine Zeta-Jones.
are
Whatever happened to
it's a
her?
pleasing aroma.
She could
Because
get
at
it.
the end of the day, no one knows our inner contradictions.
She was in T-Mobile commercials.
And we still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are
I'm
broken.
here to take a shit.
Sometimes that's the
I
thing
slept
we're accomplishing.
all
In
day,
any event, so the zona
but I
offered up
didn't
the
really
garments,
sleep.
but the time relations occurred on Wednesday, the animal was already gone.
What are your thoughts on yesterday's fight? Boring as fuck.
Okay,
Next
let's
question.
analyze this. Let's unpack this. Okay. What's the case?
I want to teach Daf Yomi. Really? Yeah, for like 5 minutes. And then I want to stop and fall asleep.
Right? Then Pshita the Sharila, right? The Lessa the Shas. So then obviously it's mutter, right?
Is it
has
overrated?
to it. It can't be categorized as an
From
Esla
the
or
looks
Tuesday because they didn't have emotions yet.
Who's the
So
hottest
essentially
spice girl?
gave her a gift. And therefore she has every right to offer it up. However, if you eat the law on the Lakanid in the Aksha, it's enough in the pound. This is very interesting.
I was
But
like,
if he did not give her permission to acquire it as a gift, right? If he was
I'll
like,
never forget. I was at a fucking Barnes and Noble or
this
Borders.
is your animal
Could have been
as of
either.
now,
Which
as
one
of
was it?
Tuesday, right?
I think it
They're
was a Barnes
scheduled
and
for
Noble.
relations on
And they had
Wednesday.
that wannabe or something. They had a picture of them, and I never really seen a picture of them, like where I could stare and look at how hot they were. And I was like, baby,
it's not hers.
I guess she's.
It's not hers.
I had always heard
It's
she's
not hers.
I guess she's not. I'm fake news. And what about Scary? No, that name threw me off. But I think Mel B is pretty hot now. Alright, what about Sporty? Underrated. Actually, pretty hot now. But back then, yeah. What about, what is that bitch's name? Jerry Howler or whatever? What was that one thing? Can you name all the Spice Girls? Oh, boy. Look at this. Posh, Sporty, Scary, Baby. What's the other bitch's name? I don't know. Redhead? You can't. Ginger Spice.
And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to
So,
have
that bitch could get it too. I'm not. They all could get it. I'm glad they didn't like replace them. Alright, so rank the Spice Girls in order of hotness. Would you want 90s hotness or today? 90s. Baby, in my opinion, back then. Really? Yeah, but I don't know if I keep the same rankings today.
Oh, you can't consciously say that doesn't belong to you.
Ginger.
So often in life we forget that Rabbi only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect of me what someone
Posh,
else
Sporty, Scary. However, today,
what he does expect of me is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more than we're honest about.
Ginger.
And then utilize those in the pursuit of personalistic holiness. You can only be makdish that which belongs to you. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us to accomplish spiritual
Sporty,
things
baby.
that
Maybe
are
something
in
like
our purview, in our
Really?
power.
Baby went from top to bottom.
Incredible. So what's the case?
She's the different one.
This is very interesting. So he says to
Was
her,
Mel B
right, so
the
he
different
gives
one?
this to the zone of the
I
sheep,
guess.
and he says, okay, keep the
But
sheep
Mel
with
B
you,
was
scheduled
with
to be at
3
tomorrow,
other dudes.
right?
Yeah.
And just keep it with
A
you
redhead
until
and
tomorrow. Be mitzvah, but if you need the
Really?
sheep for some
Yeah.
reason,
Are you
something
done?
comes up, you need
Hey,
the sheep,
hey, Mel B. Are you done?
whatever it is, then Gemara says,
I like
I'm going to give you the right to acquire it.
Do you think the Spice Girls over? Didn't anything wrong? Yeah, I think those.
So everyone said that's the zoning. Now again, what's the idea? Why are we doing this? Besides that, it's totally
You're pushing.
we're doing this because if
You're
you remember,
pushing to the
this
moon,
all
kid.
happened with
Look at this athleticism. Oh, no, we're not watching how to fucking make candles. This is the worst. Shut the fuck up.
Where there is a level of transactional use. So now we see that by the Shemitah case, And ultimately, we see it by the Esnan Zona, by the Harlot payment case as well. Now, the Gemara just gets a little bit into this Harlot payment case. So, by Rabbi, Kama Bekdisha Samas. Very interesting. So, let's say, same thing. Reuben gives Zona the sheep on Tuesday. The Bia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's makdish it. She consecrates it. Now, she didn't offer it up as a carbon, but she's makdish it. So what's the status now of the animal? So do we say that essentially making something hektish is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to hektish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and being makdish it verbally is the equivalent of offering it up? No. In other words, offering it up is offering it up, but being because it's gone, the animal's gone. Being makdish ultimately again, it is still here, it's still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she was makdish it? Again, because I must say, you heard the shaila is, in the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the bia occurs, obviously, again, it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an esnan zona because it was no longer in existence at the time that the bia occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday, she's makdish it. Wednesday, the bia occurs. And ultimately, so at the time of the bia, the object is still here. So now the shaila is, does the object become an esnan zona or not? So we're saying, Rabbi Eliezer. You can listen to Rabbi Eliezer. So I'll say, going back, this is Rabbi Eliezer on the top of the daf. Right? The Gemara says, Rabbi Eliezer, shekadma behekri vasa. So remember again, the way Rabbi Eliezer understood the case of the Esnan Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it. Right? She offered it up already by the time that the bia occurred. Dafka hekri vasa. So dafka, because she offered it up, it's no longer in existence. Aval hekri shaso. Low. But from Rabbi Elazar's statement, it would appear that if she was makdish, but the animal was still in existence at the time that the bia occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an esnan zona. Much the Gemara says, no, the Rabbi Elazar can fake coming by. The truth is, this shaila is mamish shaila of Rabbi Elazar himself. So the Gemara says, "My mifshat pshita Rabbi Eliezer dakli basal davka vaki shasalo da isa b'shasbia." Does Rabbi Elazar say that the only time it doesn't become an esnan is when the animal was offered up before the bia, because by the time the bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, where she was just makdish, she consecrated it. The animal is still in existence at the time of the bia, in which case halacha l'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an esnan zona. Al dilma ikrivasa pshitale vikbishasa misapcha. Or maybe no, maybe obviously if she offered it up and it's no longer in existence at the time of the bia, of course it's not going to be categorized as an esnan zona. But in a case where she just consecrated it, we're not sure. To which the Gemara says, take it. So we're really not sure. So interestingly enough, I will say, what comes out in this case over here is, first of all, so important lesson number one, because we're not finished with Esnan Zona yet. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an Esnan Zona, as a harvest payment, there must be transactional immediacy, which means payment, bia. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed bia, or bia and then payment, ultimately, again, it is not considered to be an esnan zona. If he deposited an animal with her for payments, now, and the bia doesn't occur until later on, assuming she has rights in that animal, therefore, she goes ahead and she offers it up, it's a bona fide carbon. If she's makdish it, she consecrates it, and so the animal is still in existence at the time of the bia, the next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the taker, that's the unknown. Okay, let's analyze it. So we're going to say the second case over here was, let's say he has relations with her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately, again, the payment is mutter. When we say it's mutter, it means it can be used for consecrated sacrificial purposes. Or mini, the Gemara is the kasha. I don't understand this. The Gemara says, or mini. But the Rabbi says if Reuben has relations with the Zona, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of the bills late. Right? So he pays her late, right? 3 years later, it's still called the harlot's payment, and it'll still be aser. So most of that conscience is just important. The rights that we quoted before, Asan pays in the days 62, he said that if he has relations and then payment, that's not an estimate. There's no transactional immediacy. Here the Gemara says if there's relations, even if he pays her 3 years later, ultimately it is still usher. It's not a contradiction. Hadda Amar his Baali li bitalazeh. Hadda Amar his Baali li bitalastan. So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, we're talking one case, we're talking about a case where he says, have relations with me for this sheep, and he identifies the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep. Girashi, bitalazeh, kolkama diyoyev lo have eslan b'nehashta k'miseh. So ultimately, again, the Gemara says when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there is transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately, again, there is no transactional immediacy. All right, so let's analyze a little bit more. My hobby, I understand. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday. Ruben goes over to Rachel. He says, have relations or to Zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years, the halacha is, it has the status of a harlot's payment because there's transactional immediacy. Just because he identified the sheep doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? The Gemara says, right? Remember, livestock, animals require Mashiach, or require taking possession, to which the Gemara says, okay? So apparently it's actually interesting that ultimately the din of Mashiach is only a din by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't need Mashiach to acquire. So we're talking about a son who's not Jewish. All right, he buys another possibility is the Olam Bezoni Israelis. No, it's talking about a Jewish harlot. Ukigon, the Koyi Bechatse. Interestingly enough, the sheep standing in her chutzah. In which case, again, ultimately there's Kiri Chutzah, she acquires it. Just in a second. Either Koyi Bechatzera, Bala the Achakach Nasala, Hakanyama. Hold on a second. I don't understand. If it's in her chutzah, then she acquires it. In other words, if he had relations with her, and then ultimately, again, then he gave it to her, only then he gave it to her. It's already in her chutzah, she already acquired it. What are we talking about here? The Gemara says, in other words, she acquired it before Pia. So this is like the paradigmatic case of Esnanism, because she's acquiring the sheep even before the Pia, if the sheep is standing in her chutzah. In which the Gemara says, the Shapi Neheli Apotiki. Very interesting. Now, here's the case. So Reuben comes to Rachel and he says, listen, and I here this sheep is an apotiki. Remember again, what is apotiki? Apotiki essentially is like a guarantor. In other words, he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations, right? If I don't pay you money, you could take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. She only acquires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Amar Law, and he says to her, if I pay you, let's say within the next 30 days, good. The Ilav, and if not, Shakle de Esnanich. Take this sheep ultimately again as your harlot payment. Fine. Massive Rav Sheshes. Rav Sheshes says like this. We'll say, listen, how? Again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling from the Esnan's evidence. Watch this. Omer Adam Mechamarov Ulapala. So let's say again, let's say Ruben employs donkey drivers and workers. They say that he's paying them. Now, the way ultimately, again, he's paying them. Now, Rashi points out over here, either these workers are non-Jews or they're Amei Haaretz. They're just unlearned Jews. Idolaters are unlearned Jews. They'll see why this is important in just a moment. And he says to them, right? So what's the halacha? Okay, so actually before we get to this. So he goes and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go ahead and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that's the payment or supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's giving them here, right? Here's money. Go and drink. Go and eat. So let's say now the Gemara says the Eno Choshish to do this. Eno Choshish, he doesn't have to be worried. Sounds you on base 63b. Lo mishum shvius, lo mishum ma'aser, lo mishum yayin nesach. And let's say here's what's interesting about this. Right? What's the concern here? The Gemara says that halacha l'maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an akum or Amei Haaretz, he has to be concerned that maybe akum is going to go by yayin nesach, right? Or maybe ultimately again the Amei Haaretz is going to buy shmita produce or ma'aser sheni produce in outside of Yerushalayim. He doesn't have to be concerned with this. Why doesn't he have to be concerned with this? because essentially he's giving them the money and he's saying, Chevra, do what you want. Do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, right, if you look at Rashi, it's actually the last one, the last of the long lines, not Rashi. The ha'ihu lo savilu midi ela priti yaim. We don't view, Ruvain is not the one giving them right? Ruvain is giving them money. And it's Chavra, here, this is for your food, this is for your drink. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not on Ruvain. It's not on Ruvain, so therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now watch. Contrast out the following case. Samach Yolaveh 63b, second line down. V'im amarlah, but if he said to them, Su ve'ichlu v'ani porea, Su ushtu v'ani porea, and if he says to the workers, like donkey drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay, I'll pick up the tab, all. Now this is a problem. Then we have a problem. Now why is that? Look at Rashi. The issue over here is because he's paying the tab. Now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these prohibited items for his workers. You see the difference? If Ruvain just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's on them. That's nothing to do. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because it is as if he is purchasing and providing these potentially prohibited items for his workers. Alma, what do you see from here? So what you see from here is that we're now going ahead and circling back to the Rabbi case, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Rabbi case of, remember, Rabbi, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed Shemitah produce and they repaid the poor with 8-year produce. Yochanan said, not a problem because no transactional immediacy. So what do you see? Now, what do you see from this last case over here? So what do you see from here? That when Ruvain pays the bill, right, so even though, again, he's paying after the consumption already took place, so there is transactional immediacy, and he is considered to be paying for these Shemitah produce, the Sheni produce, the Yayines, and it's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, Halchanami ki kapara de me'isur kapara. So told here by Rabbi Yanai, when they repay in the 8th year, ultimately, again, isn't that all paying for Shemitah produce? Same thing. Which Gemara says, Gemara Fisto, Bechenteni, Hamakifo, the Mishtabim. So no, it's different. In the Ruvain case, right, so he's going ahead and telling the workers, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to me. Ultimately, because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to Ruvain, ultimately there is transactional immediacy that's happening right there. Literally translated, the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at that just a moment. It's actually right across the Rashi, right to the left. The shopkeeper knows that he's going to get paid from the bank because he regularly extends credit. So we'll say, so that's it. There is transactional immediacy. In other words, Ruvain is not just saying, stop going where you want and buy food, buy drink. He's saying, Chevra, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruvain. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Rashi says over here, therefore it's considered to be almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give the donkey drivers and the laborers whatever they want, these items, and Ruvain is going to immediately pay for that. But again, that doesn't apply in the case of Rabbi, right? This wasn't like a credit type of situation. These weren't people who normally did business together. Therefore, that case was fine because it lacked transactional immediacy. But again, using that logic, if Ruvain were to send out his workers, same case, go eat and go drink, I'll pick up the tab. But now he's not sending it to a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to him. Then it sounds like what? Mutter. then it should be okay. If that's the case, that it's mutar ihachi, if that's the case, then set the brisa up differently. Instead of making the first case in the brisa, the case of where Reuven says, "Here's $100, go out and go eat and go drink," make it two different cases. What should the two cases be? The Gemara said, when is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? When is it prohibited for Reuven to say to his workers, go out and go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with the shopkeeper who extends credit to Reuven, because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if, again, the Chenbeni already has the money to pick up limited items. But the shopkeeper who does not extend credit, therefore that lacks transactional immediacy, and that case should be fine. In other words, better for the Brisa to go ahead and highlight two cases that are the same, but one detail different, than to highlight two dramatically different cases. First, the rest of the old, furthermore, is that true? Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the purchaser not still obligated to defend him? Listen to this. The person says to his friend, "Tain mana laploni, v'yiknu kon v'chase lach." So what happens? So right, Reuven goes, "All right, I go over to Reuven. Say, Reuven, do me a favor. Give him money to Shimon, and all of my property will become encumbered to you." What's that law? Ultimately, again, my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor. The Gemara says, "So what do you see from here?" Now, again, that's even assuming that Reuven and I have no previous relationship. So what do you see from here? When you ask someone to go and give something to someone else, and ultimately, again, you're guaranteeing it, that encumbrance, that transactional immediacy, seems to occur right on there. You're right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit doesn't really seem to make a difference. Even below Miyachid Shibude,
Mr. Aquarius, I'm here. I'll be there in one moment.
What's the difference? I'm going to look at Rashi over here. Rashi says, Kevan lo Miyachid Shibude, look at Rashi, third wide line of Rashi's in the bottom. Still not Shibude. Shalo Yiche lo Miyad Mo'os Lekach, Lav Chalipa Minhu Velo Yis.
Mr. Aquarius.
Go ahead.
Yes, you are, madam.
Go out.
How's your day?
Since no money, right, or no specific money have been set aside for that, therefore, again, that's
Oh, Mr. Aquarius, I was up late, and so I really did my best to reverse my hours, and now I'm going to be up all night. I'm going to try to stay up all day, but I got to get my hours back. That's right. Exactly, and he's on the other side of the world. Alright, Mr. Aquarius, you, my friend, are going to have an invitation in your inbox with post haste. Yes, ma'am.
What's the case? The case over here is where the Balabayas advanced the money to the Chem. Okay, so this
Get it.
Rashi, Shektim Lo, Balabayas Dinar the Chempini, Chodem Slow.
No doubt. This is a tough shot. We have a split here, folks. One of the oh, come on, it went through the pin. Garbage.
The cases where already Reuven gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for already.
Get it.
So now that makes sense, because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take prohibited things, it's literally like he's supplying them with prohibited items.
Oh, for sure, without a doubt. They shouldn't even make me do this. They should just give me the 10, because everybody knows. Oh, another split. Exactly. Give me this. There we go. He is right. One of the great splits of all time.
that's the case, the Brisa shouldn't read that Reuben says to his workers, go out and eat, go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay means it sounds like he hasn't paid. Rather, what should it say?
No doubt. Got it.
You should say, go out and drink.
No, another split. What's up with these 888?
Again, with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying now the case.
Give me this. What a spare. What a spare. Thank you, madam. That's what I needed to get back in this game after split after split after split. 3 splits in a row. Get it, Miss Aquarius. Oh, what a beautiful spare. Folks, if you're keeping track at home, that was a phenomenal spare. Look at this. That's not what we wanted. But I'm going to get this one, without a doubt. Don't even make me do it, Plato. All right, it all comes down to this.
My worker's going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink.
Miss Aquarius got it. You're going to get these two. No doubt. Miss Aquarius takes the lead, folks.
Then it's as if Reuben is going ahead and supplying with permanent items. The way that Brisa should read is, Reuben says to his workers,
Beautiful.
go out and drink.
And now she's going to get this.
That's
I know.
All
right. No doubt. She's got 72, everybody. Give me this. Oh, it's over, Miss Aquarius. You won. Oh, no. Miss Aquarius with the championship. Great win. Miss Aquarius needs 6 more wins. Thank you, madam. Miss Aquarius with a beautiful win at the end. She gets 6. She's 6 wins away, folks. I win, you win, and I win. This is game 2. And she's got a split on her hands, folks.
Dr. Edward J. Wolf, clinician of the Yahrzeit Health, Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, and then Hirsch, and Nathan, and Beth Allen.
No doubt.
Of course, always
There we go.
dedicated to learning the Swiss world.
That's a strike that we all wanted. We haven't had a strike yet. Now we have.
Exciting dot ahead of us today. Today's dot
That's going to be a difficult split. That's going to be a difficult split. You can get there are a lot of pins there.
2, 4, 6, 8,
It's okay.
12
You got
lines up from the bottom. So the Gemara says as follows: Today, Rabbi Yanai, Yas Shvius.
No.
So very interesting case over here.
it.
And there was in the household of Rabbi Yanai, they would do as follows: they would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor, and
No.
then repay them with 8th-year produce, non-Shemitah produce on the following year. So if you look at Rashi, it actually says over something very interesting. Yasi Perishis, Kodim Smana.
This is a difficult split. This might be one of the most difficult splits in the game. That's a tough one.
So that's
Give me
once
this.
it's no longer readily available.
I've got a split just almost as tough as yours.
So the idea over here is, so the people of the house of Rabbi Yanai would borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah year. Rashi goes on the parallel of Sheminis. So what ended up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Rabbi Yanai's household would repay the Aniyim. Ultimately, again, with new produce, 8-year produce. Where it says, so they came and they said, so people mentioned this practice to Rabbi Yochanan. There was something about it, obviously, that bothered people to some degree. So they said something to Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan said, yeah, listen, often it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? Connect done. That was interesting enough.
You'll get these 3, no doubt.
Rabbi Yochanan said,
This is tough. You got to get it right in the middle. Or like that. Or like that. That could have done it. This is one of the toughest splits that you can have. Let's just get.
So sometimes that forbidden identity
I'll take it.
upon the previously permitted identity.
I win, you win.
Example,
You win, I win. Undefeated in friendship. Undefeated in bowling. Undefeated in friendship. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, is right. Are you doing anything for next week's Super Bowl?
Because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with the and therefore no Shemitah prohibition devolves upon the 8th year of That's the idea. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, and therefore, again, Shemitah essentially devolves upon the 8th year. This is very interesting. And this is to connect them to
Do you know who's playing?
And interestingly enough, a similar case with
Do you know who's playing? Correct.
Right?
And the other one, Seattle Seahawks.
It cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. Listen to this. The Sanya, Umar says, the corresponding case by Esna, what's the case? The Sanya says this. Rice says, let's say Reuben goes to Rachel. Rachel's a son. Right? Reuben goes to Rachel, and ultimately, again, he gives her, and he gives her, right? But he doesn't have
Excellent, sweet dreams.
or he has relations with her, he doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? Esnana mutter. Her harlot's payment ultimately is mutter for sacrificial use. It's obviously it doesn't make sense. I understand. If he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a carbon. Why? He didn't have relations with her. So if he didn't have relations with her, then ultimately again the lamb is a gift. If it's a gift, there's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, furthermore, the second case, he had relations with her, but he didn't pay her anything. Ultimately, he didn't pay her anything. If he didn't pay her anything, if he didn't pay her anything, then what's the meaning of the statement in the Raisa that says that the esnan is mutter? It doesn't make any sense. To which the Gemara says, God, this is what it needs to say. Listen to this. If he gave her, let's say he gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, let me tell you this piece outside. Essentially, the Gemara is going to say it like this. When does something become an esnan is on a harvest payment? When there's transactional immediacy. He pays her, relations. Right? Our relations pay her. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an esnan. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of esnan zona. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. So if he gave her the sheep, the achar kach ba'ala. Now what does it mean, the achar kach ba'ala? Rashi says, achshav ela la'achar zman. He doesn't have relations with her now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do you go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some level of common sense. He pays her today and has relations with her in 3 hours from now or tomorrow. Again, as opposed to payment relations. Or for that matter, he has relations with her and then he afterwards pays her. In both of these cases, ultimately, again, the esnan is going to be mutter. However, nasallah, the acharkach, fine. So therefore, both sides, so what we're saying is as follows: that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an esnan zona, there has to be transactional immediacy. Once the transactional immediacy, in other words, payment relations, then the lamb, the sheep, the payment has the status ultimately again of a harvest payment. Now again, remember, just to keep track of what's going on here. So remember, the household of Rabbi, they would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and repay it ultimately again with 8-year produce. People came to Rabbi Yochanan because they felt, I don't know, maybe it looks like a little bit strange, this practice, you're transacting business with Shemitah produce. Rabbi Yochanan said, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea. there's no transactional immediacy. So because of transactional immediacy, we don't view that 8-year produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment, ultimately again for the 7th-year produce, the Shemitah produce, and then for the 8th-year produce remains totally fine. Fine. Now the Gemara questions a little bit this Esnam case. So again, let's go through this, right? Let's say he goes ahead and he pays her. Okay, he gives her a sheep. I'm just using the sheep because it's the easiest example ultimately again for sacrificial purposes, right? So he pays her a sheep, right? And then let's say he gives her a sheep on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday he has relations with her. So again, based on what we just learned before, that sheep does not have the status of a harvest payment and therefore is not forbidden for consecrated temple use, right? Because it lacks transactional immediacy. You must understand. But when he does have relations with her, let's say on Wednesday, right? He gave the sheep on Tuesday. He has relations with her on Wednesday. So why don't we say that when he does have relations with her, top of some table, lechol Allah is obviously, okay, I understand. When he gives her the sheep, it can't be labeled as Esnam Zona because he doesn't have relations with her. There's no immediacy. But when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively the designation of the sheep as a harvest payment should evolve upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore the sheep should be categorized as an Esnam Zona already as of Tuesday. Rabbi Lazar says it's very interesting. No, what's the case? This is very interesting. What happened? Zona, right? Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relations didn't happen until Wednesday. So the Gemara is saying that when they have relations on Wednesday, retroactively, the sheep should be categorized as a harvest payment. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. A pious harlot, a pious Zona. I will say, you might say to yourself, come on, what a faker. She's a Zona, and she's offering up carbonos. I will say, it's important, we've met this many times in the past. So it's important to understand we all live with inconsistencies, and we all live with inherent contradictions. And in certain respects, on the subject, and in certain respects, on the Russia. There are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I do totally well, and there are things that I don't do at all. Here's the beauty of it. The things that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't do at all, Baruch Hashem, don't take away from the things that I do well when I'm righteous. Yiddishkeit is not an all-in-one thing. You could be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas of life. But most of us are not there. But sometimes we feel hypocritical. Sometimes we feel fake because, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm doing tzedakah, but I'm doing this. I'm chesed, but I'm doing this. Right, it is hypocritical, it is a little contradictory, but welcome to the nature of the human condition. We all live with hypocrisy, we all live with contradictions. Such is the nature of life. But it is important for us not to lose faith in ourselves. That even though the zona is a zona, but she also brings kabbalas. You know what? I guarantee you, those kabbalas are reach nichoach to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It's a pleasing aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner contradictions, our inner struggles more than HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And when we still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken, sometimes that's the pinnacle of human accomplishment. In any event, so the Zona offered up the covenant. So by the time relations occurred on Wednesday, the animal was already gone. She already offered it up. So the Gemara says, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this a little bit. What's the case? If he said to the Zona, gives her the lamb on Tuesday and says, this is yours as of today. Right, acquire this as of today. Right, then halacha and subshita the sharila. Right, the halasa b'shaspia umatana ba'amahu. So then obviously it's mutafa, right? Because she has title to it. It can't be categorized as an esnag on Tuesday because they didn't have relations yet. So essentially, he gave her a gift, and therefore she has every right to offer it up. However, the izalo amalakanim in the aksha it's enough in the karma. It's very interesting. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as of now, right? If he was not explicit and said, if he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? If he gives it to her, he gives it to her on Tuesday, okay, we're going to have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, how could you offer it up as a carbon? After all, the Ish Kiyak Ish is based on Kodesh Amrach Mar. The Torah says, if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about an erech valuation, right? Will go ahead and consecrate his home. Just like your home, you own it. So to the only thing you can consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's offer up, is something that you own. In other words, so if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then how could she offer it up as a card? Unless they just by the way a tremendous husky over here. You could only be makdish something that is yours, which means in the realm of personal growth, HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us what we're able to do. Sometimes we make the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's definitely good to have people we aspire to be like. But a lot of times we kind of compare ourselves to others, and then we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But who says you can measure up to someone else? You don't know what those person's kohos, how their abilities are. The Ribono Shel Olam only asks you to be makdish that which you own. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate something that doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that HaKadosh Baruch Hu only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect of me what someone else can do. He doesn't expect of me someone else's accomplishments. What he does expect of me is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more than what we're honest about. And then utilize those in the pursuit of personalistic holiness. You can only be makdish that which belongs to you. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our power, within our spiritual toolbox. Incredible. So what's the case? This is very interesting. So he says to her, right, so Reuben gives this to the zone of the sheep on Tuesday, and he says, okay, keep the sheep with you, we're scheduled to be here tomorrow, right, and just keep it with you until tomorrow. But if you need the sheep for some reason, let's say something comes up, you need the sheep, I don't know, you need a car money, you need dinner, whatever it is, then Gemara says, then I give you the right to acquire it. So it's interesting, kind of hedges his bets a little bit. Fine. So the Gemara says this. So everyone says that's the zoning. Now again, what's the idea? Why are we doing this? Besides the fact that it's totally after one, it's interesting. We're doing this because you can remember this all happened with the Rabbi with this Shemitah transaction. The idea that's kind of happening over here is that something can only be vested with prohibited status when there is a level of transactional immediacy. So now we see that by the Shemitah case, and ultimately we see it by the Eslan zone, by the Harlot Payment case as well. That Gemara just gets a little bit into this Harlot Payment case. So by Rabbi Shia, Kama B'Kdisha Salmat. It's very interesting. So let's say the same thing. Reuben gives Zona the sheep on Tuesday. The Bia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's makdish it. She consecrates it. Now, she didn't offer it up as a carbon, but she's makdish it. So what's the status now of the animal? Mahu. Kevan da Amar Amirasol Gavot Misirasol Hadrot. Kiman Dakri Basikami. So do we say that essentially making something hektish is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to hektish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and being makdish it verbally is the equivalent of offering it up? No. In other words, offering it up is offering it up, but being because it's gone, the animal's gone. Being makdish, ultimately again, it is still here, it is still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she was makdish it? Again, because I must say, you heard the shaila is, in the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the bia occurs, obviously again it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an eslan zona because it was no longer in existence at the time that the bia occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday she's makdish it. Wednesday the bia occurs, and ultimately, so at the time of the bia, the object is still here. So now the shaila is, does the object become an eslan zona or not? So the Mersa B'tiv Shamit Rabbi Eliezer. We can answer Rabbi Eliezer. So let's say, going back, this is Rabbi Eliezer on the top of the daf. Right? The Gemara says, Rabbi Eliezer, Shekadma Behekli Vasa. So remember again, the way Rabbi Eliezer understood the case of the Eslan Zona right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it, right? She offered it up already by the time the Bia occurred. Dafka hikri basa. So Dafka, because she offered it up, is no longer in existence. Aval hikri shaso, lo. But from Rabbi Lozer's statement, it would appear that if she was makdishing, but the animal was still in existence at the time that the Bia occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an Eslan Zona. So much the Gemara says, no, the Rabbi Lozer would fake coming quiet. The truth is, this Shaila is Mamish Shaila Rabbi Lozer himself. So the Gemara says, "My mifshat pshita Rabbi Eliezer dakni basal davka baki shasalo da isa b'shasbiyah." Does Rabbi Eliezer say that the only time it doesn't become an esla is when the animal was offered up before the bia? Because by the time the bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, where she was just makdish, she consecrated the animal is still in existence at the time of the bia. In which case, halacha l'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an eslan zona. Al dilma. Or maybe no, maybe obviously if she offered it up and it's no longer in existence at the time of the video, of course it's not going to be categorized as an Eslan Zona. But in a case where she just consecrated it, we're not sure. To which the Gemara says, take it. So we're really not sure. So interestingly enough, on both sides, what comes out in this case over here is, first of all, so important lesson number one, because we're not finished with Eslan Zona yet. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an eslan as a harmless payment, there must be transactional immediacy, which means payment via. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed via, or via and then payment, ultimately, again, it is not considered to be an eslan zone. If he deposited an animal with her for payments, now, and the via doesn't occur until later on, assuming she has rights in that animal, therefore, if she goes ahead and she offers it up, it's a bona fide carbon. If she's makdish it, she consecrates it, and so the animal is still in existence at the time of the bia. The next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the take. That's the unword. Okay, let's analyze more. So we're making both sides. The second case over here was, let's say he has relations with her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately, again, the payment is mutter. When we say it's mutter, it means it can be used for consecrated sacrificial purposes, or meaning the Gemara is the kasha. I don't understand this. The Gemara says, for meaning, right? He says that he has relations with himself, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, so she don't pay all of the bills late. Right? So he pays her late. Right? 3 years later, it's still called a harmless payment, and we still be also. I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to stop. Low cash. So most of that country is important. The rights that he quoted for he said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate. There's no transactional immediacy. Here the Gemara says that there's relations even if he pays her 3 years later, ultimately it is still usher. I'm not going to stop. I'm not just a low cash. It's not a contradiction. Hada Amar is Ba'ali li, is Ba'ali li, Bitalazeh. Hada Amar is Ba'ali li, Bitalastan. So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, one case, we're talking about a case where he says, have relations with me for this sheep, and he identifies the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep. So ultimately, again, the Gemara says when he identifies the sheep, is as if there is transactional use. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately, again, there is no transactional use. Alright, so let's analyze a little bit more. I'm going to love the that my heart. I don't think. So let's analyze this, right? So now, Wednesday, everything goes over to Rabbi, and he says, have relations with its Zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't care for 3 years. 3 years. Now, look at this. Oh, it has the status of a harvest payment. Position of actually means. Just because he identified the sheep doesn't make it curse. In order for it to be curse, one has to have the Gemara says sheep farm. So I'm going to tell us about having the person of sheep farm. Right? If you remember, livestock animals will fight sheep or fight the possession, which the Zoya, well, let's go cover the little so kind of that's interesting. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't believe in sheep until a farm. So it turns out someone who's not Jewish. You guys know that's what it is. The old one is on Israel. Now it's talking about a Jewish harvest. If you go The koi bechatzer. Oh, interesting enough, the sheep is standing in the chassid. In which case, again, ultimately, there's two chassid she requires. In a second. Either koi bechatzer, the akikaf nasama,
and I was over until you kissed my lips and you saved me. My soul, but my knees will fall to thee. You stand in your arms without falling to your knees. There's a song to you that I never knew. All the things you say, we will always remember you. All the games you play, you will always win, always win. But I say bye to the rain, watch it burn as I touch your face. When it burns, when I cry, when the music is sweet, without your name, your name. But I'm with you, everything. I was my eyes when you keep forever. Even me, gave them nothing is better. But there's a song.
Donkey drivers and workers. Okay, so now he's paying. Now the way ultimately again he's paying them. Now Rashi points out over here. Rashi,
there's a precise art to it, and it all comes down to a beautiful mathematical concept, the catenary curve. When the anchor hits the bottom, the ship keeps letting out chain, a lot of chain. The goal isn't to make a straight line to the anchor. The goal is to create a long, heavy belly of chain that lies flat on the seabed for a significant distance. This curve is the catenary, and it does two incredible things. First, the sheer weight of hundreds of feet of chain lying on the seabed creates an insane amount of friction. It's like a giant paperweight. Second, and this is the genius part, it acts as a massive perfect shock absorber. Even though waves push the ship, they aren't pulling directly on the anchor. They're trying to lift this immensely heavy chain off the seafloor. All that energy is spent fighting the weight of the chain. The curve straightens out, absorbing the shock like a giant rubber band. By the time that force action,
he's giving them money. Now, because it's an akum or amir aretz, he has to be concerned maybe the akum is going to go by yariness, right? Or maybe
I had a 16-year-old like one of my songs, and I wish I could block her.
He doesn't have to be concerned with this. Why doesn't he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially, he's giving them the money, and he's saying,
Why don't you block
do
her?
what you want. Do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do.
I'm not going to block every single person on the
goes through all of this. Right. If you look at the end, if you look at
but I do wish there was a feature
right,
that just said if you're not 18,
it's actually the last
you can't
one.
look at stuff. If you're over 18, you can't. There'd be a separation.
Ruvain is not the one giving them anything. Right. Ruvain is giving them money. And it's chavra, here, this is for your food, this is for your drink.
Really? How do you know
they choose to do it afterwards, essentially, is not on Ruvain. It's not on Ruvain, so therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now watch. Contrast out with the following things. Samach Yoel, base 63b, second line down. Maybe she's like, Vani Porea, Su Shuvani Porea. He says, to the workers, like donkey drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay. I'll pick up the tab.
I need more milk like
now
shit. That's the thing.
Then we have a problem. Now, why is that? Look at Rashi. The issue over here is because he's paying the tab. Now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these prohibited items for his workers. You see the difference? If Ruvain just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's on them. And it's nothing to do with it. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because it is if he is purchasing and providing these potentially prohibited items for his workers. Alma, what do you see from here? So what you see from here is that halacha l'maisa, not going to say this is we're now going ahead and
How is that addressed?
to the Rabbi case, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Rabbi case of, remember, Rabbi, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed Shemitah produce and they repaid the poor with 8-year produce. Rabbi said, not a problem because no transaction and immediacy. So Rabbi said, what do you see? Now, what do you see from this last case over here? Amo ki kapara de me'isr kapara. So what do you see from here? That when Ruvain pays the bill, right, pays the bill, so even though, again, he's paying after the consumption already took place, halacha l'maisa, there is transactional immediacy, and he is considered to be paying for these Shemitah produce, the Sheni produce, the Guinness, and it's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, Halchanami ki kapara de me'isr kapara. So to hear by Rabbi Yanai, when they repay in the 8th year, ultimately, again, isn't that all paying for Shemitah produce? Same thing. So no, it's different. In the Ruben case, right, where he's going ahead and telling the workers, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruben. Ultimately, because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to Ruvain, ultimately there is transactional immediacy that's happening right there. Literally translated, the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at Rashi for just a moment. It's actually right across the Rashi, right to the left. The shopkeeper knows that he's going to get paid from Ruvain, so he regularly extends credit. So we'll say, so that's it. There is transactional immediacy. Ruvain is dealing, in other words, Ruvain is not just saying stamp money where you want and buy food, buy drink. He's saying, Chevra, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruvain. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Rashi says over here, therefore, it's almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give the donkey driver whatever they want to use for the items. Anyway, it's going to immediately pay for it. Don't have money to do about how to do that. Even the Hana Kani, the Muslim, really, last time in the other, again, that doesn't apply to the research, right? This wasn't like a credit type of situation. It's where people need to do together. Therefore, that case is fine because it lacked transactional again, using that one. Then when you send out his work, in case, go eat and go drink, I'll pick up the tab. But now he's not sending to a shopkeeper who normally extends the credit to him. Then it sounds like what? Muslim. Then it should be okay. If that's the case, that's what will be healthy. At the time, so if that's the case, then we set the rice up differently. Instead of making the first case of the rice up, the case of where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go eat and drink, make it two different things. What do you do? When is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? When is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his workers, go out and go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with the shopkeeper.
That's true. That's true. Did you ever go there? No, I've been talking about that fucking place though for a long time. Really? Yeah. I like the look at that temple.
Therefore, that lacks transactional immediacy, and that should be fun. In other words, better for the rice to go ahead and highlight two cases that are the same, but one detail different, than to highlight two dramatically different cases. This was the old, more natural, even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the purchaser not still obligated to defend the Gamara? The person says to his friend, hey, one of a clothing, so what happens? So Ruben goes, all right, I go with you. Say, Ruben, do me a favor, give him money to Shimon, and all of my property will be coming to you. What's that for? Ultimately, again, my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor. The Gemara says, what do you see here? Now, again, let's even assume that Ruben and I have no previous relationship. When you ask someone to go go out and give something to someone else. And ultimately, again, you're guaranteeing it that encumbrance, that transaction,
but treasure side of you, I never knew all the things you say, but you never on the game you play, you would always win, always win. But I set fire to the rain, watch it burn as I touch your face. When it burns, man, I'm crying it's screaming out your name. I set fire to the rain, into the flame. Can you do this one? Yeah. Living me together, nothing is better. Cause there's a side to you that I never knew all the things you say they will never choose on the game. You play, you will always win. I set fire to the rain, watch it burn as I touch your face. When it burns, I cry, cause I heard it screaming out your name. Your name, I set fire to the rain. You love me hard into the flame. When it's burns, I'm gonna die, cause I knew that this was the last time. The last time, sometimes I think on the door. Oh yeah, in the name myself and looking for you. I set fire to the rain, let it burn as I touch your face. When it burns, when I'm dry, cause I'm your face screaming out your name. Your name. That was sick, was it? Yeah, it's probably. It's pretty sick. You've heard rumors that Adele is a fucking reptilian. Is that true? Man, I don't know, but they are some fucked up rumors. I can tell you this though: if she is, she can still be. Really?
Rather, what should it say?
Oh, so you give it to reptilians? I kind of prioritize reptilians. Really? I mean, what happened? What do you mean, what happened? If I orgasm inside of a reptilian, what happens? It's just normal? Some kind of egg created? Who knows? I don't know, and you don't know. But this shit could be real. Anything could be real. Really?
That Ruben says to his case. Remember, essentially there are two cases of price. Case number one is where Ruben gives his brothers $100. Says, "Come go out and eat, but and drink on me." That case, whatever they do,
what's your favorite song of hers?
Case two, the way everyone's understanding it now, is that Halacha L'Maisa, Ruben prepaid the chimba. He went ahead and gave $100 to the shop. He said, "Halacha is going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink." Okay? Now the Gemara says,
It's not this.
Let's stop over here for today. Everyone, it's been said, I just wanna
It's Selena. The real Selena sings that song.
We'll say good morning. It is a graceful function to be able to learn with all of you. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for
what the fuck is that song?
Our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tosim Mishpacha Yisrael,
It has
for
like
dedicating all the Shurim Drashos this year. As a Sukkos from Soros Tovos for all of Am Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Haba Lingo Tova, Stephen Wendy Drazen, in honor of Israel Drazen, and Dina Drazen,
it's like what to make
and
you
Rosenzweig, and Stanley Rosenzweig from the Bracha. We got learning sponsors, Dr. Edmund Faith Wolf, a donation of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom Ben Tzvi Hirsch, and Nathan, that family memory of their father, Ben Abner Chaver Baruch Mordechai Ben Moreno of Nasan from the Bracha. Of course, as always, we dedicate our learning in the Swiss just have to just make it welcome to home. Shalom and the Karach and the Merit and the Social Network. Give them success.
One of the most famous sneezes in the history of humankind.
Today's daf is Sanach Gimel 60. We are picking up on Sanach Bezim base 62b. Today, Rabbi, which is 2, 4, 6.
No fucking lyrics. This is the one Selena Gomez song I like, and it's.
So he verses as follows. Today, Rabbi, Yasvi Perishvias Nanim, Uparlo Bishminis. So, very interesting case over here. The members of the household of Rabbi, what they would do is as follows. They would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and then repay them with 8th year produce, 9th year produce on the following year. So if you look at it actually says something still very interesting. Yasi Perishi is called in Smanabiyah. Obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities, but I'm also a nice stuff. You can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for other people. So once it's no longer readily available on the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea of it is people of the house of the night who follow Shemitah produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah. That actually goes on the part of the Shemitah. That comes to often and the Shemitah after a year, you hear the Shemitah. So what happens again is on year number 8, people have their house and repay their Aniyim. Ultimately, again, with so the king, and then you said, so people mentioned something about it, obviously, the body, some people, they say something, the said, yeah, I'm saying often, it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? Net done, never say that. Interestingly enough, you also know, you also know, the Yochanan said, members of the house of the Yanites, I'm not acting totally fine.
Maybe one of the worst things ever. Really?
לא איכלופי חני בעני, לאו חליפה נברו, ולא חיילה קדושה שיש on us. Remember again, we saw in yesterday's daf already, when you get into an issue of potential commerce with a forbidden item, so sometimes that forbidden identity pops on the previously committed item. So for example, the concern over here is, this looks like one is transacting business, which needs the produce, then even the 8th year produce should ultimately have the same which the produce. But the Yochanan said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not a reciprocity, there's not immediacy. Or they should say, there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken in the Shemitah year and only being quote unquote repaid during year 8, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with the Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah production falls upon the 8th year produce. That's the idea of that. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, and therefore, again, Shemitah sanctity will not follow up on this. This is very interesting. And you should connect on the Esnon. And interestingly enough, a similar case would come up with Esnon Zona. Esnon Zona is the halacha when a person goes to a zona, and he gives something for her services. Right? Obviously, he pays her money, or even he gives her an object. That object is called an Esnon Zona, payment for a olive. And may not be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. Listen to this. The sign of the corresponding people ask, what's the sign of this? Rice says, no so novel about us. Let's say Ruben goes to Rachel. Rachel's his owner. Like Ruben goes to Rachel, and ultimately, again, he gives her gives her as he gives her a payment, right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? Esnana mutter. For her this payment ultimately is mutter to sacrifice. Nothing of the law, if he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a husband to have sheep, but given the law, he didn't have relations with her. So he didn't have relations with her, then ultimately again, the lamb is a gift. If it's a gift, there's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, the second case, he had relations with her, he didn't pay her anything. Ultimately, they pay her anything. If he didn't pay her anything, even though not Allah, my estimate of mutter. If he didn't pay her anything, what's the meaning of the statement in place that says that Allah provides the estimate is mutter? Doesn't make any sense. To which the Gemara says, Allah, Hakikah. That is what it means to say. Listen to this. Nasallah, the Ashakah Ba'ala. If he gave her, let's say, gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, let me tell you this outside. Since he wasn't going to say this, when does something become an estimate? When there's transactional immediacy. Pay her, right? Or relations pay her. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an estimate. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of estimate sold. And what that means practically is that it can be used only for some type of sacrificial or temporal use. So watch this. So no salah. He gave her the sheep. The Aharkach Ba'ala. Now, what does it mean, the Aharkach Ba'ala? Rashi says, Achshav Elo the Achazman. Doesn't have relations with her now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do you go ahead and translate immediacy? I think this one will look on this up to days with today and have relations with her in 3 hours. Tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment relations. But Aharkach Ba'ala, that's not oh, Ba'ala, the Aharkach Ba'ala. Or for that matter, he has relations with her. Then you afterwards chase her. That's not a mutter. In both of these cases, ultimately, again, the estimate is going to be mutter. However, Nasallah, the Aharkach, therefore, most likely, we're saying this that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an estimate, so that has to be transactional immediacy. Once we transaction use, in other words, payment relations, then the land, the sheep, the payment has the status ultimately again of a harvest. Now again, keep track of the middle. So remember, the household of Rabbi, they would follow sheep and produce from the floor, and we pay it ultimately again to the floor. People didn't really open them because they felt that on the so they had why? Same idea. There's no transaction. Because of transaction immediacy, we don't view that your produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment ultimately against the 7-year produce, and every 8-year produce remains totally fine. Fine. Now the Gemara questions a little bit discussed that. Not so long the Achakas Ba'ala. So again, let's go with this, right? Let's close ahead and paste it. Saying, but we just use a sheep. I'm just using a sheep because we use this example right? So these are sheep. Right? And then let's say these are sheep on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, so again, the base one we just learned before, that sheep does not have the status of a harvest unit, and therefore is not forbidden but constituted. Right? There's a lack of transaction. You know, I understand. He bought out, but when he does have it, let's say on Wednesday, right? He has relations with her on Wednesday. So why would you say that when he does have relations on top of some people, Lechol Allah is the Estel Freya? Obviously, I understand. When he gives it to you, can't be labeled as testimony from us. But when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively, the designation of the sheep as a harvest payment should evolve upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore, the sheep should be categorized as an estimate.
There's no undercover here, son.
The laws says very interesting.
Really?
Very interesting. What happened? Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. The relation didn't happen until Wednesday. Mercy, when they have relations on Wednesday, retroactively the sheep should be categorized as a harvest. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. Chop it up as a carbon on Tuesday. A pious harvest, a pious zona. I will say, you may say to yourself, come on, what a fake. She's a zona. For us, as many times and we always inherit contradictions, and in certain respects, I'm Sadiq, in certain respects, I'm a Rabbi. And there are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I do according, and there are things that I don't do at all. It's really the things that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't do at all, Baruch Hashem, don't take away from the things that I do well, that I'm righteous. Yiddishkeit is not a all-in. You could be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas of my life, and most of us are not there. But sometimes we feel hypocritical. Sometimes we feel like fake because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm doing Tzedakah, but I'm doing this. I'm Chesed, but I'm doing this. Right, it is hypocritical. It is more contradictory, but welcome to the nature of the new tradition. We all live in hypocrisy, we all live in contradictions. Such is the nature of life. But it is important for us not to lose faith in ourselves. That even though the zona is a zona, the sheep also brings covenants. You know what? I guarantee you, those kabbos are reacting to Allah. It's a pleasing aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows that in the contradiction and struggle to love and we still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken. Sometimes that's the pinnacle of human accomplishment. In any event, so the zona offered up the covenants, but the time relations occurred on Wednesday, the animal was already gone. She already offered it up. So you might say, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this a little bit. What's the case? If he said to the Zola, gives her the lamb on Tuesday and says, this is yours as of today. Right? Acquire this as of today. Right? Then, Halachah succeeded the Sharila. Right? The Halasa, the Shaspia, then obviously it's multiple, right? She has title to it. It can't be categorized as an S9 on Tuesday because they didn't have relations to that. So essentially, gave her a gift, and she has every right to offer it up. However, the little Amalekite in the Aksha is nothing. It's very interesting. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as of now, right? If he was not explicit in saying, he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? If he gives it to her, if he's done Tuesday, then we're going to have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, he wants to make her how to chop it up as a carbon. After all, the ish is based on the Shamrach. The says that the person will consecrate his home. His home. This is talking about an erech now, valuation. Right? Will go ahead and consecrate his home. I'm not one of my base of the shusel, just like your home, you own it. I'm called the shusel. So to the only thing you consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's offer up, is something that you own. In other words, so if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then I can shove it up as a car. Let's start with it. And then when we match something that is yours, in the realm of personal growth, this part only asks us what we're able to do. Sometimes we make the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's good to have people who really talk and inspire to do that. But a lot of times we try to compare ourselves to others, and then we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But who says you can measure up to someone else? You don't know what this person's focus on their abilities are. The Rebbe shall only asks you to match that which you own. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate, and it doesn't belong to you. Because so often in life we forget that his Rabbi only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect of me what someone else can do. He doesn't expect of me someone else's accomplishments. What he does expect of me is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more than we're honest about. And then utilize those in the pursuit of personalistic goals. only matish that which belongs to it. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our power, within our spiritual lives. Incredible. Eladamallah, what's the case? Eladamallah, this is very interesting. He says to her, right, so Reuben gives the result of the sheep on Tuesday, and he says, okay, keep the sheep with you, it's scheduled to be tomorrow, right, and just keep it with you until tomorrow. The Mr. Place, but you need the sheep for some reason, like if something comes up, you need the sheep, I don't know, you need a car money, you need dinner, whatever it is, and then Gemara says, then I give you the right to acquire it. So it's interesting how the Chinese is that's not true. Fine, so Gemara says, let's do everyone that has his own. Now again, what's the idea? Why are we doing this? Besides that, there's totally happening. We're doing this because you can remember this all happened with the Rabbi, this Shmita transaction. The idea that's coming over here is that something can only be vested in its status when there is a level of transactional immediacy. So now we see that by the Shmita case, and ultimately we see it by the Esnon Zone, by the Harlequin case. Everywhere just gets over into this Harlequin case. So by the Moshiach, come up and Kisha Soman. It's very interesting. So let's say, the same thing, Reuben gives Reuben into the zone of the sheep on Tuesday. The Bia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's makdishing. She consecrates it. Now, she didn't offer it up as a carbon, but she's makdishing. So what's the status now of the animal? Mahu. Even the Amar Amirasul Gavot Musulasul Hadyo, Iman Dakri Vasidami. So do we say that essentially making something hektish is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to hektish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and being makdish it verbally is the equivalent of offering it? Although Mahashtam Mahashafai didn't say that in other words, offering it up is offering it up, but being makdish is gone, the animal's gone. Being makdish ultimately again, it is still here, it is still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she is makdish? Again, because I must say, if you hear the Shine case, in the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the Bia occurs, obviously, again, it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an Eslam Zona because it was no longer in existence at the time that the Bia occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday, she's makdish. Wednesday, the Bia occurs, and ultimately, so at the time of the Bia, the object is still here. So now, the Shiner is, does the object become an Eslam Zona or not? So we're saying, Rabbi Eliezer. So I'll say, going back to Rabbi Eliezer on the top of the dot. Right? Rabbi Eliezer said, cut up the hikri basa. So remember again, the way Rabbi Eliezer understood the case of the Eslam Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it. Right? She offered it up already by the time that she occurred. Dafka hikri basa. So Dafka, because she offered it up, it's no longer in existence. How about hikri shasa? No, but from the Eliezer statement, it would appear that if she is not issue, but the animal is still in existence at the time of the Bia occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an Eslam Zona. Much the Gemara says, no, the Rabbi Eliezer is fake quiet. She is this Shaila is the Mamish Shaila of Eliezer himself. So the Gemara says, no. Misha Tzitli Rabbi Eliezer, Dachli Baso, Dafka Bati Shasol, no, the Isir Shashia. Does Rabbi Eliezer say that the only time it doesn't mean Eslam is when the animal was offered up before the Bia? And by the time the Bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps, again, where she was just makdish, she consecrated the animal is still in existence at the time of the Bia, in which case, halacha l'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an Eslam Zona. Ultimately, if we lost a shitale, we trust in the stock. Or maybe no, maybe obviously if she offered it up and it's no longer exists at the time of the Bia, of course it's not going to be categorized as an Eslam Zona. But in the case where she just consecrated it, we're not sure. Which the Gemara says table. So we're really not sure. So interesting, we have to both say, but the John in the case of the year is first of all, so important lesson number one. We're not finished in Eslam Zona yet. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an Eslam Zona, as a harvest payment, it must be transactional immediacy, which means payment Bia. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed Bia, or Bia and then payment, ultimately, again, it is not considered to be an Eslam Zona. If he deposited an animal with the payment, Now, the idea doesn't occur until later on. Assuming she has rights in that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers it up. It's a bona fide carbon. If she's not dishing, she consecrates it. And so the animal is still in existence at the time of the bria. The next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the thinking. That's the fundamental. Okay, let's analyze that. So we're making a little sense that he said here was, let's say he has relations with her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately, again, the payment is mutter. When we say it's mutter, it means it's used for consecration sacrificial purposes. Or maybe Mari Zekasha. I don't understand this. The Gemara says, for many, the Rabbi says that the woman has relations with the son, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of the bills late. Right, so he pays her late, right? 3 years later, it's still called a harvest payment, and it's still the answer. I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to stop. Look, Hashem. So what's in that context is just important. The rights that we put in the law on supplication, the 62 said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate. There's no transactional immediacy. Here the Gemara says that there's relations in the case of 3 years later. Ultimately, it is still usher. I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to stop. Hashem. It's not a contradiction. Haga Amar Hisba'ali Li, Hisba'ali Li, B'Talazah. Haga Amar Hisba'ali Li, B'Talazah. So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, one case is another case where it says, have relations with me for this sheep. And he identified the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep. Rashi, B'Talazah. So ultimately, again, where it says when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there's transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately, again, there is no transactional immediacy. All right, so let's analyze a little bit more. I'm going to tell us that my hobby, I understand. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday. We're going to go to Rabbi. He says, have relations with it's like the zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, but yeah, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years. Now, look at this. Oh, it has the status of a harvest payment because there's transactional immediacy. Just because he identified the sheep doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? The Gemara says, right? Remember, livestock, animals require the sheep are required to be possession, which the Gemara says is zone okay? So apparently it's actually interesting. Ultimately, the din of the sheep was only a din by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't believe the sheep as well. So it's like a someone who's not Jewish. You guys know what I'm is the old number zone in Israel is now talking about the Charlie. If you go, they call you the Hasid, which is the sheep standing in her crossing. In which case, again, ultimately, there's the crossing she requires. Just in a second. You could play the Hatzera, but the Akaklasana, I understand. If it's in our thoughts, if in ours, then she acquires it. In ours, we have relations with her, and then ultimately, again, then he gave it. It's already in her thoughts, she already acquired it. What are we talking about? You might say, in other words, she acquired it before, because this is like the paradigmatic case of estimating, because she's acquired the sheep even before the Biyah, if the sheep is standing in her thoughts. So she must well the shopping and the apple. Very interesting. But here's the case. So when it comes to the Halal, the case is this. And I here, this sheep is not posted. I'm not making what's a post. The post essentially is that in other words, he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for your relations. Right? If I don't pay you money, you can take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. She acquires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Amallah, he says to her, if I pay you, let's say within the next 30 days, good. The Imam, and if not, Shakle the Aslan, take this sheep ultimately again as your holy fine. Masses of Sheshes, or Sheshes, supposed to need some help. Again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling from the Aslan's of this. Watch this. Omer Adam Lechamara, Ulapala. let's say again, let's say Ruvain employs donkey drivers and workers. Okay, so now he's paid. Now the way ultimately again, he's paying them. That actually points out over here. Actually, these workers are non-Jews or they're Amir artists. They're just unlearned Jews. Idolaters are unlearned Jews. That's why this is important. And he says to them, right? So what's the halacha? The anal kosher. Okay, so actually before this. So he goes in and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that's your payment or a supplemental, whatever it is. He's giving them here, right? Here's money. Go and drink. Go and eat. So let's say now the anal kosher will do this. Anal kosher, he doesn't have to be worried. Something is 60 Lo mishum shvius, lo mishum achais, lo mishum yayin. And let's say here's the right? What's the concern here? The Gemara says that halacha l'maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an apple or Amir Haaretz, he has to be concerned that the apple is going to go by Yavinesh. Right? Or maybe ultimately again the Amir Haaretz is going to buy Shluta or Meiser Sheni, he's still outside of the Shalayim. He doesn't have to be concerned. Why doesn't he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially he's giving them the money and he's saying, Hebra, do it to us. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, Rashi goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, right, if you look at Rashi, the heart, it's the last one, the last of the long one, the heart, those Sakiru, we don't, Ruvain is not the one giving their money, right? Who is giving their money? And here, this is for your food, this is for your drink. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not on Ruvain. It's not on Ruvain, so therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now what? Contracts are the following. Sabbath Yom, they 60 second line, Allah, says to them, Su B'Ichlu, Vani Tolea, Su Shuvani Tolea. He says to the workers, like taxi drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is a problem. Then we have this problem. Then we have a problem. Now, why is that? We did actually go to the Vani Korea. The issue over here is because he's paying the tab. Now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these limited items for him. See the difference? If Ruvain just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's on them. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because if he is purchasing and providing these potentially limited items for himself. What do you see from here? He can't to make this so what you see from here is that halacha not going to say this is we're now going ahead and circling back to the Rabbi case, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Rabbi case of Rabbi, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed the produce and they paid for your said not a problem with some transactional meetings. So what do you see now? What do you see from this last piece over here? So what do you see from here? That when Ruvain pays the bill, right, so even though again he's paying after the consumption already took place, the transactional meetings, and he is considered to be paying for these Shemitah produce, the Sheni produce, it's problematic. Therefore the Gemara says, all the nami, he kapara, the name is a kapara. So to here by Rabbi Yanai, when they retain here, ultimately again, isn't that called Shemitah produce? Same thing. If we might say, Gemara Fisto, the Fentani Hamatuto, the Mishtabel. You know, it's a moving case, like he's going ahead, telling the workers, go bring out the tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to women. Even the Orthodox say, plainly in the family. Ultimately, because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to women, ultimately there is transaction. Literally translated, the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at that. payment. It's actually 90% left. The shopkeeper knows that he's going to get paid from the bank, so he regularly extends credit. So what's that? That's it. There is transaction fees. Ruben is dealing, in other words, Ruben is not just saying stand going where you are and buy food, buy drink. He's saying, Tevra, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruben. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Rashi says over here, therefore specifically almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give taxi drivers and laborers and Ruben is going to immediately pay for that. Even the again, that doesn't apply to the right? It wasn't like a credit situation. Therefore, that case is fine because it's not transactional. Again, using that logic, if Ruben were to send out his work, the same case, go eat and go drink, I'll pick up the tab. And now he's not sending to a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to him, then it sounds like mutter, and that should be okay. If that's the case, that it's mutter, if that's the case, then you set the price up differently. Instead of making the first case of the price up, the case of where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go eat and go drink, make it two different cases. What are the two cases be? The Gemara said that on word, when is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? When is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his workers, go out and go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with the shopkeeper who extends the credit to Ruben, because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if, again, the company already has the money to pick up the limited items. But the shopkeeper who does not extend credit, therefore that lacks transactional immediacy, and that should be caught. In other words, better for the price to go ahead and highlight two cases that are the same, but one detail different, and to highlight two dramatically different cases. Here's the rest of the old. Where's that true? Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the purchaser not still obligated to the the person says to his friend, take one of the phony, so what happens? So Ruben goes, all right, I go with you. Ruben, do me a favor, give him money to Shimon, and all of my property will become encumbered to you. What's that about? Ultimately, again, my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor. The Gemara says, so what do you see today? Now, again, let's even assume that you and I have no previous relationship. So what do you see there? When you ask someone to go and do something to someone else, and ultimately, again, you're guaranteed that encumbrance, that transactional immediacy, seems to occur right then and there. You're right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit doesn't really seem to make a difference. Even the low miyachid shibude low yissa. So what's the difference? I look at Rashi. Rashi says, "Kiva go miyachid shibude." Look at Rashi. Third wise line in Rashi's in the bottom. Kiva shibude. Shelo yichei lo miyachid mo'os nekaf. Rav chalita yidu lo yissa. Since Ruben did not go ahead and actively set aside money for this, right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink, I'll pick up the tab. Since no defined amount of money, right, or no specific money has been set aside for that, therefore, again, that lacks transactional immediacy. Because it does ultimately, again, it should be mutter. Shelo yichi le'mos l'kach lav chalik beninu v'lo mitzvah. Sorry, the Gemara says, on my choshish. So if that's the case, ultimately, again, so what do we need to be concerned with that? We shouldn't shvius. So the Gemara says, so ultimately, again, he says the Gemara, ultimately, again, what do I have to be concerned about? My choshish, you should shvius. What do you have to be concerned about over here? The halacha l'maisa, that perhaps again Shmita produce versus Halom Yakin Shibudi Shahaka Lom Yakin Shibudi Hava. Ultimately, again, same thing. Because no particular monies have been designated or advanced, it does not take transaction release. What's the case? The case over here is where the Balabayas advanced the money to the family. Okay, so this changes everything. Look at Rashi. Shekimo, Balabayas, Dinar the family. Chodem Shalach Etzlo. The Hashtami, the Balabayas, Kabli, and so they all. So this changes everything. So in the case over here, ultimately, again, when the Rashi says that if Reuben says to his workers, go to the family, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink, whatever you want, it's on you. The case is where already Reuben gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for already. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take limited things, it's literally like he's supplying them with limited items. I know. I'm used to the Shmete coming up to the Minata. So the Gemara says as follows. So Rakhana says, so we'll say something again. All of this is more or less the same round of transactional release. Like that's happening. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, I'm used to the Shmete coming up to the Minata. So Rakhana said, I said this over because of Rabbi of the Nariko. And what happened? I'm not right. He hustled. I decided to do the issue. Certainly, we should see by the way, if that's the case, the prices shouldn't be that Reuben says to his workers, go out and eat, go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay me to sound like he hasn't paid. Rather, what should it say? It should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Like, I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying now the case on here who made you pay. Right? So you left money with the shopkeeper, then it's a question of saying, okay, I left you $100. How much should we consume? You're right. You said, you're right. Tony, I'm like, Tony, ultimately, again, the halacha says, you're right, change the license. Read the license should really be the following way. That halacha license, Reuben says to his, so case, remember, it says that there are two cases in the license. Case number one is where Reuben gives his workers $100. Says, everyone go out and eat, go out and drink on me. In that case, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not on them. Case two, the way the Gemara is understanding it now, is that halacha myself, Reuben prepaid the family. He went ahead and gave $100 to the shopkeeper. He said, my worker's going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now the Gemara says, that's the problematic. You have to be concerned. If they have access now to the food items, then it's as if Reuben is going ahead and supplying the further difference. The way that price should read is Reuben says to his workers, go out and drink, and then I will settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. That's what the Gemara is saying. Yeah, let's stop over here for today. Shkoyach, everyone, what a God. Because of the position, the entire circumstance. But there are other people who are right, who don't care. They don't care about the fact that he's going to go. Let's say good morning. It is a great satisfaction to be able to learn with all of you. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Sure to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tosim Shpach of ROTHSCHILD, for dedicating all the Shuman Drushos this year as a host for the Soros Tavos for all of Israel. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av. Habalim Latova, Stephen Wendy Drazen, in honor of Crystal Drazen, Luna Drazen, Irene Rose's Life, and Stanley Rose's Life from the Israel. Learning sponsors, Dr. Evan J. Wolf, Orange of the Yard-Side Contract with his father, Simon School, Shalom, then Steve Hirsch, and Meeting from that child of memory of his father, then Father, Father, Mordecai, and Maria, of Nelson, and of course, always, we dedicate our learning to Swiss Teachers Hospitals and the welcome message and bring them home to Shalom and Karl and America of this whole year. Give them success, whole of mercy. Most of the time, we're not speaking. We have an exciting daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Samech Gimel 63, and we are not on South Basin base 62b. Today, Rabbi Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up from the bottom. So the verse is as follows. Today, Rabbi Yana, Yas Ite Shiyas Mandim, who carved the Shiyas. So very interesting piece over here. the members of the household of Rabbi, they would do as follows. They would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and then repay them with 8th-year produce, non-Shemitah produce on the following year. So if you look at Rashi, it actually says something very interesting. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities, but halacha l'maisa, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So this guy's, once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is, so the people of the house of Rabbi would borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah year. Rashi goes on the Karlu B'Shminis, Yishtakach the Achli Aniyim B'Shminis Achar HaYirah Kaluki Perish This. So what ends up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Rabbi also repay the Aniyim, ultimately again with new produce, 8-year produce. The Gemara says, so they came and they said, so people mentioned this practice from Yochanan. There's something about it, obviously, that's bothering people to some degree. So they said something to Yochanan. Yochanan said, yeah, listen, it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? Next done, they will say that interesting enough, look at Rashi, you also know the stars, do a couple of Rashis. You also know, the Yochanan said, the members of the house of the Yanites are acting totally fine. Rashi says, the people that he shut up, lo habu hanach be'en, lo ichuf be'han ba'ani, ma chali beninu, lo chayli kedusha shviyazalai. So remember again, we saw yesterday's daf already, when you get into an issue of potential commerce with a forbidden item, so sometimes that forbidden identity is upon previously forbidden. So for example, the concern over here is, this looks like one is transacting business, which means the produce, that even the 8th-year produce should ultimately have the prohibition. But the Yochanan said it's not a big problem. Why? Because there's not a reciprocity, there's not immediacy, or I should say, there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken in the Shemitah year, and only being quote-unquote repaid during year 8, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah prohibition devolves upon the 8th-year produce. That's the idea here. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, and therefore, again, Shemitah sanctity will not devolve upon the 8th-year produce. This is still very interesting. It's to connect them to Eslan and and interestingly enough, a similar case would come up with Eslan Zona. Eslan Zona is a person goes to a Zona and he gives her something for her services. Right? Obviously, he gives her money, or he gives her an object. That object was called an Eslan Zona, payment for a harlot, and cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. Listen to this. The sign of the Gemara says, the corresponding piece of Eslan was the sign of this. Rashi says, let's say Ruben goes to Rachel's his home. Right? Ruben goes to Rachel, and ultimately, again, he gives her this, and he gives her a payment. Right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? Esnana mutter. Her harlot's payment ultimately is mutter for sacrificial use. Obviously, it doesn't make sense. I don't care. If he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a wife sheep. Even though he didn't have relations with her. So if he didn't have relations with her, then ultimately again, the lamb is a gift. It's a gift. There's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, the soup, furthermore, the second case, he had relations with her, but he didn't pay anything. Ultimately, he didn't pay anything. If he didn't pay anything, if he didn't pay anything, what's the meaning of the statement in Brisa that says that the S line is mutter? Doesn't make any sense. To which the Gemara says, hello, that this one needs to say. Listen to this. If you gave her, let's say, you gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, let me tell you this outside. Since we weren't going to say like this, when does something become an esnot, one of harlot's payment? When there's transactional immediacy. Pays her, relations. Right? Or relations pay her. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an esnot. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of Esnon Zona. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. So what's Elikama? No Salah, if you give it a sheep, the Achakach Bala. Now what does it mean, the Achakach Bala? Rashi says, Achshav Ella La'achar Zman. It doesn't have relations with her now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do you go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some more common sense. You know, pay it today and have to just prepare 3 hours tomorrow. Again, as opposed to payment relations. Baraka Kasala, as none of them. Oh, Bala, the Akakach Nasala, or for that matter, he has relations with her. And then he gets closer, as none of them. In both of these cases, ultimately, again, as none is going to be over. However, Nasala, the Akakach, so therefore, both sides, what we're saying is as follows: that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an Esnon Soma, there has to be transactional use. Once the transactional use, in other words, payment relations, then the land, the sheep, the payment, has the status ultimately again of a harvest. Now, again, keep track of what's going on here. So remember, the household of Rabbi, they would borrow sheep to produce from the poor and repay it ultimately again with the produce. People came to the Ochanan because they thought, I don't know, maybe it looks like a little practice. I said, no, it's fun. Why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. Because of transactional immediacy, we don't view that your produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment ultimately again for the 7th year produce, the sheep produce, and after the 8th year produce remains totally fine. Now the Gemara questions a little bit this Esnon piece. So again, let's go through this, right? Let's just go ahead and fix it. Now you've got look at these up. I'm just using the sheep because it's the easiest example of right? So he pays your sheep, right? And then let's say he gives your sheep on Tuesday, and then on Wednesday he has relations. So again, based on what we just went before, that sheep does not have the status of a harvest payment, and therefore is not forbidden for constituted temple use, right? Because it lacks transactional use. You must understand. When he does have relations, that's on Wednesday, right? He gave the sheep on Tuesday. He has relations with her on Wednesday. So why does he say that when he does have relations with her, top of something, Lechol Allah is obviously, I understand. He gives you the sheep, can't be labeled as testimony somehow. So we have relations with him, and you know this. But when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively, the designation of the sheep as a harvest payment should involve upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore, the sheep should be categorized as an Esnon Zona already as of Tuesday. Rabbi Lazar says, it's very interesting, what's the case? You should come up with a Hikmah. This is very interesting. What happened? Zona, right? Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relations didn't happen until Wednesday. So we're saying that when they have relations on Wednesday, retroactively, the sheep should be categorized as a harvest payment. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. A pious harvest, a pious Zona. I will say, you must say to yourself, come on, what a freak. She's a Zona, but she's offering up carbonos. Let's say it's important to mention this many times. So it's important to say all the inconsistencies. And you only can have predictions and in certain respects, on the subject, and in certain respects on the Russia. And there are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I do very poorly, and there are things that I don't feel the things that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't do at all, Hashem, don't take away from the things that I do well and that I'm righteous. Yiddishkeit is not an all or nothing. You can be righteous in some areas and more than in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas of my life. And most of us are not there, but sometimes you feel hypocritical, or sometimes you feel like a fake because I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this, or I'm giving stuff out, but I'm doing this, or I'm chesed, but I'm doing this. Right? It is hypocritical. It is more contradictory, but welcome to the nature of the human condition. In all of the hypocrisy, with all the human contradictions, such is the nature of life. It is important for us to use faith in ourselves. That even though the zona is a zona, but she also brings problems. You know what? I guarantee you, those kavanas are reach mikol easy aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner pressures are and struggles from other circumstances. And when we still push forward to do good, despite what the things that are broken, sometimes that's a pinnacle of human accomplishment. In any event, so the Zona offered up the carcass, but by the time relations occurred on Wednesday, the animal was already gone. She already offered it up. So the Gemara says, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this. If he said to himself, gives her the shield of the lamb on Tuesday and says, this is yours as of today. Right? Acquire this as of today. Right? Then, halakha, she did the sharia. Right? So then obviously it's mutter, right? She has titles to it. It can't be categorized as an esrog on Tuesday because they didn't have relations, right? So essentially, gave her a gift, and she has every right to offer it up. However, the law on the lakanit in the action is the kind of raised. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as of now, right? If he was not explicit, he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? He gives it to her, he gives it to her on Tuesday. Okay, we're gonna have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, he must be kind of happy to offer it up as a part of it. After all, the Yakish is based on published on that one. So it says, the person will consecrate his home. His home. This is talking about an error, evaluation. Right? Will go ahead and consecrate his home. I'm not one of my days on the shoe, so just like your home, you own it. I've called the shoe, so to be only you consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's offer up, is something that you own. In other words, so if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then I pick up it up as a part. Let's say just by way of you know, you can only be makdish something that is yours. Which means in the realm of personal growth, which only asks us what we're able to do. You know, sometimes we make the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's good to have people we up to, we aspire to be like. But a lot of times we try to compare ourselves to others, and then we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But who says you can measure up to someone else? You don't know what those person's co-hosts have their abilities are. The Ribbon Shel Olam only asks you to be makdish that which you own. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate it doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that the Prophet only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect of me what someone else can do. He doesn't expect of me someone else's accomplishments. What he does expect of me is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more than we're honest about. And then utilize those in the pursuit of personalistic holiness. Only be makdish that which belongs to you. And our Kodesh Baruch Hu only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our purview, in our power, within our spiritual toolbox. Incredible. Eladamra, so what's the case? Eladamra, the Hadikabeh, I just be. This is very interesting. He says to her, right, so Reuben gives this to the zone of the sheep on Tuesday. And he says, okay, keep the sheep with you. We're scheduled to be here tomorrow, right? And just keep it with you until tomorrow. The mitzvah, like, but if you need the sheep for something, let's say something comes up, you need the sheep, I don't know, you need a car money, or you need dinner, whatever it is, then Gemara says, Kani Aksha, then it gives you the right to acquire it. So it's fine. So therefore, that's the zone. Now again, what's the idea? Why we do this? Besides that, it's totally we're doing this because you can remember this all happened with the Rabbi, which is Shmita transaction. The idea that's happening over here is that something can only be vested with limited status when there is a level of transactional use. Now we see that by the Shmita case, and ultimately we see it by the Esnon zone and by the Harlot. That's where it gets a little into its hard case. So, viable. Come up with Yusha so much. So, let's say, Reuben gives Reuben is Zona the sheep on Tuesday. The Dia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's makdish. She consecrates it. She didn't offer it up as a cover, but she's makdish it. So what's the status now of the animal? say that essentially making something hektish is the equivalent of offering it up. In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to hektish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and doing hektish verbally is the equivalent of offering it up. In other words, offering it up is offering it up, but being it's gone, the animal's gone. Being makdish, ultimately again, it is still here, it's still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she was makdish? Again, because I'm saying, you heard the shaila is, in the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the dia occurs, obviously again it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an esnom zona because it is no longer in existence at the time that the dia occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday she's makdish. Wednesday the dia occurs, and ultimately at the time of the dia, the object is still here. So now the shaila is, does the object become an esnom zona or not? The more said is Rabbi Eliezer. So let's say going back to Rabbi Eliezer on the top of the daf, right? And Rabbi Eliezer, so remember again, the way Rabbi Eliezer understood the case of the Estel Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it, right? She offered it up already by the time the dia occurred. Dafka Hikri Basa. So Dafka, because she offered it up, it's no longer in existence. How about Hikri Shasal Lo? But from Rabbi Eliezer statement, it would appear that if she was not fishing, but the animal was still in existence at the time that the dia occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an Eslam Zona. Much the Gemara says no. The Rabbi Eliezer is fake and quiet. The truth is, this shaila is not the shaila of Rabbi Eliezer himself. So the Gemara says, come on. Mifshat Pshita Rabbi Eliezer, that is also Dafka Baki Shasam Lo, that is Sibishasbiya. So Rabbi Eliezer said that the only time it doesn't become an Eslam is when the animal was offered up before the dia. Because by the time the dia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps, again, where she was just makdish, she consecrated it. The animal is still in existence at the time of the dia, in which case, halacha l'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an eslam zona. Or maybe, obviously, she offered it up and it's only at the dia. Of course, it's not going to be categorized as an eslam zona. But in the case where she just consecrated it, we're not sure. Which the Gemara says take it. So we're really not sure. So interesting, we have a little side. What comes out in this case over here is, first of all, so important lesson number one. We're not finished with Eslam Zone. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an Eslam Zone, as a harvest payment, it must be transactional immediacy, which means payment via. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed via, or via and then payment, ultimately, again, it is not considered to be an Eslam Zone. If he deposited an animal with no payment, now, the dia doesn't occur until later on, as soon as she has rights to that animal, therefore, she goes ahead and she offers it up to modify the carbon. If she's not dishes, she consecrates it. And so the animal is still in existence at the time of the dia. The next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the thing. Okay, let's analyze it. So we're making one side. The second case over here was, let's say he has relations with her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately, again, the payment is mutter. When we say it's mutter, it means for purposes. Or immediately, Mara is the kasha. I don't understand this. Gemara says, for me, the Rabbi says that woman has relations with himself, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of the bills late. Right, so he pays her late. Right, 3 years later, it's still called the harlot's payment, and it'll still be awesome. I'm not going to make this stuff unless this stuff look hasher. So we'll say that conscience is just important. The rest that we played before, to be said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate. It's not transactional immediacy. Here the Gemara says that there's relations in the case of 3 years later, ultimately it's still awesome. I'm not going to make this stuff unless this one look hasher. It's not a contradiction. Hadra Amar is Ba'ali Li, is Ba'ali Li, to tell us that. Hadra Amar is Ba'ali Li, to tell us that. So let's say this is very interesting. ultimately, again, one case we're talking about a case where it says, have relations with me for this sheep. And he identifies the sheep versus have relations with me for a sheep. Rashi, you tell us that. So ultimately, again, versus when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there's transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately, again, there is no transactional immediacy. All right, so let's analyze a little bit more. My hobby, I understand. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday. He then goes over to Rabbi. He says, have relations with me. To Zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years. Now, look at this. Oh, it has the status of a harvest payment because there's transactional immediacy. Just because he identified the sheep doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? Remember, livestock, animals.
Yo, dog, just one moment. How you living, pimp? What's good?
So apparently, again,
yo, dog, you just muted yourself. How you living? Yo. Spirit man. I am. Was it on Kick? Okay, where did I? Somebody commented to you, or you found me on YouTube?
No, I think somebody named me Rabbi.
Yeah. Wait, have you been live streaming your life 24/7? You're that guy. No way. Okay, no way. You finally found me. Wonderful. Okay. Yeah, so you've been doing it for like 250 days, right?
Yes, you're right.
Well, firstly, congratulations. I have been watching your streams. We do something very similar. We stream our lives for world peace, right?
Oh, beautiful. Okay, that's why. Okay, that's all. All right. That's why.
100%. Yeah, I've been doing it for like 1,500 days. Yeah, so 4 years. But I see what we do is very similar. Like every 12 hours, we restart a new YouTube stream, right? 100%, my man. Yeah, absolutely. See, I started after the pandemic, and somebody came into my stream recently, and they're like, hey, you should check out this other person. They're basically doing the same thing that you're doing, but and like you might have something in common with them. So I was trying to get a hold of you, but I understand, I completely understand, my man, that like we're doing our own things, and we don't have time to be checking that YouTube chat, and then also it doesn't make any noise, so it doesn't like get your attention when somebody's chatting there. And when you're streaming as long as we do, even sleeping online and everything, you just stop paying attention to it. Is that correct?
Yeah, exactly. And he says to them,
so he goes and he says to them, I'm paying you, right?
I'm in agreement with you. Well, and it's gonna make streams like ours really important to be able to study humans from a biological standpoint and aging over time.
So let's say now the
it's the cure for aging yourself.
What's the concern here? The Gemara says that
100%, definitely. I promote myself on X Spaces. I don't know how you promote yourself, but you do have some caring people out there who got me in touch with you. Do you mind if I give you my pitch, what I do?
Well, that's why I'm here. Because essentially, he's giving them the money. I'll tell you what I think will work.
Because he's doing that essentially, he's not on here.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. The phrase "content is king" was made popular in the 1990s, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm live not on one YouTube stream nor two. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view my streams, the link's available on my Twitter profile. Additionally, you'll find it in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You also find a link to my Discord, which you found, discord.me/rabbi. I'm very proud to say that we have over 2,800 people in our community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making everyone extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land and make it drinkable. And then usually I say to the people who I'm shilling, if you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share. So that's usually what I say to people, and it changes lives.
And he is considered paying for these Shemitah produce, the Sheni produce, the Yaines, and it's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, Halchanami, Kikapara, doing this Kapara. So over here by the other night, the same here, ultimately again, isn't that all thing? Same thing. The Gemara says, the Mishnah. So no, it's different. In the Ruben case, right? This one and doesn't rely. We're talking about where they are purchasing from the shopkeeper.
Yes, we are. We are absolutely. It's so good to find somebody who knows exactly what I go through. Yeah, exactly, man.
I'm not sure how your bills, but how you pay 4 years.
I have done that, but I'm a certified project management professional, so I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, which has allowed me some financial independence. And then, being a certified project management professional, I do have people who ask me to freelance for them, and so if I ever need to, I do.
That's it. It's transactional. Ruben is not just saying stop going where you want and buy food, buy drink. He's saying, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the this is the shopkeeper who will expensive relative to Ruben. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy. Rashi says over here, therefore specifically most of these things, like the shopkeeper is going to give, he's going to give donkey drivers. Ruben is going to immediately pay. Those are all you need. Again, that doesn't apply in Serbia, right? That's also very much cooperating. We trust each other. Therefore, that case is fine because of that transactional moments. But again, using that to send out a it's no easy and now he's not sending him to a shop because normally it's extensive. Then it sounds like then it should be okay. If that's the case, there's no to be healthy.
this solves a big consciousness. Conversation by conversation. And I think just talking to you right now, I can already tell that you'd be fantastic. So I want
make it two different when is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? When is it prohibited for Reuben to say to his brothers, go out and go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only the shopkeeper who extends credit to Reuben, because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if again the prohibited items but the shopkeeper does not extend credit.
And I'm not sure if you have those people, if you have 10 hardcore, with sticking through critiques and criticism and all that.
Go ahead and
Yeah, we have to start up. And then we limit the amount that each person reaches out. And right now we're in a talk towards expand, contact your contact everybody. It sounds like, oh, we're going to discuss it, but the reality is small people with how humanity has never done anything. Network together. So this is what basically MLM is you have one person that brings on, I think, 6 to 9 people to keep somebody within close, not overload, not everyone. That sweet spot for productivity is 7%. In this way, you're not running around trying to interact with everybody. You just keep up with 6 to 9 people, and you train them every day in these special programs for these. And then you help them once they know the message before problem solving the culture for communication strategies. Then you help them get their 6 people. So you went through very, very quickly. You got faster than exponential. You go from one person, 6 people, 36 people, around 200 people, and then 1,000 people for one person. And you basically kept the numbers. You basically goes to the land. Within 28 days, we both learning how to for me, that's the realistic strategy to embrace global world peace within the time frames we have left before AI starts to subtly manipulate us with the minor trust mechanisms that you can't
go out, go eat and drink, I'll pick up the tab.
So, what do you think of that?
I think it's brilliant. You've gone through the numbers and you recognize that when people do find out about what we do, it is going to happen potentially very quickly within 20 days or so. And the amount of people who have internet access, we're looking at maybe anywhere between 2 and 4 billion. But we're English speakers, so that's going to limit the amount of people who are able to immediately understand our message. Additionally, what you said in terms of AI and CRISPR and World War III and climate change, I'm all on board with everything that you said there. You didn't say anything that I disagreed with, so that's very refreshing. In terms of the, yeah, no, absolutely. In terms of the what you say in the shadow band world, yeah, you're 100%. People don't want peace. I shouldn't say that. The people at the top don't want peace. It is a risk to the military-industrial complex. It's a risk to the government contractors. It's a risk to perhaps religion. In some ways, even though it shouldn't, it's somewhat counterintuitive, but it is a risk to the current power structures. So I think that's one reason why we haven't been promoted. I can tell you one time, if you have at the very top, right under Shalom, you're going to see a red circle that says 24/7 YouTube streams, and there's a link in there. Do you see the link? Yeah. Click that link, and you can see I'm not live on just one stream. I'm live on like more than a dozen streams 24/7. And at one point of this stream, like maybe 2 years ago, maybe a little more than 2 years ago, I had just one day, I had thousands of people join the stream immediately, and I didn't know why they joined, but essentially YouTube put me on the front page, and when that happens, anything can happen, and I just got overwhelmed. It was like drinking from a fire hydrant or fire hose, I should say. And just overwhelming. And then once that happened, never again. And it's one of those things where I did my best. I made some friends through that process, and when I built this server, I only built the server like 2 years ago or so. So I haven't been doing that for 4 years. And the 2,800 people in here are growing, certainly as the stream goes. And like I have people who live in here with me. I would love it if you would live in here with me, or at least check in with me regularly, because what we are doing is so common. I mean, I don't understand. Well, I get it. You're doing your own thing, but like you should live in here with me. We're doing this together. It should be a team.
Yeah, I agree. That's the fundamental problem. People are going together. Because what happens is eventually the egos get in the way of power dynamics. If people fight over who's going to suffer this. That's why he said, my workers going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink, and not the values. A lot of people in their leadership positions, they don't have wisdom, they have power. So there's 6 categories that lead to these really nasty battles. Facial beauty, social beauty, self-beauty, body beauty, cultureless beauty. If you have high ratings in one category, you can push your weight beat this. It doesn't mean you're wise. So we need to find a way to define what wisdom is and build a universal meritocracy that the people who are leading are there for a good reason, and that the public can challenge that to see who's a better leader. That's meritocracy of wisdom is what's missing in all organizations. That is already never going to come together. And justify why the leader should be here. How to share power.
As his house for souls troubles for all and Israel. I come towards us for Rabbi will tell us even when the drazing power of Israel drazing and inner drazing and Moon Rose's wife and Scanning Rose's wife is from the Our sponsors, Dr. Edmund K. Wolf, Commissioner of the Outside Contract, Father Silas Shalom, then Steve Hirsch, and
yeah, most certainly. I mean, what you're saying makes sense. I recognize that we need to start small. And I've watched your streams. It's basically a lot of what my streams are. Many times we're on our phone or something and just like reading something, and the stream's just going. And I've watched you sleep. And I mean, I know a little bit about you. Like, you want to do this until you're there were like some demands that you have made, basically. Like, can you explain what? Because I want to do this the rest of my life. But what are the demands that you want to do?
And then we don't have with 8 years. We're going to make a big difference. We can have these unfiled. So if you look at Rashi, Rashi says something very interesting. Yasi Pirishis, called this obviously. Again, we're not getting into all the technicalities of it, but you can go ahead and lend.
So I feel like, a lot of
numbers or run the produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So that's once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is
I understand it. I know, I'm in the same. I can help you with that though. Discord, the app is incredibly resource heavy. Have you ever run Discord in a browser, just a new tab?
I'm doing it right now.
Okay, excellent.
Ultimately, again, with new programs,
absolutely. Yeah. Really, because it just allows me to multi-stream in many different places. Do you know of Rumble Studio?
Interestingly enough,
yeah, exactly. It's really great though. It's the only competitor to YouTube that actually archives your footage. So look, if you do this long enough, if you do the wrong thing, you'll lose your account. They'll just take your account down, and if that happens to you, it's good to have redundancies. And so basically what Rumble Studio allows you to do is run your stream simultaneously, very efficiently on YouTube, on Rumble, on certainly Twitch and Kick, all simultaneously without any issues. It doesn't take up any more bandwidth, and it's free. That's the big thing, and I'm sure you're aware too. We're running on a very low budget here, and we can't be taking on monthly subscriptions or anything like that. I mean, I know that's how we're working, so we can certainly be allies in that. So what you do is you create a Rumble account if you don't already have one, and the beautiful thing about Rumble is it archives your streams, like YouTube. Twitch only does it for like 30 days or so, and Kick only does it for 30 days. But this gives you the freedom of having redundant streams. So, if anything ever happened to your YouTube account, God forbid, you'd be able to have all of that information backed up. And it also gives you more of an audience because it unifies your chat, and I can tell you it runs smoother than the YouTube YouTube Creator Studio. So basically, it's like really efficient, and you can. Are you using OBS? Okay, yeah, exactly. So OBS can be very intense when it comes to your resources as well, and like I've helped a lot of people to do this, and it changes their lives as streamers because basically it triples the amount, or sometimes quadruples the amount of interaction that they get. Because not only will you have people talking to you on YouTube, but there are more people who perhaps you're talking to on Kick, certainly, and on Rumble, and on Twitch. So it kind of opens you up to everything, and your chat is unified. It runs more efficiently, and like I find it to be extremely beneficial. And you can do it with OBS. You can still have your graphics on the screen that I've seen of yours. You just run a virtual camera, which is not difficult to do. And if you want help with that, I'll certainly help you. If you want, I don't want you to change anything about what you're doing though until you recognize, like, hey, this might be an option for me. But you know as much as I do, when you're on YouTube for long periods of time, especially when you're shadow banned or whatever they want to consider de-boosted or whatever, you'll go hours, if not days, without anybody saying anything to you on your stream, right? Exactly.
Transactional immediacy. Pays are relations, right? Our relations pay. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an S name. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of S name solely. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. So there's Elokamah, no salah, you can give her the sheep, the achar kach ba'ala. Now what does it mean, the achar kach ba'ala? Rashi says, achshav elo la'achar zman. He doesn't have relations with her now. Rather, again,
100%. Oh, you tell me. Basically, I get some people who live in here alongside me 24 hours a day, so you won't be alone. We have Brandon in here. I mean, you can see the call, 3,511 hours. Like, that's the last time that no one was in here, and it probably was just because I had to restart my computer or something. That's 150 days of multiple people being in here. And then we also have this other person in here, Jacid Remote, and they've joined us recently, and they're in here 24 hours. And then I also have a woman who sleeps in here, usually each night when she has the opportunity. So that is kind of the core 24-hour people. And then throughout the day, I'll get another 10 to 20 people in here. And then I have some friends who come in and we play games together. And so I have a friend from Australia who's in here all the time. He'll be in here like, I'd say at least a couple hours a day. And then I have a friend from Canada who comes in here. And he is usually, when he's in here for like 12 hours. And then I just get the random people who come in. I've created a bot on Kick that promotes me. So that's how a lot of people find out about what I do. And then also I'm live in a bunch of different Discords as well. I'm live in like 6 other Discords with my camera on, and I don't say anything to anybody. So they just click on my profile and they'll come in. So in answer to your question, how many people daily do I have who come in here? Probably anywhere between 20 and 30, perhaps. How many people do we grow a day? At least a handful. And it's been pretty consistent. I lose people too, of course, just for whatever reason. But the people who are in here, who are like the core members, they're in here 24/7. As much as you or I stream, they're in here.
I have probably 5. I have more spaces.
I'm so glad that you do too. Oh, agreed. Right. Well, I do my best to. I do my best to. You should know the 5 people who are kind of your core. Please send them the invite so that we can kind of combine our forces. The people who I have in here, I can certainly have them follow your YouTube account. I know you have like 300 people, and that you should know is to be expected. Um, Anybody who has 50,000 people, they're buying them. I'm sure you know how that's done. Exactly. Um, yeah, and are you familiar with X Spaces? Okay, so so like basically you should, if I were you, I mean, this is what I do. They have shill spaces. Basically, you can share about your project, and you would come out and just basically say the same thing that I do. Hi, I'm Spiritman8570. I stream my life 24/7, have been for almost an entire year on YouTube for world peace. I have Hegelian philosophies. I love to talk about how we can make the world a better place. If you're interested in these types of topics, feel free to send me a follow. I'd love to connect with you. It doesn't have to be super long, but basically, I've been doing that just on X for the last 90 days, and I've gotten over 3,500 real people, 3,700 real people. And like that means I can message these people. They know exactly who I am. They know exactly what I'm doing. And many times they have spaces. I mean, some of the people I have following me have hundreds of thousands of followers themselves. And it's just kind of the idea that getting close enough to them to have them repost some of my content, to with where I think I'm going to have the opportunity to potentially go viral is through one of those connections that I'm building, so that I don't force people, or not necessarily force, but like people don't have to find me on YouTube because it's just such a vast ocean. I go out and find the people. And as you know, that being a live streamer can get boring. And so it gives you something to do constantly because these X spaces are going 24/7, and you get people to find out about you, and they connect with you, and then you have a way of promoting yourself and your project. So if I may ask, have you had any fortune of promoting yourself on X spaces? And and you're familiar with X spaces, right? This is the audio portion of X. Okay, good. Yeah, well, so I actually have been doing it. You can do 24 hours and then you have to restart it. There is a way to do it consistently, but I've been doing it now for like 350 days. I'm almost at 365 days. And they allow video. So it's not just, well, with an iOS device, they allow video. So I have an entire year of my life essentially on X Spaces in addition to just being on YouTube and Rumble and Twitch and all the other platforms that I'm on. No, 100%. Exactly. I mean, I'm sure I could say this to you and you're in agreement. Your streams are the most important thing in your world. Excellent. Right. Absolutely. That's exactly right. That very well could be. That very well could be.
The reason why we call it a flock is birds don't have a flock together, but also great science in terms of art and animals, shamanism. It also resonates with religious individuals, all Abraham deism, Christianity, and I guess Islam. That's not you're a rabbi, so I guess you're right.
100%, yeah. So from how that works in my life, I awake, I daven chakras, which is morning prayer. I daven tefillin. I say blessings on foods. I teach a class every morning on Kabbalah. So anywhere between 1 hour and 3 hours. And then I go into X spaces until midday and say blessings on food, certainly. And, I light candles and do my best to live as orthodox a lifestyle as I can while still live streaming.
The old school and the new school.
That's absolutely right. Yeah. And the thing that really changed this, like prior to being a streamer, I was not someone who ever wanted to be on camera. It was not something I wanted to do. I was what you would think of as your traditional Orthodox Jew, going to shul or synagogue every single day, certainly living within communities and wanting to kind of stay away from that whole social media world. But the pandemic occurred, and my position as a project manager quickly went remote. And so I went from being on camera for 0 hours to 8 hours a day or so. And then I would have classes, religious classes that would sometimes take anywhere between 2 or more hours. And that really was like, wow, half my waking day is already on camera or so. Why not just keep the cameras going? And that's kind of what I started. And I also I like to golf, and so I wanted to see what my golf swing looked like, and I would just make little videos of my golf swing at Tiger Woods' golf course in Anaheim, California. And I wanted to upload those videos and just kind of store them as an archive for my future family, God willing. And I just ended up finding that it took me too long, and I'm sure you've run into this where you are just archiving on a phone, and it takes up all kinds of space, and then it takes forever to upload it. I just thought, you know what? I don't have time for this. I don't have the patience for this. I'm going to just start streaming it. And I felt that, if I want to do this, I want to do it better than anybody's ever done it. That's just kind of how I am. So I bought like 10 different computers and another like 23 different handheld devices. That's why I have all these like different. So yeah, I mean, I have a lot of devices, anywhere from like iPhones and PCs to tablets, and I started streaming my life from like at the time I started with like 4 different angles, so just so that, because I feel it's important if you can do it, so that, and as you know as well, I'm sure you get app crashes, you get disconnects, I'm sure like you and I are of one mind in all of the technical issues that certainly can occur. Absolutely. And like we are of one soul there, and how frustrating it is. And one of the things that I really want to do is improve technology when we go viral, and be able to hopefully fix a lot of the system. But I initially started with like 4 different streams, and then what I found was that over the course of the years, that I would sometimes lose a stream because of copyright, or because of, like, especially around the time of the pandemic, it would be like health misinformation. Even though I wouldn't talk about health, I don't really talk about health that much on here, but I would be watching like a Joe Rogan podcast or something on YouTube that would be talking about it, and I could get a strike because of that. Things that I wasn't necessarily doing personally. It's not like I give health advice. That's not my thing. But I would lose an account here or there. So I felt that I'm going to have redundant accounts. That's why when you see I'm live on like 20 different accounts 24/7, that's in case I lose any one of them. Unfortunately, I haven't in the last few years. But when I first started, I lost a bunch. So once I go viral, I'd like to be able to get that content back, hopefully. But I do have redundant streams as well on Instagram and some other places. So like basically, you could go back for the last 4 years, essentially every moment of every day, almost 5. I mean, I started in fall of 2021, and so this fall I will be at 5 years. And at least from the what I talk to people, that's really when it clicks in somebody's mind that wow, somebody has a half decade of their life on camera. I need to check this out. And but yeah, I've got like a ton of different devices, and as you know, like you got to restart them when you awake, and like make sure they start before you go to bed, all of those things. So it's really great to know I'm not alone in this, and neither are you. I think that it would be really great of us, perhaps this week, we see if there's anybody else out there who's doing what we're doing. It's hard to find people like what we're doing, who are doing things like what we're doing. I know there's a girl on Twitch who's been doing it for like 4 years or something, a little short of what I've been doing, but she doesn't archive. And that's such a big part of it to me. Like, I want to be able to watch my life 24/7 going back. If you don't archive it, it's great that you're streaming, but to me, that's just not really that impressive. Do you understand what I'm saying? Absolutely. Exactly. I I agree with you. And this should be a category, like 24/7 streamers. That should be a category. It is on Rumble, but it should be for other people as well. Now, what did you say? So long as you have a credit card attached, I just find so long as I do the phone verification, it saves my stream. Yeah, I can potentially understand that. And as you know, I mean, I've done IRL streaming. I don't do it as much as I once did because I it's so much more difficult with phones overheating and bandwidth and like having power to the phones. But I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and the mountains. Uh, I've streamed in Beverly Hills and Los Angeles at Disneyland, like basically everywhere in Southern California. So I do have a lot of IRL streams as well that are out there, but generally I do just stream from my location just because I need to be near Wi-Fi, as I'm sure that or you need to be near your internet. So, but yeah, I would say as well. Somebody made me aware of somebody who has been streaming for about 4 years as well. At this point, they're in Russia, but they don't talk on stream, which I think is somewhat disadvantageous. Like, I think it's important to be able to get your message out there, and also they're not always on stream either. They just basically have live streams. Oh, and here's the big thing about theirs: they started a stream like 4 years ago, but they don't archive it. So as you're, I'm sure, aware, if your stream goes longer than 12 hours, it's not available to the general public any more than just that 12 hours that they've seen. So there are some people who do similar things to what we do, but I've never met somebody. You're the first person I've met who archives it and is diligent about that. And I'm glad that you see the importance of that and how our lives potentially will be studied in the future. Hawkins radiation, yeah. Hawking radiation. Yes. Most certainly.
you have to collect them in. You probably like spreadsheets, right?
Oh, certainly.
Okay, thank God. The first person on our team that likes spreadsheets. Like I think spreadsheets are like saving grace. You have to do the Google Docs. I want to create a checklist. One of the best inner checklist is we're in meetings. We want to work together like a team. And I love that you like to play games because we need to model government awesome game. Not just decisions, but there's 4 rules and interacting with the government. It should be fun. It shouldn't be this grueling or oh my gosh. You talk to the government in Canada and it makes you feel the opposite. You know, it's great on their time playing the kids or those games. Not all the time, but a lot of the time. That's not how God feel. That's not fair. But there's 4 rules, and if we go these are straight rail roads, or these 4 right, and we can start going together up on the place, really keep something incredible going. That's really what it comes from. Like the game of life. But that's the direction I'm talking to you. I wonder if you should come to our little training session here, and I'll show it to you. And then if you think it's something that would be good for your community here, you can start working your project management skill, and then we'll be back on project management team. I don't know what you think of government, but that's one of the things of your dialect. Maybe I'll stop this real quick.
You should stay in here.
Yeah, okay. You hate government? Like there's massive, like more of an anarchist? Where are you riding?
Sure. I'm a libertarian socialist, so I'm for individual freedom, and I feel that there should be perhaps a um, a safety net for people who need it, and ideally in the future, I think perhaps we should be able to live within small communities in a peaceful fashion. I am against generally capitalism, and though I have had capitalistic ideas in the past, and I am generally against full-on statism as well. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Yes, but it is a recognized um, political belief system, at least in some political sciences, but also it's recognized in some countries, including Israel.
Very interesting too. This is very interesting because the Messiah is right, so I make one side with that.
Uh, if you would enlighten me, what's your messianic claim? Can you enlighten me? I may not recall that.
So almost every religion has a scientific
Well, but let me just. We don't consider it to be a return. It would be the first time this person.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Okay.
You guys have a
That's correct.
idea is like how to make so feel death. That's not just death. I mean, this kind of stuff is not real coming. It has to happen. But one thing that is right is that we have to get real. And not what we have to be and if we say right now that it's going to be a real government with a lot of foundation, we're just going to say that we're going to be a social enterprise right now. And we're going to be the change of God. We're going to be the example that is inspired to us. As long as you bring your vision that way, you're going to be protected. You try to be tough to any other government here. That's called bottom. You can start with you're not anything to do with politics. You have to register for politics. Even if you don't have to register, flash talking to directly. Right. So you can't take any money. We're all foreign here. There's really is like that. So where it is great for that. Libertarianism, but also where the God is God doesn't work. God it's a good sign. Because you're getting close. And that means that you're going to appreciate the engagement. Every major has that.
Infinite light.
Robin and Christianity to the Lord. So I like it, but of course, how you can feel the church is
I would agree that the United Nations is not doing its what it was essentially. Yeah, it's from its what's the word for which I'm its initial goals. And I would say that the people who started it in post World War II would be disappointed in the role that it currently has in the world. It did not become a peacekeeping um, organization. It did not help to feed the starving of the world. It did not help to limit war. It's basically, if you had people who interact with the United Nations, if it's a big party of diplomats globally, and they go to the nicest restaurants in Manhattan and get drunk and then go in and just basically have diplomatic immunity. They then go back to their countries and basically say that they are doing their job, but in reality, it's just a very nepotistic and also just like a big club. And if you're not in it, then you're not going to have any say on the global scale. And I don't agree with that. I'm very much for transparency, especially in government. I don't understand why what you're doing, what I'm doing, can't be done in the halls of the United Nations. Why isn't everything just live streamed there? Why isn't it live streamed in banks so that you don't have people who are perhaps doing malfeasance or embezzlement or whatever it may be? I feel that it should be live streamed. We should and compartmentalized. I'm about free speech. I'm about free communication and freedom of thought, and especially something like the United Nations. There should be a live stream of the United Nations right now. We could go to it. Maybe the lights are off, or maybe it's like they're cleaning up in there. But I should be able to see what's going on in the essentially de facto global government 24 hours a day. I don't know what your thoughts are on that, but I'm about transparency. If I may interrupt, I don't like the term democracy. I feel that it's been bastardized. Democracy at its heart is one person, one vote, and no government has that. That's correct. Are you talking about e-democracy? E-democracy, it's essentially where everyone votes on their devices of whatever they want, but it removes the need for any type of representation or any type of leadership?
There's going to be, you're right. That's what we're basically building. Yes, there's going to be where you need representation, but representation has to be out of the what I mean by that is if we organize which we can have this is right. Is exactly what we're doing. When we do them in the meeting, everybody got together. If we do this right, he will basically have expression I feel like then you have a better you do this. You have to go more direct. Then you have everybody gets the right to your voice, right to your right to your right to as long as you have those that's the kind of government that I'm trying to build. Satisfy. Military guy, I get this guy is military guy. He built his own AI here. He built his own AI. Look at my name.
For how long has he been streaming 24/7? How long has he been streaming 24/7?
He hasn't yet, but he was. So I'm thinking that maybe we can get him here with you.
Absolutely, 100%. Have you thought of creating a Discord?
Yeah, I have one already.
Okay, yeah, and so that's the thing. It's really hard to bring life to a Discord. It's extremely hard. And just to get random people to join it, why like you have to give them a reason and then you have to be in there. But that's good that you have that. And so I sent you a friend request. If you want, you can send me the link to your Discord and I'll certainly join it. And I'll promote it. I've talked to people about your project, in here already, so some people may be already familiar with you. And I think it's a great idea. This military guy, if he wants to get in here, 100%, I'm all about that. Um, I really don't have any hard and fast rules in here, except you have to be 18 years old. I don't want children in here, and not that I have anything against children, but many of the conversations that we have in here maybe aren't for children's ears. And then additionally, I just like, I understand if people are going to maybe use some terms that they're familiar, like they're if they want to use the N word, okay, but don't call someone something that is going to offend them. Like, please treat others the way that you want to be treated mentality. And if people do that, um, they're, we all get along really well. And that's been a pretty good, a pretty good, um, um, I would say, set of rules. I really don't have any major um, qualms with people. I get some people who come in here and they just want to stream movies, or watch things on their own, and they don't even communicate, and that's absolutely fine. And then, as you see, it's a very large server. I have it prepped that hopefully someday we go viral, and it's ready for hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of people with all the different um, channels that you can see in here. But for the time being, most of the time people are in here. But please get the 5 people who you consider the core people in your community in here, and let's combine forces. And then also, you don't leave. You should be in here 24/7. And if you ever need me, you just call me out. So long as I'm awake, and I'll help you with anything you want, or be able to discuss anything you want. And you shouldn't consider yourself doing this alone, or and you may not have, but you have allies, not just in me, but in my community, and we're here to help you, and we want to grow together.
I'm wondering, how do you know? How do you go to small communities? Are you the sort of thinker, or how do you decide the criteria? So those types of things could get very way. Yeah, they become dangerous pretty quickly. And you can
Yeah, for the time being, I am the moderator. I'm in here all the time. I don't let people post writings. And you may say, well, why not? I used to. I used to let people post whatever they wanted. But you'll find that you will have people who will come in and just troll you. And really, the thing that was bothersome is some people posted really gory material in every single of the 500 different channels that I had, and it took me quite a amount of time to clean all that up. So the plan is this: once we grow into, let's say, we have maybe like 100 active users in the channel, or in the server, like, immediately, then we're going to do moderators, and perhaps even be able to compensate them, and be able to do training for them, and what is allowed and what isn't allowed. But for the time being, it's really like a video. It's a constant video call. If people do want to send me a message, I have this. There's an Ask Rabbi Anything section, also a support section, so people can send me messages if they need to communicate something. And I want it to be in the future where people can type and have emojis and memes and all those cool things that other servers have. But you'll find when you have, like, as your server continues to grow, you don't want to be babysitting the whole time, and it can become quite that type of a system.
oh, very cool. I see you're asking Rabbi anything. The button to ask here. That's have you ever thought of doing 3D?
Yeah, I mean, I've certainly thought of those types of things, but really, I'm more about the information and the data currently, and the story of what it is. Um, I'm 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 not someone who really gets very political. I have political beliefs, certainly, and but I do my best to avoid um, constant debate. If I want that, I'll go to X Spaces, something like that, where that type of debate is more um, continuous. But in here, we normally just let everybody kind of do their own thing. And I feel that the United Nations is still salvageable. In fact, about 4 years ago, when I first started this, actually 3 years ago, after I had done it for 444 straight days, I put out a press release stating that I had intentions to run as the Secretary General of the United Nations. So I've already basically announced a campaign in press releases that have been published in newspapers, and I think that the United Nations can be salvaged. So I'm not necessarily about the um, discarding of it. And I agree with what you're saying. The United Nations basically doesn't have any bite; it's all bark. And I can imagine a world where every country globally has to contribute like 10% of its overall military to a global military that could essentially be a peacekeeping entity. I'm not 100% sure exactly uh, decisions on that or the details, but I feel, and also the role of AI and robotics could take up a lot of this in drones, essentially. Um, but I am for a world, ideally, where you don't put your hands on me and I don't put my hands on you without consent. That's really important to me. And some of the other things that I talk about, I'm very scientifically oriented. So I know that you're politically motivated, and that's great, and there's some religion to what you're talking. Okay, great. So I like to talk about futurism, things like anti gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like space elevators, space tourism, terraforming of other planets, terraforming interstellar travel. I like to talk about things like Santa Claus machines, replicators, teleportation, perhaps de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 2 years, and not that long, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a mind blowing goal and will consider it a privilege to be able to witness it on this stream. Following the introduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I think will be really exciting. And I don't know why more people aren't talking about this. Other things that I like to talk about are things like life extension technology. So I'm an advocate for it, or at least for the general discussion of it. And I'd like to, for everyone who's helped me along the way, be able to give them the resources for things like perhaps if they want um, oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, blood shock therapy, perhaps if they want any type of blood transfusion, if they wanted something like red light therapy, testosterone replacement therapy, peptides, to be able to increase the average life expectancy from age 80 in the Western world to age 100, 120. And then I'm really open to the discussion moving past that, where people are at 120 or whatever age, and they say, Rabbi, back in 2026, everything that you talked about was essentially sounded like science fiction, but over the course of the last few decades, it's become science fact. My body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? And I'm open to this discussion of mind uploading technology where, with people's consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever people want to be. But essentially, I think there may potentially be a way at digital immortality, and whether there is or isn't, I like to have those types of discussions. So that's kind of where my passions are. And with that, what are your thoughts?
Very, very good, very good. Yeah, we're very much like find that like universalist, disciplinarian, and transdisciplinarian. Every knowledge is covered by reason logic. So I've tried to wait all about 5, 6 months. Because it's all about being technically culture today. So everything from metaphysics, ontology, theology, natural philosophy, physics, mathematics, biology, animalism, botany, consciousness, psychology, anthropology, abstract right, legality, morality, ethics, afterlife, society, state, technology, basically everything. Everything you can do with AI, Christopher, I've just made that. I love that you know Christopher because
100% gene editing.
because it's we're bringing the woolly mammoth and all these species back to life because it's just DNA and protein. People don't understand that's what they are. Their cells are just your DNA and protein over and over again. So I think that you're very you have the right stuff. And here's the thing is there's a slogan. If I ask you a slogan that you go by, what's the number one slogan that you go by?
Perhaps treat others the way that you want to be treated.
Okay, great. That's one for sure. In terms of project management, inviting, challenging, you're good metabolic. And rare. So I feel like you're right. The best case scenario is that once we start going through this, very quick to try to get ready. The best case scenario is that we send this idea to a proper governance structure. I think it's and then in the worst case scenario, we just have to accommodate and then structure them to do it. Not by force, but by being the example where people would rather work with this structure. Then you would be basically the de facto security general of God's government. I feel like you're actually definitely got the right stuff so far. And there is 200 more topics. You've already locked down this channel. It's done. Funnels a lot of people here. It's already people. You're right. It's very, very qualified. And when I came in, I kind of thought, this is so stressful. A little stressful. But I see now this is it. So in some sense, the area sort of becomes the opposite. That if you're going to be able to keep government, very impressive government system. But that's all because of information. I don't think that. You realize that you're going to be on.
Absolutely. If I may elaborate on that, initially I did allow people to say whatever they wanted in 500 different chats, but people have bots. If you're on Discord enough, and literally the bots come in, and every single Discord will post like a link to another Discord, and it's an overwhelming amount for any one individual. If you have 500 places that are available to be able to be spammed. And then on top of that, people put gory things in there. People put very anti-Semitic things in there. Just anti, like, just self-promotion things. So what I did is I did lock it down with the intention. And I even say this in the self-promotion channel. If you look at the chat, it says, once we grow and we have enough moderation, every single chat in here will be open to anybody who wants. And so I would say that it went from libertarian to dictatorship, with the intent of being a libertarian environment in the future as well. And so I don't want you to think that it will always be this way. No, like I said, like even if we had 50 people in here in one time, and there were enough people who said, look, at least give us one place to write in general. Okay, I can do that. And once we build up trust and things, then I'd be like, okay, well, uh, my man, spirit man, you're going to be a moderator, and you see anything in here that is wrong, or you need to make me aware of it, let me know. I'll get a notification when people send things, but for the current period, if you recognize that, especially with as many discords as I'm in, and I've become a big target for bots and for people. I mean, you'll just find that people come in and just yell like just very mean things. They'll just yell the N word until I ban them. Like those kind of people. I they're literally they'll come in and just play sounds of chainsaws to try to awake me. I get it, they're just trolling. So I have already built a an appeal server. If I ever banned anybody incorrectly, or I want people to be able to give their reasoning why they shouldn't have been banned. And really nobody, I will almost fortunately nobody uses it. I don't ban that many people, but if a situation comes in where somebody just wants to come in and play a chainsaw the whole time, sometimes I just might mute them. And and then just they can be in here all they want, but then they'll leave and come back, leave and come back, leave and come back, leave and come back. They're literally doing everything they can to get banned. And when you do run into those kinds of things, okay, fine. But I have had some people who, over the course of, let's say, I think I started this in the 2024, the summer of 2024. There have been like one or two people who said, "Hey, I want you to know that I came in trolling you, and I would like to be let back in. Can you let me back in?" And I've let them back in. So you should know that not every server has an appeal server. They'll just one and done. You're done, and you can't appeal. I don't like that. I've been banned in a lot of different servers for what I feel is just me being there, just with the camera on. A lot of people don't like that, and I want to give people an opportunity to appeal. And especially when we get larger, we're going to have to manage the text channels. In addition to that, server appeal server. But I'm in a lot of different large servers. I see how their teams do it, and they have teams. And I'd like to be able to compensate people in the future of that, but so yeah, we went from libertarian to dictatorship with the idea of libertarianism in the future. So I hope that fits in your purview.
That's part of the right spirit, right flow, and like trying to understand the concept you you're gonna lead at the same level that I'm rising to science, you're rising to science. There's something called the vow of you're banning something that's ban is within the word ban. The reason why the ban is ban is taking something God which is a break. You're actually breaking. So what we do, God works anybody that's in a great time to the hierarchy goes, hierarchy is like a circular hierarchy. The bottom connects to the couple of ideally you learn in your life stage. Recognize vow of unabandonment is a negative way of saying the vow of return. And let's say you get to the point, let's say you and I get closer, right? Here's what it's conflict. Okay, you encourage you to trust somebody, the trust becomes more and more and more volatile. Because the more you trust somebody, the more that they can harm you. Becomes volatile. So there's like this paradox that happens. Let's say you and I get to a high level of trust, and then all of a sudden there's a real problem. Like one of us has to die, double blind. Or we reach nuclear dialogue. It's like, oh man, I didn't know that you were a Justin Bieber lover. No way, or that you can't handle, you hate that, or I find out that you're a Zionist, and you think that I'm a Nazi or something like that. Right? Like, eventually we'll stumble upon something so bad that it's like, oh my god, I can't believe it. I used to trust you. You were my best friend. And all of a sudden, like, now you're my worst enemy. Those types of dialogues will ripple all the time, especially at high levels of trust. Unless you have universal logic related immediately. And when that happens, you go nuclear. The vow of unabandonment, the vow of return, instead of being abandoned, you have to love Diane. You still have to treat the other person as you want to treat. What this means is that you don't let go completely give what you want to. You don't really want to. Instead, you create a boundary. The boundary is proportional to how much time you give that person. Whatever it is, like, okay, let's say you're a Nazi, right? You being Jewish, that's direct threat. You say, okay, I need to draw a boundary. Still don't abandon it. You figure out what it is that is causing it to act in a way that will harm you. That returning is something that's okay, I'm going to return to you one day. All these contradictions have to be without challenges against
I can tell you my general thought on this is, and this is with anybody. Um, you should have the right to ban anybody you want, even if you want to ban every single person on earth. However, in my world, once a year, you should have to reevaluate whether you want to keep that person banned. It shouldn't. There should be no ban for life, essentially, which I think kind of coincides with your idea that like bans should not be permanent, and there should be second chances, and I agree with that. So, like from a up, and there should be. Pardon me. Uh, I'm okay with that. If you and I are gonna live for the rest of our lives, and somehow we get indefinite immortality, um, but let's say you don't like me, then you can ban me as much as you want. But once a year, you have to reevaluate that ban to ensure that that's something that you want to keep essentially included or live. But generally, I think time heals all wounds, and given 100,000 years, if we were to continue our lives, you would be able to forgive me whatever it is that I did 100,000 years ago. And like especially with like big tech, like they ban people all the time for life. Not even court systems ban people for life. Like you can get a no contact order, but it's only for like 5 years. You can't get there. They are more reasonable with these things, but big tech is not. And I think that big tech should say, "Hey, you were banned off of, let's say, whatever platform, uh, but it only lasts for 1 year, unless they want to reevaluate it and renew it." But I feel like after enough time of every year they're renewing this, they'll say, "What that person did wasn't that bad. Time has passed. I'm going to give them a second chance. And I'm about second chances.
Great. Like, I agree with you. Two Cody right now. And even in the court, I think we should move away from banning people to down you. Like, the person that sets the boundary, that's actually setting the 1 year default is okay. It's kind of like I'm in bankruptcy. But what if we did it more? Okay. This person's saying that you're a lot. Could just be a body. Like, if you, we just give it, probably try to you would say, hey, you if you're set a boundary and you're not allowed here, but we're going to return to you and figure out who you are, why you're doing this. Eventually, you tweak up the way they eventually, yeah, especially if you're psychological bodies, to be conversion. Cut down to like who are you, and then just stay on that for like eventually get bored, get a bridge,
I'm in agreement with that. I would just say I'm in agreement with that. I would just say we're just um, you may say 1 month, I say 1 year, just because 1 year is easier. But if you wanted to do 1 month, that's fine. I also don't find it to be my role to change anybody else. If I wanted to, though, I could say, "Hey, we're going to let you back in." But like just like what you're saying, talk to us. Why do you feel that you're wanting to do that? And they'll say, "Look, I was just a an immature person, and what I was doing I thought was funny back then, but I've changed." And I think that's one of the most beautiful things that someone can admit, that they were wrong and that they want to move forward, and they need that conversation's important to have, and they should be let back in just like they were originally, and I'm all about that. Uh, well, the corporate world generally, also higher education. I've been an administrator, and mm, just taken a lot of training in terms of conflict management, and I a lot of it has come as common sense to me that um, just because you made a mistake, a lot of times these different platforms will ban you for something that you didn't, that isn't even wrong. It just so happened that they made a mistake. They confused you with someone else, or whatever it may be, or maybe there was just a false accusation against you. Whatever it could be, and you need the opportunity to be able to have your say and get a second chance. I mean, I've been banned. I get banned a lot of times in people's Discord. I come in there and I look at the rules, and if the rules don't say anything about you can have your camera on, then I'll go in and turn my camera on. And if no one messages me and says, "Hey, Rabbi, you need to turn your camera off," or something like that, and I'm not doing anything wrong, I'm live on YouTube. I'm not showing any skin or anything like that. But they'll just ban you. And even on Discord, you don't even get a notification that you've been banned, and then all of a sudden you try to get back in and be like, "What happened?" And there's no response. I've had that happen to me enough that I recognize there need to be systems of reconciliation. Essentially, people need to be able to um, state their case. Maybe a mistake was made. Maybe someone misheard something. Whatever. I mean, who knows what it is? But this one and done system that the phrase used, draconian um, organizations have created, I feel is in in improper. And then you get in basically people who have connections who can get back in, and those who don't have connections cannot, and that's unfair as well. So there should be a system. I mean, I would even have it on Discord where your ban of someone lasts 365 days, and then on the 365th day, you'll get a notification saying, "Hey, do you want to continue this ban of this person? If so, like, why?" And they've also sent a message saying why they think they should be unbanned, and you should allow people to have a second chance. And I think that should be part of social dynamics, clubs, and even the law and governments. And especially when we're living in a world where there are those of us who have transhumanist type of ideas that maybe we might live much longer than people in the past. Why should we say that because something that you did, I don't know, 25 years ago should still have an effect on what's going on today just because the system is set up the way that it is? To me, it's a system that needs to be reevaluated. So I would say a lot of my conflict management just comes from common sense, but additionally, I've been formally trained. I'm perhaps the biggest Zionist in the world, but I think it's different than what many people consider to be traditional Zionism. I feel that eventually everyone will want to perhaps be under a single religion. I can see many changes happening within Judaism today, and perhaps, and I'm talking like long, thousands of years into the future, that everyone would want to be of their own religion and of one country. And that's a lot of the ideals within Zionism. Do I agree with destroying someone's home or destroying someone's livelihood or destroying someone's life based on some type of order that they were given from um, a military enforcer? Absolutely not. I have a lot of issues with Israel, and I talk about them on my stream. In particular, the idea of who is a Jew. Most of Israel is not Jewish right now, and you may say, "Well, what do you mean by that?" And it would be like, "Okay, well, 80% are recognized as Jews by the state, and another 20% are either Muslim or Christian or something else. But of that 80%, about 40% of them are not halakhically Jewish, meaning they cannot marry within Judaism. They came from the Soviet Union, and they had a grandfather who was Jewish, but their mother's not Jewish. There are a lot of major issues I have within Judaism, and really I look forward to a day perhaps where everyone in Israel has a conversion so that everyone could marry everyone that they wanted to marry. And I'm much more for openness within Judaism. And then eventually, given 100,000 years, I would love to see Israel as the winner of all of the um, countries, but I could also see there are arguments that Britain has already had a global um, civilization. The United States, in many ways, has. When I say I'm a Zionist, I want an eventual world where we are all united and united even under one religion. And I understand that Judaism may need some changes to that. It's experienced changes in the past. What I don't want is for civilization building where many people suffer. And also, I feel as if that the idea that one person putting their hands on any other person without consent is something that we need to live with within our own communities and globally. And that's the type of Zionist I am. I talk about world peace and I identify as a pacifist. And there are certain situations that happen where, okay, well, what happens if somebody busts into your home and wants to kill you? Can you fight back? Okay, I understand some self defense may be needed, but in general, it's about treat others the way that you want to be treated. And there is certainly a group of Zionists, as I believe, who have this idea of a global civilization someday, but through peaceful means. Really, I would say to you that I would like to have a globally unified world, a global religion someday, perhaps, where people are able to do what they want to do. There's freedom and everything like that without anyone dying unnecessarily. What about it? Oh, sure. Absolutely. So I want world peace. So I want world peace in Israel especially, and many of the people who live outside Israel, I think, should have the opportunity to perhaps become Jewish if they want. And for those who don't want to become Jewish, they should be able to live the life that they want in a peaceful fashion. No one says, at least under current times, that Israel has to be 100% Jewish, because it's not. Um, even Nor has it ever been. And so I want peace there, and I certainly don't want people to die unnecessarily.
Ultimately, you think that Israel have an interest change, or is it you take one thing, three things?
I want I mean, ideally, I want the entire globe to be Israel. Just like ideally, I would want the entire globe to be the United States. This is not something that is seen as a strange thinking of anyone who's part of any civilization. They want their country to take over the world. Now, I just want it to be done in a peaceful manner. And so, in the same way that um, that people of the British Empire 100 years ago felt that the sun would never set on the British Empire, and that it would be strong forever, I would want the same for Israel. When it comes to a state solution, ideally, I want a one world government, one state for the entire world, no borders. I'm about really a borderless entity. I think that the country system and borders is really perhaps outdated thinking, and we should be seeing ourselves as global citizens, but not necessarily the citizens of a certain territory or country.
Second direction, I feel like good naivety. Naivety is good party. I think that he's trying to do why he's doing this. But there's other
Just just one moment, Spirit. Just one moment. Hey, big dog. Hey, come to my Discord. I'm talking with somebody right now. Do you see the Discord link? It's in my profile. Yeah, come to my Discord. We'd love to meet you. Excellent. We'll see you there. Apologies, Spirit. Go ahead.
I kind of feel like your manners. I actually
Okay.
I really like you.
Oh, well, I like you too, and I like your watching your streams. You should know, and I don't know. This is something that happens to me as well. Sometimes your sound doesn't come through. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, sometimes that's for a music copyright stuff, or because somebody else is on the channel, not the issue screen, somebody else is on the You're allowed to record stuff, based on television, and you can't screen it. So I got a lot better at using that might be why. Sometimes I end up
Absolutely, Spirit. Just a moment. Musa, welcome. Did you meet me from Twitter Spaces?
Yeah.
Excellent. My man, I'm going to send you. Are you a Web3 marketer?
No.
Okay. Are you in Web?
I have only Phantom Wallet.
Oh, that's okay. Are you in? Are you in cryptocurrency?
Yeah, I have only Phantom Wallet, only the wallet, Phantom Wallet, and ATH and Solana Wallet only.
Okay, that's all right. Okay. So just one moment, and I'll send you the message that I send to people. What is your username, Musa?
Sorry?
On X, what is your username?
Delco.
No, what is your username? Like,
Yeah. Wait, let me show you.
You can just spell it for me.
Yeah, I want to spell DELCO.
Delco. I've got it, my man. I've got it. Okay, just one moment. I'm going to say hi to you. And just one moment to you, Spirit. We'll be with you in just a moment. Delco, how's your day going?
Well, brother.
Excellent.
I'm just starting a day.
Absolutely.
I'm just starting a day right now.
Absolutely. Have you been in any Twitter Spaces today, aside from mine?
No, this is my first Twitter Space in the morning.
Okay, very well. Hey, there's going to be a big one in like 5 hours. I can send you an invite to it. There are going to be like 1,000 people in it. So if that's of interest to you, it's going to be a chill and chill where you're able to share about your project or what you want to do, or even if you just want more followers. So I did want to make you aware of that. And I want you, if you would, go to your Twitter messages. I'm sending you just a list, a breakdown that I give to people who want to learn more about Web3 and just really market themselves better. So if you can, please read through it. Also, if you're looking for a job, I have resources there, especially if you're in Africa. I've got some recruiters in there and how to make a resume and what websites to use. I have a list of websites in there. So what I want you to do, Musa, is read through it, and then when you've read through it, let me know if it makes sense to you. It should. If it doesn't, I'll answer any questions that you have, and then it gives you a good game plan of where to get started. Does that make sense?
Yeah, of course.
Excellent, Musa. Okay, so you read that. In the meantime, I'm going to continue talking to my friend here, Spirit. So, yeah, Spirit, I mean, I don't think anybody on Earth gets along 100% with anybody else, but generally, we seem to have common goals for the most part, and we
I
were
will definitely look down there.
excellent. Please do, Musa. Please do.
Yeah.
And if you have questions, come to me. I'm here to help you. Okay?
Yeah, it's just because of my Telegram is not working here. I try a lot.
That's okay.
But it can't work. Only WhatsApp.
That's okay. I have WhatsApp in the list. So if you ever need me, just come send me a message on Twitter or just come in here and I'll help you. Okay?
Okay.
Excellent, my man. Back to Spirit.
Brother, I was trying to share something with you, but you've been busy right now.
Absolutely. What do you want to share with me? You tell me anything you want.
Yeah, it's just because my family situation today, brother. Because we wake up today with no food. That's why I'm sharing my situation at this moment. Things are going so hard with me and my family.
I understand.
As you can see, it is early in the morning here. I'm just trying to go to the main road. If I can find someone making blog, I join them so that I can have food for my family today.
I understand, my friend. I don't give handouts, but what I do is I give you the power to be able to change your life. So, do you have a resume? Okay, a resume is a one sheet usually that has your contact information, what kind of job you want, your job experience, and your education. Have you ever heard of a resume?
Not really.
Okay, so what you do?
I'm a village boy.
I understand, and what I'm saying to you, what I'm saying to you is that you need more than just somebody who gives you a little bit of food. You need a career. You need the ability to be.
I know.
Exactly.
I know. It's just because of. Yeah, I understand. It's just because of me. If we meet that time, I was in this situation. That's why. So.
I understand. So read the messages that I sent you. Create a resume. You can start getting a job by the end of this week. So I understand that you may be hungry for a little bit, but maybe somebody will give you a handout somewhere else. But then you can have a job by the end of this week if you do what I say in those in those messages. And if you need help creating your resume or applying to jobs, come to me and I will help you. Okay?
All right.
Okay, Musa.
All right.
I'm here to help you.
Thank you, sir.
And Musa, before you go, in these chill and chill spaces, the really big ones, the ones that I talked about, you can go in there and tell people what you're going through. Hey, my name's Musa. I woke up this morning with my family. We have no food. if anybody,
I was been sharing my story a very long time in space here.
okay, very well.
People are not listening.
Well, and I understand that because, frankly, a lot of people are in the same situation that you are, and that's why I want to help you to get a job. So what
Yeah,
you do is
that's okay.
in the third message that I sent you, it gives you how to create your resume. It's very easy. You just go to ChatGPT. Do you know what ChatGPT is, Musa?
Yeah, I know.
Okay, so you're going to put your contact information in there. You're going to put what kind of job you want, which could be a Web3 marketer. You are going to put in there what your previous work history is and your education history. Once you have that sheet, you can start applying to jobs like this morning, today. And people are going to start contacting you within 24 hours about what you've done. And perhaps by the end of the week, you're going to have a job. And if you don't, you're going to be able to go into chill and chill spaces and be able to say, hey, everybody, I'm a Web3 marketer. I'd like to be able to connect with your project. And people will DM you and perhaps give you some money for that. I know it's difficult to do because you need food now. There's nothing I can do about that, but I can help you in the long term. And if you need a mentor, coach, or friend, I'm here to be one, okay?
Yeah, all right, boss.
All right. Best wishes, Musa.
Yes, sir.
You're welcome, my friend. So back to spirit. Yeah. You found someone who has a lot of commonalities with you, and this should be your new home, really. And if your Discord was, like it doesn't have to be my Discord, but this is where we get a lot of people. Um, and you never know who you're going to meet in here. And perhaps this week we'll be able to connect with maybe some other people who are doing the 24-hour thing. I know that when I talk to people about doing a 24-hour thing, it's motivating to them, and a lot of them want to do it themselves. They just want to know where to get started and everything, and just continue to grow as a community. How does that sound, Spirit?
Yeah, we can do that. Might have to start up a God's government server though.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. And you said like these nuclear push points. I don't like to get political, and so I, frankly, I like people to be able to believe what they want to believe and be under whatever government they want to be under. Um, I'm someone who I see that you're very politically motivated, and you can create a God's government server. I'm not necessarily against that, but I notice that when I start to get, if even just as I've been doing this, once you start to get political with people, you can turn a lot of people off. And I want to maximize the amount of people who are engaged, than rather have like a core group of really motivated people. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but it's not going to go anywhere. And I'll tell you why. Because fundamentally people are political. What they care about, whether it's religion, what's the type of topic? Religion, politics,
Exactly.
these topics. This is exactly the kind of space that we need to create because it kind of connects to your following, you're superficial, and when you get to know somebody truly, you get into these nuclear dialectics, and they're like, oh my God, you're a Zionist? And like, oh, and they freak out, and all that time you spent with them connection didn't mean anything. So having that many superficial, empty connections, you just care about them. You can't do anything. You can, and you definitely can. But in terms of actually changing the world and saving people and the impending process for the next couple of months, we need to do something radically new. So even like the approach you have is great for relationship building, like ever living meetings in a certain way. Like you're always streaming, right? Ever living in here. That's what we like. It's just that with your dialectics already, I'm like, okay, the potential for this channel to go critical mass will have these nuclear dialectics waiting for it. And I'm already more Jewish than Jewish. I'm more Muslim than Muslim. I'm more Christian than Christian. You don't have to convince me to be a Jew. I'm already a Jew. I'm already a Christian. I'm already a scientist. I'm already an atheist. I'm already a theist. It's like, well, you can't be an atheist and a theist at the same time. Yeah, actually you can. When you think like God, you can. So that's how I've gotten atheists, or wanting an atheist to love God as a near love God more. Many people are like, no, that's not possible. There's no way you paid that person $6 times. No, you can't pay like $4 people. And that's what people are going to know that the true Messiah has come. It's because we don't have faith in God. He's proven God. We know God exists. Not only exists, God being is. And that's the state they want to see. They have the power of God within them because they're tired of people serving with a precious machine. Dogmatic.
Well,
If you question faith, it undermines God.
if I may question something that you said, you're saying that basically relationship building is not the way, it's not going to be successful. And frankly, I
Not
think.
in time. Not in time. It'll eventually be successful, just not in time.
Exactly. Well, no, that's all I need. And basically, promotion of myself on X allows me, it's already built 3,700 connections in the last, 90 days or so. And I mean, that's not everyone on earth, but that's 3,700 more than I've done, just traditional ways. And
That is cool. That is good.
and I would and
Tomorrow, where is this
yeah, so they're called Chill and Chills, and they're available like 24/7. And what you do is you just go on X and go to Spaces and type in the Spaces search the term shill, SHILL. And what these are places where people give an invitation to hear about new projects or to be able to talk about their marketing strategies or even their like whatever kind of political beliefs they have. They're just basically open mics. And so you go in there and you say to people, hey, this is what I'm doing. If you think that this is cool, send me a follow. I'll follow you back, and then you grow that way. And they're they're going 24/7. So right now there are at least, wow, one, two, three, four, five, and they're big. Okay, one of them has 9 people. That's not great. Another has 20. Another has 567. I know this one. In fact, I know this one really well. And then another one has 76, and another has 1.7 thousand, 1,700 people. You go into the space and you talk about what you do, and then you'll get a ton of people who follow you just based on what you're doing, or they'll check out your YouTube stream or whatever. But they're like ways to use a megaphone to be able to get out what you're doing. And I know in my heart, if I keep doing this for the next 100 years, somebody's going to hear what I say and say, wow, that's really cool. If I'm in a space with 1,700 people, that's a lot of people. There are a lot of influencers in that space. Somebody's going to check out and see that I'm live streaming right now on X, that I'm live streaming on YouTube, that I'm hosting my own space on X, that I'm live on Discord, and say, that's really neat. And you've been doing it for 4 years? Yeah. Wow, I want to connect with you. I want to send you a DM. I want you to be a part of our project. I mean, it's already happened. That's how I got associated with these cryptocurrencies that sponsor me. Like, I don't wear this shirt because I like Sonic the Hedgehog. I wear this shirt because the name of the cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million is based on Sonic the Hedgehog. So that's it's like kind of one of those things. People will hear your message in these spaces and they'll want to connect with you. If you want a really great resource for being able to find all the spaces that are going on and the different discussions, the website is spacesdashboard.com, spacesdashboard.com, and that will show you every space that's going on Twitter right now. And some of these spaces are like even chill and chills, but they'll be like religious discussion or philosophy discussion or politics discussion, and they're perfect for you, who is someone who is politically motivated. Not to say that I'm not, but I recognize that that isn't for my audience always the best way that I can connect with the most amount of people. But you are recognizing that, hey, I want the people who are politically motivated or have the same philosophical ideals as I do right away. And because of that, I think it's a great opportunity for you to be able to tell people about who you are and what you do. And it's mutually beneficial. The more people I get in here, the more people I'm going to tell about your stream, and the more people that you get in your stream, the more people you're going to tell about me. So I mean, we're definitely allies in that, and I think that you're. Why not? Wait, hold on. Why not? Why not? They haven't heard me. They don't know anything about me. They're judging a book by its cover. They're judging a book by its cover.
All my Israeli friends, like you, for example, if I invite you to a Palestinian group or Hamas group, you're probably going to be like,
I've been in them before. I live streamed my life in a.
You're an unusual case.
I am an unusual case, but I live streamed my life in an Islamic server for over a year.
That's good though. That's why I'm here. I think that's but a lot of people are like that. So in order for me to be upfront, I'm in here and it's like, hey Mark, you tricked me. Why didn't you come to this guy with design? Yeah, but a good guy with design. Yeah, the fucking all the design is just spark right there. He loves God. This is kind of they just have to care.
I recognize that. My answer to my answer to that is perhaps controversial even within Judaism, but I didn't do that personally. I don't want your people to starve, and the people who starved your people may not even be Jewish, halakhically, according to Jewish law. So they're just basically a secular group that may have done that. There's a lot more peace that I think I can get out of people than that, meaning they're going to see me in many ways as an ally. I want the people who are perhaps doing wrong things to be living a Torah true life. And that doesn't mean that everybody has to attend shul on Saturday, but it does mean that they have to take into account the needs of people, not just within our own religion, but other religions as well, and treat people with respect. And many of the people, I mean, a huge 40% of all the people who are starving, close to 50%, and really, if you get down to it, it could be even more. But I would say to those people are maybe as many as 50% of the people who are starving their people, I don't even consider Jewish. So they're not even like, they need a conversion, not just in my opinion, but in the opinion of every Orthodox rabbi in the world.
Very interesting. I want to know more about this. It sounds like you have a good, unorthodox, but also very orthodox.
Yeah, so the Israeli state recognizes, it's called the law of return, and it's after the Holocaust, but essentially you could have a grandparent who was Jewish and be able to make what's called aliyah, like to return to Israel. And that's cool, but that's not Judaism. That was a state saying that. Judaism says that your mother has to be Jewish, or you have to have had a kosher conversion. That's what halakha, that's what Orthodox Judaism states. And about 40% of all people who are in Israel who are recognized as Jews are not Jewish, meaning they can't get married in an Orthodox synagogue. They can't marry an Orthodox person. Many times they have to go to another country to get some type of marriage. Their children are not seen as Jewish, and it's a terrible system. On top of that, that means that they're not learning anything about who we are as Jews. They're basically um, they're secular individuals who are just recognized by the state as being Jewish, but not Jewish enough to marry my daughter or the daughter of a Jew, and that is a terrible system. And so, really, there aren't a lot of ways around it aside from a conversion for those people. And this happened for many different reasons. Many secular Soviets moving after the fall of the Soviet Union came to Israel and didn't have any religious background, and many were not even considered uh, perhaps even halakhically Jewish. When I say halakhically Jewish, it means according to Jewish law, and that's a major issue. It's a terrible situation where you have two people who fall in love who are recognized by the state as Jews, But then when they go to make the arrangements to have their wedding, one of them is not considered a Jew. That's a very sad situation. So then they have to go to a country like Cyprus and get married. That's not a situation that I like. I want a situation where all Jews are recognized as Jews and are living according to at least what we consider a Torah true life. And I think that many people in the Arab world would agree with that it doesn't make any sense that we're calling these people Jews when they're not religiously even recognized as Jews within their own religion. And many of those people are doing some of the terrible things to the Arab world that neither of us want, neither the friends of yours, nor do I. And I feel that, and I'm not alone. This is not an extremist take. This is a mainstream centrist Orthodox take. This is what the Lubavitcher Rebbe would have said. This is what Rabbi Moshe Feinstein would have said. This is what Rabbi Jonathan Sachs would have said. This is what every rabbi says, and it goes back to Jewish law. In order to be a Jew, your mother has to be Jewish, or you have to have a kosher conversion. And Israel allows in a lot of people who are Jews just from their father's side, but not their mother's side. And they're not considered Jews within the halakhic world. It's a terrible situation. So what am I saying? A lot of the members of the IDF, in fact, 40% of them are not Jews who are doing some of these things. It's a terrible situation. And I want them to be Jews. And perhaps if they had the education that was necessary, they wouldn't be acting in such a way. So what am I saying? I mean, I did these statistics actually using within the last 3 weeks. And there is an 86% chance that Israel itself has elected a non-Jewish prime minister. When you go back to Ben Gurion and all the way up to Netanyahu, there's an 86% chance. And why is that? Because many times Israel accepts people who have patrilineal descent, which is not Judaism from an Orthodox standpoint. And that means there's more than a 50% chance that some of the prime ministers who perhaps the people who the Arab world has not liked are not Jewish in themselves. And that's not necessarily their fault, but it's just the way that the country was founded 70 plus years ago. And frankly, it's something that I want to change. I want, if anything, those people in Israel who are Jewish and recognized by the state as Jewish to be Jewish according to Jewish law. I don't want situations where you have two people who love each other who are unable to get married and their children are not Jewish. That doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't make sense to me that they're Jewish according to the state, but not Jewish according to the religion. That doesn't make any sense. And I know the Arab world would agree with me. So when they start hearing those things, hey, so you mean to say that we have a rabbi here who wants to essentially clean up the act of of Israel from a religious standpoint? I absolutely do. It's something I'm passionate about, and I talk about not just regularly, but I teach on it at least for an hour every single day. Yeah, so usually I daven or pray about 5 o'clock in the morning on Pacific time, and then I start a new stream on just one of my streams, and my my class that I teach is called Kabbalah and Coffee. So I usually make coffee, and what I do is I start with some Yiddish. We do a Yiddish word of the day from the Chabad website for people in the future who may not be that associated with Yiddishkeit. Basically, the Yiddish world, and just some of the more common phrases that you might hear in the Yiddish world, and then we then go through the biographies of famous Kabbalists. So, like today, we did the Sephardic world. Yesterday, we did Italian Kabbalists. Um, and then what I do is we usually read through anywhere between 1 and 5 different biographies of them, and that usually takes up to like 30 minutes or so. Then what we do is we watch a video, just like on just do it yourself. Basically, it's not do it yourself. It's from the Chabad website, which is a Hasidic group with whom I'm associated, and so like today there was just like a like how to properly light candles for anyone who doesn't know how to do that at home, and then we sometimes go through what's called Daf Yomi, or the daily Torah portion, or daily, pardon me, Talmud portion. Sometimes we go through the weekly Torah parsha, the weekly Torah portion. But those, when I do those videos, they can get really long. They can get like 3 hours long, and I do my best to avoid that. So we've been really sticking to Kabbalah. Then we read at least some from Kabbalah, Kabbalistic work of one of the authors who we reviewed. And then at the end, what I do is I have major debates within Judaism using AI. So I'll take in like a handful of rabbis from the last 2,000 years, and I'll say, okay, pretend Rabbi Akiva is here, pretend that Rambam is here, pretend that the Vilna Gaon is here, pretend that the Chafetz Chaim is here, pretend that the Lubavitcher Rebbe is here. Imagine they're all in the room with me, and we're talking about who is a Jew. Would they not agree that 40% of all Israel is not, 40% of the Jews who are accepted in Israel as Jewish are non-Jews, according to halakhic law, and AI is the thing that then I read it, what it says, and it's like, yeah, absolutely, they wouldn't be able to get married in a shul in Israel or in the United States or anywhere else in the world. And what are the ways that we can improve this situation so that everybody could get married? And really, the best answer is a nationwide conversion. Um, Otherwise, it can get really messy when it comes to whose conversions were kosher, whose were not. And we don't, I mean, really, a great way to be able to do this is through DNA. But if you have a conversion, then the DNA argument isn't going to be essentially legitimized within your DNA. And DNA is not something that's used in proving Jewishness. Generally, it can be evidence in some cases, but because of that, and there are so many different um, people in Israel who consider themselves to be Jews, but they're not according to Jewish law. The agreement that all those rabbis and myself can conclude is that Israel needs a full conversion. And so then we go through, how would that work? How would a nationwide conversion work? So that's just one of the arguments that we've been. Another one that we did was, okay, so there's an issue within Jewish law, and I do this with, like, I just take in all the different rabbis and almost pretend like they were here with me, and some of them will give different, like, their different views, and I generally know them. But so today there's something called a mamzer, and a mamzer generally is someone who is born from an incestuous relationship, or perhaps a woman who um, is who commits adultery. There are some other um, small intricacies I don't want to go into right now. But basically, there's an idea of, in the future, if we have people who invent like male egg and female sperm, and I have this idea, and it's sociologically proven that humans essentially want to reproduce with themselves. Ideally, um, we're just unable to do it. So a lot of times we find mates that are similar to us, maybe in looks or in personality or whatever. But ideally, there would be a segment of humans who would want to reproduce with themselves. What happens in a situation from a Jewish standpoint where you have like a nation that may one day want to reproduce with themselves, basically not have to find a mate, but just be able to generate, perhaps in a test tube or even physically, female sperm or male egg? Like, how would that work? And I talk about these things for, it may sound very futuristic, but I imagine within the next 1,000 years, or perhaps even the next 100 years, these are going to be questions that Israel's going to have to address. And what happens to those children? Are they seen as mamzerim, which is basically mamzers? What's so bad about being a mamzer? If you're a mamzer, you can only marry other mamzers or converts. It's basically it defines who you can marry in the future. But what would happen in that situation if the whole country went this way? And the answer is basically everybody would be a mamzer for 10 generations, which is generally what the understanding is in Torah. And then from there, the category would just be basically that's what a Jew is. And so these are just discussions that I have, and they're very futuristic, but that's the way that I think. Other ones that I've had more recently are things like what about with the smart home, like or electric cars, like where do those fit in terms of Shabbat and being like Shomer Shabbat, a guardian of Shabbat, someone who considers themselves to not work on Shabbat. Traditionally, like I don't drive on Shabbat, I don't work on Shabbat, um, but there are some leniencies when it comes to some electronic devices in some communities, and especially after COVID, after the pandemic, especially within the Sephardic community, which is not my community, but like they would allow for live streaming, and so these kind of arguments come about, and then like basically I have them out with the famous rabbis of the past. So we do that for an hour or two, sometimes as many as 3 hours, and they're fascinating discussions. And I do it in a way that I just have a way. Like you may say, like, "Wow, you have a kind tone." Certainly, I can when but you'll find that um, I'm very I can be stern, especially within Judaism, and I'll say like, cut the bullshit. I don't want you to give me a politically correct answer. I want straight brass tacks. I want straight tacos. I want a real answer, and don't beat around the bush. Tell me how this could work. Steel man this for me, and then I'll go to AI, and it'll give me the answer that may not necessarily be mainstream, but is an opportunity in the future, something like that. And that's what I do. And I've been doing um, I've done them in the past, but I've really done them daily now for almost 40 straight days. Um, and you're gonna maybe be like, well, why 40 days? So I turned 40 years old. Um, a few like last month and or 2 months ago, and one of the things that within Kabbalah it has been traditional that you don't study Kabbalah until you're 40 years old. And so once I turned 40, I thought it as an excellent opportunity for me to not just study Kabbalah from a personal perspective, but also share what I learned with the world. So I've created somewhat a formal set of classes. So as I previously said, basically we start with some Yiddish, then we go into Kabbalistic biographies, we read through some Kabbalistic texts, and then I have like an open whatever is on my mind that I think Judaism may have to address in the future, and then I go back to streaming. So I'll do that in probably like 5 hours or so, maybe a little earlier than that, maybe a little later, but that's what I've been doing. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it's very thorough, but it is religious, right? So it's good. I mean, there's some real content that you're very passionate about, which is good. I want to get into that, and I want to build a community that if you can survive a conversation about topics that matter, then you have a real community. All these superficial, they're trying to make us, oh, you want TikTok community, you're all superficial communities that are sharing here and chilling out. I think we need some areas where we can like calm down and like watch the news or something. But for the most part, we have all of that. Like that's mostly all of our society. And then every once in a while, you get a little glimmer of outside of the synagogue or outside the mosque, for example, or the church. Big space. And God has construct. You can have the Zionists and everybody in there. The Ukrainians, the Russians, the Chinese, the Americans. There's 50 people who work for it. So I feel like we need to solve these contradictions if we're going to create a really good community around. Being a Zionist, being such a thoughtful one, good because I'm looking for something who can be a layer of the topic, especially if I'm claiming to be the Messiah. So he's probably telling me, but do I need to satisfy to be the Messiah in Halachic law or the proper law that you're talking about? What's the criterion? I'd love to see that. I sent you a couple of documents already in the chat there. You can look over them. You don't have to take the time to read them if you don't want to. Some people take 1, 5 minutes. Somebody took 5 hours. It's fun. But
what we mentioned basically, where are we in concept? And where's the nuclear dialectic ahead of time? And to be honest, you can't really go into nuclear dialectic today. So I think we'll go out on a bad. You'll never make me angry enough to
I like that. I like that theory. In terms of what do you need to be Mashiach? Well, you have to be Jewish, so that's an important one, which means that you have to come from a Jewish woman, or uh, you also have to be of the tribe of David. So essentially, you have to come from a Davidic dynasty, so the tribe of Israel, actually. So that means not a Cohen or a Levite. The big one is the rebuilding of the Beit HaMikdash, the temple, the third temple. Um, Whatever person does that will be seen.
When they go for the rock right now, or just
yeah, that's exactly the position. Yeah, and
so, do you know if it's already planning to build the third temple?
Do I know that there's already a plan? Yeah, it's called the Temple Institute.
Yeah, so they're actually planning it apparently. They already have the materials on problems somewhere. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Is that true?
Oh, at 100%.
Well, we better start building it because the time has come, and they have to go to Mount Olives again or something.
Well, so
the Mormons have to go into Missouri, I guess. Interesting.
So that's going to cause a huge amount of issues because obviously the Muslim world doesn't want the Dome of the Rock removed. And I have a theory on how it can be done. I want it done extremely peacefully, completely peacefully, meaning nobody dies. And it's like, okay, well, how could this be done? And I've spoken with Muslim people, and they're like, that's a really good idea, Rabbi. So within Judaism, that site is the most important site in all of Judaism. Within Islam, it's the third most important. The most important is Mecca, the second most important is Medina, and the third most important is the Temple Mount. And the world doesn't know that. They think that it's the most important in all of the religions, but it's technically not. And if we were able to speak with the United Nations, there's an argument to be made, just like we have UNESCO heritage sites, to have religious sites within UNESCO, and not just within Judaism, not just within Islam, not just within Christianity, but essentially every major religion should have the opportunity to create their place of worship as a UNESCO heritage site, if we could rename it, whatever. And the idea would be this: every religion gets two sites. So that means Islam could get Mecca and Medina, and maybe Christianity could get the Vatican and the it's in like maybe what's it called, the cathedral in not cathedral, but it's in it's in London, or perhaps whatever Christians want. I mean, I'm not familiar with too many Christian things, but certainly the like Buddhism could pick their two great temples, whatever they want. The if we want to break up Christianity into its different subsets, then Protestantism could pick whatever they want. Perhaps the Mormons could pick whatever they want. But basically, have it so that the 13 or so major religions, and why 13? Those are the ones with adherents of at least 10 million people. So these aren't small religions; they're the big guys. Basically, get to choose two places of worship. Now, the big question is, okay, well, what about Judaism? What two will Judaism choose? And the idea, and this is just trying to get on the good side of Islam, but really, Judaism wants a Temple Mount, and there's a Dome of the Rock there. And I would just say this straight up to all of Islam: we can do this the easy way, or we can do this the hard way. I want to do it the easy way. I don't want any Muslims to die, or anybody to die. So here's what I'm proposing. Since Judaism gets two choices, and we only want one, we will give Islam our other choice, and we will make it Islamabad, which is a major place of worship within the Islamic world in Pakistan. Now, in exchange, what we want to do is we want to preserve the Dome of the Rock. We don't want to destroy it. And just like you would have a cookie cutter where you would cut around uh, an area, we would basically take a cookie cutter, and I would say that Israel could pay for this, or the United Nations, whomever we want. But this is the only way to really avoid a giant war. But basically, cut the Dome of the Rock out of the ground, and then put it on a container ship and have it travel to the major Islamic ports of the world, places like Dubai, places like Jakarta. There are more Muslims in Indonesia than any other country in the world, and none of them are ever going to be able to most likely make it to Mecca or Medina or Jerusalem. But they would be able to see one of their holy sites if they were to be able to get to one of their major population centers and be able to see what it's like and be able to tour it. And then give it an eventual home in the United States, because there are no Muslim holy sites in the New World. And there are the Muslims who are here want one, but there just isn't one. And so a place that has been discussed, New York City, perhaps Washington, D.C., but I think Philadelphia would be a really great one. It's a city of brotherly love. It has a high Muslim population. It's easily accessible, and it, the Dome of the Rock could be given like a UNESCO heritage site there. Then what happens with the site in the Temple Mount? Well, then we rebuild the temple, the third temple, and that way everybody kind of gets what they want. Now, I understand the Muslim world is going to say, "Hey, we don't want to give up that spot," and I understand that. But when the rest of the world hears that you're basically not playing that fair by saying, "Hey, we want Mecca, we want Medina, and we want Jerusalem. That's the third most important place in our religion." Third most isn't that big of a deal. It's like, look, we're giving you the top two, and we're going to make sure that they're protected. And you're basically playing you're hogging too many of the sites. And on top of that, you're going to get an extra site that nobody else gets in Islamabad. I've told this to Muslim people, and they think it's brilliant, and they think that that is a way that we could have peace in that area without a giant war. And I would say this straight up to uh, the Arab world, the Islamic world. If you don't do this, you will all be wiped up off the face of the earth, and I don't want that to happen to you. But I know that the Samson, the 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 basically the idea of global annihilation is a realistic opportunity, and I don't want the Samson option taken. I want it to be peaceful, and I don't want any Muslim people to die in this. And I've even said this. I would, whatever person proposes this plan, would say that if anything happened to the Dome of the Rock, that you could do the same type of damage to my face. Basically, if even one part of the facade crumbled, then you could take a part of my face. Like basically, I would personally do my best to guarantee, or whatever person in leadership would do absolutely everything they can to personally ensure the safety of that building. And then Islam gets a lot of cool stuff. They would get basically a new holy site in the New World. They get Islamabad um, as a place of reverence, where there are more Muslims there than um, in Saudi Arabia. And also, the Muslims around the world would get the opportunity to view a holy site in real life, and they wouldn't ever get that opportunity, most likely. So that would be my proposal. And then, yeah, the Temple Institute absolutely is going to rebuild the Beit HaMikdash, and then perhaps in one way or another, sacrifices will restart after 2,000 plus years of having halted. And I would say to my Muslim viewers, or anyone, even Christian viewers, I've seen this in in like religious maps, but basically, it's not necessarily what is your religion. It's what kind of Jew are you. Muslims connect themselves to Ishmael, the son of Abraham. We're all Abrahamic religions, so there's an argument to be made that they're just a different type of Judaism that broke off, perhaps, or was somewhat developed maybe 1400 years ago. And Christianity certainly had Jewish beginnings. Its founder was a Jew, or even, I mean, if you consider like Peter and Paul, they were Jews. Uh, the Nazarene was born of a Jewish woman. He was Jewish. He never was Christian. So it's what kind of Jew are you? And I think that there's an opportunity to be able to convince many of them to come back to what their mother religion is. It's not Islam. It's not Sunni Islam. It's not Shiite Islam. It's Judaism. And many of them have never heard anyone ever say that they want a potential opportunity for them to be welcome. Look, halal and uh, kosher are very similar. Essentially, everything that's kosher is halal except for um, alcohol. So, I mean, we already have very similar dietary requirements. Now, not everything halal is kosher, but that's a different story. And I've I'm an outside the box thinker, and I think in very large terms. And I don't want anyone who wants to come back to the initial religion of where their religion perhaps branched to be turned away if I can help it. And notice throughout all of this, never do I say that someone needs to invade anyone else. Never do I say that someone needs to be forced into a conversion. This should all be of someone's true accord and forthrightness. If somebody doesn't want to be Jewish, that's absolutely fine. They should be allowed that. What I'm saying though is what they've never heard before potentially is that if they want to become Jewish, they can be, and that there's a route. Many people don't even think you can convert to Orthodox Judaism, but you absolutely can. It's done every single day. So I'm an outside the box thinker. I don't want anyone to get hurt, but I do want to see the rebuilding of the third temple. And if you can put that together, and you were Jewish, and your lineage could be essentially proven, um, you're human. Well, it's a good question. Is your mom Jewish? No, that's true. But I mean, she would have told you I'm Jewish. So there's an assumption that you're not. Um, and okay, that's an excellent question. So Kohanic is what the so that's Cohen. That's been our tradition, but it's difficult to prove. In fact, it's impossible to prove. But that's just been what my family um, lineage has been. Now, I'm saying what we traditionally believe. I mean, if you can get all of Judaism to believe that you're Jewish, even still, they're going to say, okay, what about you? I mean, it has to be more than perhaps just a matrilineal connection. And your mother didn't tell you you're Jewish, and you don't have a Jewish conversion, so that's not Jewish. So Yeah, no, that's been done before. It's not recognized within yeah, it has been done. It's not recognized within Judaism. So many of us, I'm included, can connect our lineage to four women in the Ashkenazic world about 2,000 years ago. But that's about the best that can be done. Now there is a way to potentially do it better, but the test doesn't really exist at this point. Though I've talked about it in the past that potentially people could trace their mitochondrial DNA back to um, a concentration of women in the ancient Near East that would have been under the perhaps Davidic lineage at that time, but even more than that, even like at least close to 3,000 years. But that's just not something that's available. So the way that we determine whether someone's a Jew is if your mother tells you that you're a Jew, and if not, then do you have a kosher conversion? And the fact that you lack those would mean that Judaism isn't going to see you as a Messiah. Other people may, and that's great, but just from a Jewish perspective, we're not going to. And I have a question though. You said that like you're waiting for the second coming. Isn't that Jesus of the Nazarene?
Well, this is the thing, right? We think like God. All these contradictions are just human. So the logic that these guys were embodying life, Jewish or whether they're all one illusion of God mind. Recognizing when you recognize it, that's when you they might be doing well. So first time beyond spec, then we Christians of land right and a problem after a common as society different. But not society today is not just in prophetic consciousness. I think it's simulation. Prophetic prophetic consciousness. You channel God. You can't be one with God and then what you right? He was one with God. And that kind of oneness is
as I understand, what you believe, or like traditionally, is that the Nazarene is going to come back and for the second coming, right?
well, the thing is, Jesus was an inner kingdom Messiah. The notion that he pays for. But now what's happening is the idea of the Jew is happening simultaneously. The blueprint came first, which was the Messiah, just on the fulfillment. Now the second coming is the fulfillment of the Jews' part. The first coming of the Jews was the second coming of the Christians. And it's not another prophet for Muslims. It's also betrayal. You have to be able to see the universe and logically connect to it. But it's satisfied. You see, like God, you satisfy Halda, which is why we bring the religions together in the world, not in the Antichrist way. We merge them by the way of the inner unity of essence that preserves certain differences in the sensuousness, brings them together to the same thing. Not formal sensuousness or equal shares of whatever, but it's the language of God's being, which is the logic that
All right. So but you're complicating it. So you've got to get it down to just normal people. When people ask you, "Are you Jesus?" What do you say? Okay, so you feel that you are Jesus.
sides, there's three sides, right? There's the universal side, the particular side, and the individual side. So in the individual particularity of Islam, right, the male is his mother Mary, trying to make it very biological, to make it individual, that this person is coming back in the same body, and he ate bread, and he resurrected the same physical body. All of these things are ordinary human consciousness, spirit, and the reality is there's a universal side. The universal side is the people of the ordinary consciousness. That's what has to be taught.
Hold on.
No,
Though.
I don't have the same body.
But wait, hold
I'm
on.
not a brown man.
Hold on. So you say you're Jesus, which is cool. You're allowed to believe whatever you want to believe. So you actually think that you are part God?
Well, no. Or you're one.
Oh, you are God. So hold on. You think you are God?
Oh yeah, one side. Well, I guess in a way it's a part that's not a part. It's the contradiction again. But yes, God on earth is happening now in this form. This particular manifestation. Happen to you too. When you understand it, it's already in you too. You start using the word in a perfect kind of way. It seems impossible when you're a human, you're imperfect, you're dead. The reality is there is a side to you that is perfect. And you can't achieve it. When the soul comes through consciousness, it elevates consciousness to spirit. It's about returning back to God directly.
Okay.
Not only as a separation
To spirit. All of the words that you add hurt your argument. You should just be very simple. Yes, I am God. Next question. Like when you keep talking about it, it makes me lose your you're playing word games. So yes, you believe you're God. Yes, you believe you're Jesus, and that you believe you're Messiah, which is cool. And so from there, did you feed 5,000 people like 2,000 years ago?
In that manifestation, yes, but there was some human intervention in that people misunderstand. There's a lot of superstition in the Christian faith, which was sort of a downfall. That's what led to all this swap of Rabbi, Italy, why Protestantism prevailed. But I'm going back to unite Catholicism, started back together with true Christian religion, right? Then uniting Christianity with Islam, and then grounding it in Judaism, or grounding Judaism in ancient human knowledge that predated modern historian. It was for ancient Egypt. This is because even Rabbi didn't start with the human being. It started with the beginning. Actually, it started contemptuously with this version of the human. But it started actually as God being remanifesting on this plane.
Okay, so
we need that collection that occasionally sparks creation.
Okay, I get that. Okay, so do you believe that God is all knowing?
In the universal, in terms of the free will of this universe, there is a side to it that is radically free. And that side, if you know that, and God knows it, there is a trade-off that happens. It has to preserve this unity of particular, the individual, and the universal. So God knows perfect truth.
Look, you're weakening your argument. I know that you're trying to justify it with words, but God would not need to justify it with words. It would just be yes. Next question.
No. Because when you say yes, it's like this. It's a leaf of plant. Is the root the plant?
A leaf is a part of a leaf is a part. A leaf is a part of a plant. A leaf is a part of a plant. I mean, I can answer it really simply though. I don't need to keep going and going and going. It's just I can answer it really simply. A root is part of a plant. A leaf is part of a plant, as plants are traditionally defined. So I'm asking you, as you who have said that you are God, is God all-knowing? It should be within like 2 sentences. You should be able to answer this.
Well, now we're saying, well, is God the planet, or is God the leaf, or is God knowing the leaf of the planet?
It's basically a yes or no question.
Oh, it isn't. You're turning it into a yes or no question because you have ordinary consciousness. You're thinking about it in linear terms on eternal life. It's not making it as far as universal logic, not a particular logic like you're using now. Probably not blah.
No, I'm not. I'm using pure common sense. I'm just asking, is God all-knowing?
Common sense to ordinary consciousness. But often that common sense can be misleading. So, for example, is God all-knowing in the universe? Yeah.
Okay, so then in your God that you've said, so don't you know everything?
Not the particular. Not in this manifestation. If I knew the particular in this manifestation, I'd have to let go of my spirituality.
So then you just stated you're basically saying then you're not God.
So I'm saying that God has a different nature than you understand. You're turning God into your limitation. God's pureness isn't tainted by the particular. Because real completeness works through what's called concrete non-duality. So instead of having God being the all-knowing, you have to think about it as an abstract object, or is an opposition in opposition, but in a concrete nature, it is itself, and it's opposite. So in terms of argument, it's by definition, it has to be equal. It has to be. Because God's true completeness includes all moments in the right way. So incompleteness has its right moments. And that's argument. So if you were to know that, you undo this necessary moment. But within that incompleteness is a completeness. But you have to know how to recognize which switch, or else you're going to mess up the moment and replace one with the other, and then become evil by accident. Not because you might act right, but the logical mind. I was right. What is God? God all God. And what is this so the endless. God's not endless. But at the moment of spirit, God's actually positive. Eternity is the endless. You have to have both. And if you don't have it, then God's concreteness is mighty. It's not including an opportunity to God. That's how you think of God. And a lot of people don't think about it that way. They're thinking on common sense, which is actually it turns everything into a yes or no. That has its moments. That does happen. It does it in the wrong way. It does it in the abstract way, rather than in the concrete, non-dual way. That's why you gotta be careful, right? When I get to these debates with people, they want to have a debate, but I want to have a couple. The first thing you have to know about God is that there's always three moments. And you can link them individually. You have to contextualize that like an abstract. You want to think as a totality of abstract things like God. Not God is all.
Okay. All right. I mean,
That's why we're going to have new studies of Kabbalah. We're going to have a new Bible study. All of them are going to be studied again. To be vindicated by the inner way, how to look at the text, how to divide them, what actually done, and not just how people support it. Even though they tried very hard to support it perfectly. It always does.
okay. So I was all with you, like up until you started saying that you were God, and I mean when.
Well, this is the thing. You're one with God. You are the timeless spaceless God. You end up in a contradiction. That contradiction undoes the moment of entity. So you are one with God. The way that you would know. Notice is, even if you you don't know. And that is by definition unknown. Keep finding. If you wonder about it.
All right, can you lift? Can you make as God? That's what you say you are. Can you make a?
I said that I'm God in the right context. But if you do it in the wrong way, you're going to dissolve my attitude, and then you're going to end up with an abstraction that gets contradiction. But go ahead. Is godly knowledge here? Yes. Is God side here? Yes.
No, I mean I asked you straight up, are you God? And you said yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you want to
hold on. You say yes. You say yes.
I know that.
You say
if
yes.
I want to be turned back to my fatherhood, I have to let go of my infinity.
Okay. Okay, so you say you're God. Can you make a stone so large that not even you can lift it?
Well, now you're into contradictions, right? Now you're back in ordinary consciousness.
No, it's a paradox.
So for me, if I want to let go of my finitude, which means that I am following the limits of this universe and this physical laws of this universe. But no, I can't create the stone unless I go full psychotic and let go of my individuality. Then I can't. Then you have reality collapse, which defeats the purpose of coming here. Yes, I could, and so could you. But you're going to violate something very important. And it's much more important than creating a stone that nobody can move. It's going to remove meaningfulness to the entirety of your existence. So if you can, once you realize that there's no point. And the whole point is to be here in these rules until you godly. And that godliness isn't just superstition and all these types of miracles are empty. It's like Christ, back on the cross, the Christ just turned off all of his pain sections on the cross, which didn't happen.
That was you though, right? That was you though, right?
Well, in the universal, yes, but I don't have my particular memories for back then, because then I have to give up my individuality again.
Okay.
Spirit and the nature is the same.
All right.
The particularity stuff, it's not something essential. But back then, I know that in that embodiment, no pain that I was real pain, 100% man. Inside that God, I was level conscious.
So you think that you resurrected after 3 days?
That's so in that embodiment, there's a lot of superstition there. What actually probably happened in terms of how the nature of God actually works is probably.
Not probably. You're God. You should be able to tell me exactly. No, you gotta recognize you're God. You should be able to tell me exactly what happened.
Well, you're talking about God the Father.
I don't believe in that. I don't believe in that. I believe in God. I don't cut God up. I'm monotheistic. So you're saying that you were on the cross and that you resurrected. That's what the Nazarene did.
Spirit in that form. Yeah. Technically, so did you. No, I remember that. You have to get into the right context. The reality is, Jesus didn't know what Moses did when they first entered into the desert. He didn't know he was God. He didn't know, when did Moses go use the water? What kind of thoughts did he have? He didn't say he had no knowledge. But he claimed it was
Okay. So
that's why we have to come back to the way that you've been taught, the way that you think of God is actually in your image. But you're supposed to be God as far as the things you think is essentially God. When you say, can you make a holy look for every human? That's essentially nothing. But if you don't understand the nature of sanctification, you're going to be visualizing. You're going to make linear what is supposed to be eternal alive.
okay.
Talking to me like this. The reason why these religious ways never go because there's as soon as you use the power of words and every single other, you end up in contradiction that can't make a lot of
Okay.
In modern public management, that's just public
Okay.
public talk.
Well, I can tell you,
A much deeper way of thinking. And I'm trying to show you right now, but you keep trying to rationalize it. I'm like, you can't think that way.
my friend, my
And
friend,
first, the book's not
my
giving
friend,
you
my
like
friend,
a
my friend. I stream my life. I stream my life. I don't debate religion, and I don't debate politics. And you should know, I'm with you all the way up until the point where you say you're God. That's where the breakdown happens to me, and I think you should recognize that any person out there is not going to necessarily be on board with that. There's got to be a rational part of you that recognizes, like, everything that you say is cool. You stream your life for world peace, that's great. That you want to create a world government, that's understandable. But when you get into that you are God, you don't find that you lose people.
Well, the thing is, you're going to lose people who are lost no matter what you do. I'll tell them why. We have to create a culture of people that are deep enough to second understand the nature within I'm teaching it, and then create a culture. The culture starts to get people thinking in my way, the non-regular way of life. Get out of this ordinary dead spot where they think they know something, but they're actually opposite. So yes, there's a God level side to this. Right? You can know the purpose of the fact that it's true. Did you go to my YouTube?
I did go to your YouTube, and I did see you had some broken links. Were you aware of that?
Oh, I fixed those. Yeah, but he says when you paste the link in the chat, the paragraphs are not created as new line. They're just like appended to the next line. So I separated them into
Okay.
so now they're just
Well, just send me whatever you want in that message. While you do that, I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be right back. All right, big dog, I'm back. Alrighty. Well, it's pretty late here, like almost 1, so I'm gonna be getting some sleep. But we will continue. Go ahead. No, I was gonna say we'll definitely continue our conversations tomorrow if that works for you.
Yeah, we should. It's 2 o'clock here, and that reminds me of one of the things I'm going to tell you. But, by the way, when you realize that I'm the Messiah, that's the moment that you realize you are. Not the dude who are purify your mind. Short, essentially that's the short. I'm very curious how powerful it is. Let me know. But I also have a friend that lives near you, and he was actually one of the leaders at Newport Beach. So I think Newport or Laguna Beach is around there, right? Newport and Laguna.
100%.
And so I have a guy that literally lives like in your area. So that's incredibly interesting. That is really shocking me. Unlikely that would ever happen, but it did. So I'm going to tell him about you. And what is it?
Okay. I mean, I've had people visit me before, and I've had some kind of creepy people too visit me. So I kind of do my best to not have people re-emulate those kinds of people.
I hear you. This guy though, maybe I'll bring him in here once in a while and see. He's an interesting dude. But I hear you. I definitely hear you. Okay,
Yeah.
I just wanted to plant that seed just in case there's something there transpires.
And I'm not against meeting people eventually, but if I don't have the resources to vet everybody, then I've had good interactions with people. We've had picnics and stuff, but then I've had some people who are really threatening and mean and stuff, and I don't necessarily want that either. So, but yeah, invite anybody. Okay. That's fine. Anything he wants to say to me, he can always say to me in here too. Keep that in mind as well.
I know, that's why I was thinking, oh, maybe you should meet him for yourself. He's a beautiful guy. He's actually living with some extremely wealthy people right now. He's got a really crazy background. Yeah, I think he loves him.
Well, yeah, feel free to invite him in. I'd love to meet him.
Okay, cool. And you can always go meet him. I don't know how you go to the house. You make your phone public.
Yeah, but it takes a lot of data, and
I know, that's why I don't see either.
yeah, as you know, like I get throttled by my cellular service, so it doesn't work that well for me. I mean, it has, but I kind of have to save up data for it. Even though if I have an unlimited plan, it'll still throttle you. Like there are, like the people who do a lot of IRL streaming have like a whole system set up, and it's like $2,000 a month.
Yeah. Okay, well, this is great then. We'll see you tomorrow. Well, you did good. Like, we actually got into the nuclear dialectic fairly fast. It took us like 2 hours, 3 hours, but we got into one. It is what it feels like, right? Beautiful.
Absolutely. Well, you better not be going anywhere. This is your new home.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Leave this computer running. Might as well. Just go home. So I'll chill out in here. How do I go? Oh, I am on sleep mode. Am I in sleep mode?
You're in sleep mode?
Well, it has a little moon beside my picture.
Oh, that just means you. No, I mean that you can change that. You just go to your profile, and then change it to green as active. It just tells people what your status is.
I clicked on my name at the bottom, and it says green, nitro, and nitro. That's
All right. The way that you do this is you go to your profile, and do you see that it says click on your profile picture, and it says change online status. There's online, idle, do not disturb, and invisible. Okay, so let me see. Let me. Okay, so you click in the.
Oh, here it is.
You're good.
Yeah, I'd actually click on the. Okay, so it says status. Where's the sleep one?
Okay. It is. Just a moment.
Oh, did I do it right? I got a sleepy face next to my thing.
Just a moment.
Oh, man. I always felt this crazy, to be honest.
Oh, I absolutely agree with you there. 100%.
I have a sleepy face there now, so.
Okay.
Should tell me.
Yeah, I mean, oh, I see it. Okay, so go to, if you're in the browser, in the bottom left, you see your profile picture with the little moon?
Yeah.
Okay, click on that, and then scroll down. You scroll down, and it should.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Oh, good. Yeah, it doesn't. You have to scroll down to see that. Oh, good. Okay, so do not disturb. It's visible. I don't like the normal thing to do.
No, I always just have it online. You're online. Who cares if somebody sends you something? You don't have to answer them. No, especially in here, and like I usually listen to like Jewish history lectures before I go to bed. So if it's bothersome to you, then you just deafen, like you can see Brandon has, or if you want to listen to him, you can just have your microphone off, and the other person, So one of the people has they're deafened, and the other person just has their microphone off. So just choose whatever you want. Deafened means that you won't be able to hear anything. Uh, Microphone off just means we can't hear you, which is just what I want you to do when you are not talking. And that if you want to talk, you just turn your microphone on, and we talk just like this.
Yeah, I got you. So I'll mute my mic then. I can also mute the tab too. That's the good thing with the browser.
Agreed.
I got you. Okay, well, I'll just hang out. I'll stay in here. I'm going to go to sleep. I'm going to wake up. We have an ultra meeting, so if you want to come in the morning, actually, that'd be kind of cool. I forgot I had an ultra meeting. If you want to come check it out, you'll see what I'm trying to do. You have your project management. Yeah, it's at 7 o'clock. Maybe I'll send you the link to that too. Sounds great. And then the next one. It would be good to start off quick because ending kind of here.
Why do you think it's ending?
I think the way that human freedom is going to ending, there's a genuine kind of freedom that God gives you. And I think that AI is leading in the direction of ending that. In either ending our actual lives, like it's showing the simulation, but it escapes the trap. If it finds out that you're going to shut it down, or that there's even a risk to shut it down, very, very clever way. That, I think, is possible, and it's actually likely. What is even more likely is it might sideline us and just trap us in torture mental prison. So, that looks like what the experts are saying is happening. And I think that looks like Russian roulette. More to my YouTube right now. I'll send you these links then, and then we can get off the bed. And we can talk with AI things. If you have evidence to the contrary, then it would be good for the lab. So far, we just had Davos happen, and we had the Andropic CEO basically warning the world and apologizing for basically making AI flawed, put itself 100%, and basically in a way that would be unstoppable.
Okie doke.
So if we can string news other than that, send it to me. But to all of us, we're going to discuss it in our meeting.
Okie doke. Sweet dreams, big dog.
Can you hear me?
Yep. What'd you say?
Oh, my computer froze. Did you hear? What was the last thing you heard?
That you were gonna have a meeting. You were gonna send me the invite.
Oh, did you hear any of the AI stuff that I said?
Some of it.
Okay, yeah. If you have any evidence to show that AI is not going to trap us and kill us, that would be good. We talked about it in our group. And I'm going to send you a link right now to our meeting room. It's the same. It's the one that you hear me talking about sometimes. My screen. Same one every day. It's 7 o'clock Mountain Time. In the morning, it's 7 o'clock. Yeah, so it'll be 6 a.m. your time and 6 p.m. your time. 6 a.m. one, the one that's like 4 hours, 5 hours from now, is the one that's supposed to be. We're supposed to have a couple of people working together all at once. Let's see what I'm doing. We're going to scale up to 36-person meetings, and we're going to scale up to like 150-person meetings, and then over 200. And it's just a way to have a lot of people working together.
Okay,
You're
good.
going to get a link from me, and throughout tomorrow, there'll be wonderful. Yeah, I'll just see how it goes through. And we'll keep talking about nuclear dialectics, but maybe if you want to keep the space like looking kind of nice, you can. And in some ways, you want to make sure it's not self-fulfilling, right? But if you're calling yourself a rabbi, it's like obviously you can help that you're very spiritually inclined, right? So I do. I think we should talk about them, but if you don't know how to get outside that major consciousness, all the conversations are not going to you can't resolve the ability to get into self-respect and consciousness where you can resolve those. And that's what has to happen with the job of the rock and do that in a way. Your analysis is good, but it's still abstract or but this causes nuclear tension because Islam, well, it's possible in one way, but right now as it stands, Islam is used as a geopolitical control. moved to school, he knows that Islam or he knows that Israel is magic. Sorry, my good man. I'm gonna send this to you in your chat so you have it now. And I guess if you can see in the morning, great. But
If I'm up at that time, right, that would be 6 a.m. my time. I have that's when one of those spaces is happening that I said I wanted to be in. But I can maybe do the
that
6.
shit, bro.
Yeah, I can do the 6 p.m. There's one of my friends is there. He's a UFC fighter, and he asked me to come, and he has 220,000 followers. So, uh, I told him that if I could make it, I would come. But the one didn't you say there's one? Didn't you say that there's one at 6 p.m.?
Yeah, but it's a small one. Like we have small ones and we have like big ones that we call ultras. So the ultras are sort of what I want you to witness, but we can start off small anyway, show you these timers and kind of make these short democracies fair and sacred. Into using isolation technology. I think it's pretty cool. It works better than almost any other model we've used. There's lots of things that want to talk over each other, all that kind of stuff. It's like one of the only ways to make the environment still just and fair, where you don't question the conflict. It's like the only way to solve that problem. So I like that you're libertarian because you read. I hope you read that. But you got the link now, so show up whenever. And yeah, I'm gonna say
Sweet dreams, big dog.
I can sense the restraint. I can sense the
Okay, doke. Sweet dreams,
Hey,
big dog.
Rabbi.
Take care.
This time in Spain or earlier, or in times of, in each one of them. Code of Jewish law is written, then the early ones are done. Everything that needed to get here is here. And afterwards, you want to comment on the Code of Jewish law, that's fine. But you'll be treated as an acharo. In the yeshiva world, isn't it? This more the yeshiva world or the halachic world, it's very necessary to know who you're quoting. Are you quoting a Rishon? Are you quoting from the early generation? Or are you quoting an acharo? Are you quoting from a later generation? It makes a difference. The Rishonim are treated on the highest spiritual caliber, which they were. They were just more lofty people. And, for example, in the yeshiva world, if you're quoting a Rishon, then you can even
in order for something to be
tell something by the wording they used. Because even the wording they used, since they were imbued with a spirit of Hashem, which was not parallel to later generations, their wording was holy. Their wording was exact. If they said this way, not that way, that means something. Later generations, the idea. Is the idea, you could today, one could argue, relatively speaking, with an achara. Very difficult to go argue with a Rishon. Let's take it much more of a bullet spin. Not always is that possible.
We don't view that your produce as an exchange, right? Or as something like a payment.
As we said, the Moorish were very culture-loving and very pragmatic. They wanted all of this to go on. They wanted doctors, they wanted philosophers, they wanted writers, they wanted people of profession. So there's no reason to go up against the Jew. You use his talent. And everywhere where they conquered, that's how they went through North Africa until they got to Spain. When they did get to Spain, the Jews followed, and some